The voice that resounded there was Koki's calm voice. The moment Ryutaro charged through the shield, with excellent timing a breath attack approached him. Ryutaro, who had just released his Vajra, was approached by destructive light, where it wouldn't end well for him if it hit even with his tough flesh of ogre. But, even while being illuminated by the light of heaven might, Ryutaro showed a fearless smile, as though to say, "I thought you were going to do that, yea?"
Come, Wolf King of the Abyss, Six Heavens Demon Transformation!
Right after that, the breath of heaven might swallowed where Ryutaro was. At the same time, Kuki turned his holy sword to the side and took a defensive stance. Their Geiken hard and powerful impact sound rang. The tip of a claw was barely stopped in front of Kuki's eyes. The one who unleashed that claw was a bizarre shape with wolf head, furry upper body, and 5 sharp claws growing. It looked exactly like a werewolf in a fairy tale. Kuki wordlessly brandished the light dragon to attack, but when the light dragon's claw swept at where Ryutaro was, Ryutaro had already circled to the opposite side, and his roundhouse kick attacked Kuki's shoulder. That abnormal speed blew away Kuki, who could only gaze in wonderment. And, the next moment Ryutaro caught up to the blown-away Kuki, his wicked claw swung.
Good.
The outrageous speed and offensive power made Kuki raise a groan reflexively. Even so, while repelling the claw with his sword, he commanded the light dragon and let flew countless light bullets. The Heaven Might's light that swept up like Gatling gun became a counterattack that assaulted Ryutaro, but Ryutaro evaded all of that while leaving behind afterimages. Metamorphosis Magic 6th Heavens Demon Transformation, Mode Werewolf. Compared to the ogre shape, the power and endurance of this from dropped, but the speed increased to an incomparable degree. Ryutaro, who slipped through the light bullets, rushed into Kauki's bosom and lunged with a slash of sharp claws.
Something like this.
Instantly, Kuki broke the shape of the light dragon and exploded the light of the Heaven Might. Light swelled up all at once, with Kuki as the center. Kuki, who turned into a star, made Ryutaro unable to endure and withdrew back. But his body was quite burned from what he couldn't evade. Ryutaro had immediately crossed both his arms and protected his vital spots, but this model wasn't suited for its endurance. His fur was greatly carbonized and smoked while he was made to take distance.
Ryutaro, you okay?
Oh, I only got hit a little bit there. Just this much is no biggie.
Shizuku, who cut apart several soldiers and rushed toward Ryutaro, poured down special healing liquid she received from Hajime on Ryutaro's head. This time, Ryutaro's body smoked up for a different reason, while Ryutaro's wolfish gaze glared at Kuki.
Rather than that, as expected, that Heaven Might is troublesome. It changes shape too much. I cannot attack him when it matters.
Then, let's try it with the 2 of us this time. Thanks to Ryutaro holding back Kuki, I have finished taking care of the majority of the soldiers.
Okay, Suzu is also going all out after all. No way we can say that we cannot win even with 2 people here.
Right. We are going to beat up that idiot quickly.
Oh, Vei?
Confirming that Kuki changed the shape of Heaven Might into a light dragon once more, and fired breath attack to them, Shizuku and Ryutaro dispersed in one breath. Looking at that, Kuki shook his head once, and then burst out with even more magic power. His expression was an expression of determination.
I am getting worried for Eri. I got surprised in various things by the 2 of you, however. You 2 has used up your trump card right. Peel, end this right now!
Kuki simultaneously invoked the mini light dragons, the Heaven Might version of Sky Flying Sword, and the Heaven Might version of Heaven Meteor Rain in the attempt to overrun the 2 altogether with the battlefield. The current Kuki was just like a fortress that randomly shot laser cannons. The light of Heaven Might that was formed into various shapes around Kuki thoroughly destroyed the ruined buildings in the area while approaching Ryutaro and Shizuku to envelop them. But, putting it another way, it also could be said that it was a rough attack that lacked refinement. For that reason, Ryutaro laughed, because he had guessed that Kuki, who got impatient after witnessing their persistence, would surely rely on large technigy. Right now, it was the time to show their trump card that was prepared for against Kuki.
Come, great tree that pierces the sky, sixth heaven's demon transformation.
Amidst the many approaching heaven might, the fur of the werewolf fell out, and that body transformed. Everywhere throughout the body turned gnarled. The skin was dyed into blackish-brown color. The hair also changed into deep green color. In all that changes, only the eyes were releasing glaring light of reddish-black color. Right after that, Ruitaro was attacked by small light dragons in the meteor shower of heaven might. Ruitaro didn't even dodge. He charged toward Kuki while being swallowed into the light.
Ryutaro, sleep for a while for me.
Koki was convinced that Ryutaro was defeated and murmured that, putting aside the ogre shape that was specialized for defense, there was no way for Ryutaro right now, who didn't seem to use Vajra, to be able to endure that. But that thinking was immediately proved to be wrong.
Don't screw with me. No way I'm gonna sleep before beating you until you wake up.
What?
Ryutaro leaped out, unhurt, from inside the light. And then, Kuki, who was completely taken by surprise and shown opening, was punched by the fist of the rapidly approaching Ryutaro. The straight punch that lunged straight stabbed toward Kuki's stomach. Across the armor, the aim that accurately struck to the solar plexus produced a grand impact that was transmitted toward the inside of Kuki's body without anything spared, whipping up his internal organ.
Go.
Kuki knew well about the destructive power of Ryutaro's fist, but still, even with his holy armor and impact mitigation skill, the terrific power that might blow away his consciousness made his mind fell into chaos for a moment. His throat was blocked by the blood he vomited from the unbearable pain. Metamorphosis Magic Sixth Heaven's Demon Transformation, Model Trent. It was a plant-type monster that lived at floor 90 of the Abyss. Its special trait was to absorb light, and converted the light energy that it absorbed. The converted energy could be changed into anything, whether magic power, stamina, or pure muscle power. Yes, Ryutaro with this trench shape absorbed the light of heaven might. That was a light element magic. He then converted that into physical strength. Because the impact didn't disperse and was concentrated at one point when it was let out, Kuki didn't get blown away. His body was lifted up and laid down on the fist. To this, Ryutaro laughed fiercely at Kuki.
Are you waking up a little with this, best friend?
Ryuta!
This one is a freebie. Just how long you are going to sleep talking, huh?
Gwa?
The face of Kuki, who couldn't move immediately from the impact, was punched by Ryutaro's fist that was like a rock. Goba! Incomprehensible sound rang out from the attack to the face. Kuki scattered around nosebleed while getting blown away. Even so, his body that was reinforced by Ahito was barely able to keep the connection of his consciousness. He somehow controlled the light dragon that was connected with him and tried to fix his posture. In a moment, a goosebump suddenly went through Kuki's spine. At the same time, his presence detection notified him of the existence of the swordsman yeeing in wait in the direction where he was blown away. Naturally, the one who endured the storm of heaven, might and corpse beast soldiers encircled around was Shizuku. She was standing still in her stance of sword drawing while compressing her magic power to an amazing density. Her sheath was creaking loudly as though unable to endure the power. Dark blue magic power was overflowing out from the mouth of the sheath. Kuki desperately attempted to put a brake on himself while calling Shizuku's name, with a voice that sounded similar with a groan from the burden in his body.
Zuku,
Be obedient and accept it, this one attack.
Like that, while her figure vanished with no beat, Shizuku stepped forward while faintly whispering, "Soul demolition." The flash of sword draw that was unleashed along with that whisper drew a splendid straight line on the air and bisected Kuki. The definite sensation of a slash passing through inside his body made Kuki scream wordlessly while feeling that he was unmistakably cut. But he finally escaped from the impact Ryutaro inflicted on him while seeing Shizuku, who passed through him and stayed unmoving in slashing posture, and then he managed to stop moving. Kauki's eyes reflexively widened, and then, feeling dumbfounded, his hand crawled on his body. Under his hands there wasn't any sign of cut for even a bit. His body was certainly still connected in one piece safely.
Just what in the world? What my magic power is...
For a moment, Kuki was thinking something convenient that the feeling of getting cut was only his imagination, and as expected, Shizuku was unable to cut him, but right after that, he was made to know that Shizuku's slash had definitely reached him. The light dragon that Kuki had on his back was split into two with the upper part slipping off diagonally, but it dispersed all at once right after. Not only that, even the meteor swarm of Heaven Meteor Rain that he launched, also the flying slashes of Heaven Might, Sky-Flying Sword, and also the small light dragons that flew around like all-range weapon, they were all dispersed. In that situation, a feeling of lethargy attacked him like it was only natural. Kuki's body staggered and fell on the ground. Even his flight using the light dragon, also the air force from his boot became unable to be maintained. Even so, in order to avoid falling to his death, Kuki landed on his knees. Shizuku and Ryutaro landed down in front of him.
Shizuku, what did you do?
The base of this skill is the ability of soul magic that could interfere with the immaterial of the living thing. The skill will search for the source of power in the target. The target's magic power, stamina, mental, those things that I couldn't see could even be cut with this. Cutting only what you want to cut, the farthest territory that a swordsman should reach. I cheated and progressed until there.
Kuki's eyes opened wide at Shizuku's explanation. His expression was dumbfounded, as though to say, "What the hell with that?" It was only normal for him to be like that. After all, Shizuku didn't affect Kuki's body and only cut apart the magic power overflowing inside the body. Indeed, it could be said that cutting only what one wanted to cut, regardless of any obstacle, was the swordsman's farthest territory. Shizuku was being humble, saying that she was cheating Asa's swordsman, thanks to the help of the black katana. But in actuality, just by invoking soul demolition, wouldn't S0 easily let the user choose the target to cut. After all, it was an act of penetrating every factor of the human body and cut only the target. It would take a really clear image supplementation, and above all, a tenacious will to accomplish that. A clear will without any hesitation of cutting only what one wanted to cut, while absolutely not wounding anything outside it at all. It sounded easy to do just by listening to the explanation, but it was actually not as simple as it sounds. It was something impossible if the swordsman wasn't someone at Shizuku's level. At the very least, even Koki, who learned the same Yaegashi style, wouldn't be able to use soul demolition perfectly.
But that was a bit of a blunder. I thought that I'm going to sever the curse of Bind Soul with the attack just now, but I couldn't reach it because it was protected by magic power. You are still watching a convenient dream right now, aren't you?
While the swarm of katana was following on her back, with a cling sound, Shizuku prepared the black katana in her hand once more, seeing that Kuki's expression distorted.
Shizuku, you couldn't cut me because you are still thinking of me in your heart. That feeling still remained, right? Nagumo's brainwashing isn't perfect. I cannot feel your killing intent is the proof of that.
Kuki...
It's fine. Ryutaro also didn't try to kill me. I will save the two of you.
Kuki's words were halted, because Shizuku unleashed the soul demolition with the drawing out of her black katana. Ryutaro, who was crossing his arms on the side while wrinkling up his eyebrows, patted Shizuku's shoulder as though to say, "Thanks for the hard work." Shizuku also sighed "fuh" while sheathing her katana back. That was because she was convinced that Eri's bind soul was cut. With this, the mind that was filled all over with inconsistencies planted by Eri should be crumbling.
Kauki, how do you feel? With this, the brainwashing should be released already. What have you been doing until now? What are happening right now, you understand, aren't you?
Well, no matter. Anyway, just reflect on yourself there. Later we gotta chase after Nagumo and others quickly, punch that shitty god, and then help the guys fighting on the surface. We are going back. Yeah, Kuki.
Shizuku and Ryutaro called at Kuki, but there wasn't any reply from Kuki. He kept being down on the ground on all fours without even lifting his face. His expression was hidden by his hair and completely unseen. Although, even though he was not replying, it seemed that he wasn't besilenced. The guards of Ryutaro and Shizuku caught the faint sound, a small voice that didn't even form words. Kuki was hanging his head down while whispering inaudibly.
Kalki?
Lies impossible. This is strange. Absolutely wrong. Because I am correct. I was just being brainwashed. For me to be the enemy to Shizuku, to Ryutaro, what had I done? Even though it shouldn't be like this, even though I just want to act righteously. I just want to be a hero, just like Ji-chan, that's all why something like this is. Everything is stolen because Shizuku and Kaori too were stolen by that guy Ryutaro, is also that guy's ally.
Oh, oi! Koki!
That's right, this is a trap, a foul scheme. That guy plotted this, I just got caught in it. Magic is not in the wrong. PM not wrong. This is because that guy stole everything important to me. The wrong one is that guy. If only that guy isn't here, then everything will go well. Yet Kaori and Shizuku and Ryutaro and Suzu too, everyone. To that guy, this is a betrayal. I was betrayed. By all of you.
Kuki ignored Shizuku and Ryutaro's calling and kept whispering before he suddenly lifted his face in the blink of eye with a dangerous look, glaring at the two with a gaze filled with hatred. No, perhaps that expression should be called as grief instead. The feeling of guilt and remorse, the uneasiness of being unable to return anymore, fretfulness, despair, and sat zero. On the saturation of the negative emotions was attacking himself. Even he himself already didn't understand. Just what should he do? It was that kind of expression. Kalki was in a state of panic. His appearance was just like a lost child. But the strength that he possessed wasn't that of a child, by any means. A scream that was filled with plenty of Kuki's hatred and grief resounded. At the same time, his magic power that should have dried up surged out with an unbelievable force. The magic power thunderously twisted in a spiral and pierced the sky. That radiance was as if...
Kuki, stop it! Your magic power should have dried up already. Doing more than this will affect your life.
Damn it! What the hell? Why his magic power is overflowing like this? Wasn't it gone already?
It should have been gone. It was severed together with the line that supplied magic power to Kuki. Even now he isn't absorbing the magic factor at the area to recover.
Then just why?
Something like that? Because it is gone. Then he can only take it from another thing. Perhaps his life force or his soul. He is pulling out magic power forcefully from those kinds of things right now. Sooner or later this won't end well for him.
Fucking shit! Kuki, come back to your senses!
Yes, as if it was the radiance of Kuki's life. Shizuku had certainly used soul demolition to sever the magic power and the supply line that provided him with infinite magic power inside Kuki. There was no doubt about that. And then, even with high-speed magic recovery that recovered oneself by absorbing magic factor from outside, it was impossible to recover this radically. Actually, even looking at the flow of magic power that Kuki spouted out, they couldn't catch sight of any magic from the surrounding flowing into Kuki at all. That there was the magic power that shouldn't be there meant that Kuki was paying some kind of compensation to forcefully bring it from somewhere. Such thinking was a valid one. And then, this method that normally was impossible couldn't be expected to be safe or anything. If Kuki was left alone as it was, undoubtedly there would be compensation that Kuki couldn't shut his eyes from. In front of the storm of magic power that released outrageous light and pressure, Shizuku and Ryutaro braced themselves. They held their arms in front of their face while calling it Kalki, but Kalki kept being in a frenzied state. His ear didn't listen. With hatred and grief in his expression, it was as though he was trying to destroy the reality before his eyes. No, it was as though he was trying to destroy himself. The radiance of his light was strengthening.
Anything and everything are over. I wonder, why has it become like this? Kaori is there, Shizuku is there, Ryutaro is there, Eri and Suzu are also there. Together with everyone, we are overcoming the difficulty. That's how it should be. And yet...
Kuki's monologue, with an expression of crying smile, was resounding extremely clearly.
Something like this is not what I wished for. If everything is lost then, if not a single one cannot be taken back then I'd rather everything is gone with this hand.
The ground and building in the area that were hit by the torrent of magic power became dust and got annihilated. Right now, the radiance of magic power became the radiance of heaven might. At the same time, That raging light was gradually focusing and forming shape.
Oi, Shizuku! PII, take care of the Heaven Mite. I'll leave Koki to you.
Are you sane? That Heaven Mite is far more dangerous than before, you know. You won't be able to absorb it even in Trent Model. You are going to die there.
The words that Ryutaro murmured while enduring the tyranny of light with a grim expression made Shizuku frown even more. But in contrast, Ryutaro was making a fearless smile on his lips.
I'm not gonna die here. No way I'm gonna get killed by that guy's hand. I cannot die here no matter what. That's why I'm absolutely not gonna die.
You muscle brain. There is no logic or anything in what you said just now. But fine then. Right now is not the time where logic is needed. Beat up that sulky, desperate idiot until he is crying and apologizing. Okay!
Oh.
Ryutaro leaped forward. With a fierce smile, he clenched his fist hardly, like a rock filled with the resolve of bringing back his best friend without fail. Right after that, along with a scream, a torrent of light, the bombardment of Heaven Mite spiraled out from the thrust-forward holy sword and violently assaulted the two. But Ryutaro didn't falter. Rather, "Bring it, Oon!" He raised a war cry and met the attack from the front. He crossed both his arms and stepped forward, while fully displaying the trait of the large tree monster. Along with a tremendous impact sound, the bombardment of Heaven Mite directly hit Ryutaro. But Ryutaro wasn't annihilated. He wasn't blown away. Like a rock that blocked a raging stream and changed the water flow, like a towering large tree that didn't even twitch against a furious storm. He kept blocking the light of devastation right from the front and advanced a step, and then one more step forward. Looking at that unshakable figure, Kuki's eyes opened wide. He was convinced that the Heaven Mite that he unleashed right now had the greatest power compared to everything until now. Yet despite so, Ryutaro blocked it from the front, as though to say that he wouldn't run away from Kuki, as though to say that he wouldn't avert his eyes. The reddish-black glint of eyes off his transformed best friend that pierced him straight from between the torrent of light made Kuki's leg backed off unconsciously. Those eyes were telling him TM absolutely going right there. PM not gonna let you run away no matter what, more eloquently than anything. Like that, Kuki, who was half dazed from that intense will of his best friend, came back to his senses with a ha, when he noticed he had been approached until there wasn't that much distance remaining between them.
Don't come! Don't come here! If you come closer than that, I'm going to kill you for real. Even if it's Ryutaro, I'm really going to kill you.
Kuki yelled with an expression that was going to break in tears any time in derangement, seeing the figure of Ryutaro who had approached near him until the distance where he could even see his face. Kuki's heart became even more disturbed. Yes, Ryutaro was already wounded all over his body. No matter how great the trait of light absorbing the Trent model had, there was this thing called limit. In actuality, the light of destruction that couldn't be dealt by the Trent's trait was making both his arms torn all over. Everywhere in his body had blood spurting out. But nonetheless, Ryutaro was still smiling fearlessly. And then he advanced. One more step.
Hey, ah!
Kuki screamed. Even himself already didn't understand just what he was doing. He was merely repeating, "It shouldn't be like this," in his heart while wielding his strength to deny the reality before his eyes. The massive Heaven Mite that was completely formed was a giant that could even come out in legend. The giant of light held its large arm aloft and clenched its fist, and then light exploded with Koki's scream as the nourishment. Like that, the fist swung downward toward Ryutaro below like a star. A thunderous sound resounded. The ground was bursting open with the place where Ryutaro was, Atas as the center. Everything was swept away in a radial shape. Koki moaned. While being in a daze, I was convinced in the corner of his mind. Right now, he had killed his best friend with his own hand. Koki's heart was creaking. His eyes lost focus. Meaningless thought was running around in his head. Like that, Kuki's mind was almost breaking down at that time.
You best friend. What a shitty, pathetic face you are making there!
Hey!
The dust was blown away. There Ruotaro was standing. He was alive. Not only that, while grinning fiercely, he was stopping the crushing blow of the giant with both his arms lifted up. His body, that was like a gnarled blackish-brown tree, had cracks running everywhere on it. Blood was spurting out from all over his tattered body, yet the strength residing in those eyes wasn't weakening even for Abbott.
Ryutaro? Sue? Such thing? Why, this should be impossible to block.
Stupid idiot. A fist like this, without any spirit in it, is not gonna work on me, hey Cookie. You just cannot kill me. Do you understand why, huh?
E?
See, that's because the current me is invincible. Since the time I decided that why I am gonna bring back my stupid idiot best friend, I am invincible. That's why you won't be able to kill me. Until I bring you back, PM absolutely not gonna get killed or anything.
Ooh. What? Why are you going that far?
The heroic words and figure of his best friend caused Kuki's voice to be caught up in his throat. Facing such Kuki, Ryutaro smiled broadly with wounds all over his body and formed his words.
Something like that is obvious, right? If your friend went the wrong path, punching and stopping him is a best friend's role, ain't it?
Because a best friend.
Oh, but, well, for this time, that role PII leave it to her. It's pathetic, but my fist doesn't look like...
Eh?
Hearing Ryutaro's words, Kuki was taken aback for a moment. Ahead of his gaze, under the giant's crushing blow that Ryutaro blocked, a black shadow was rushing through. With her trademark ponytail fluttering and a dignified gaze that was looking straight at him, it was the girl who was his childhood friend.
Soul demolition.
The invisible/cut apart the magic power inside Kuki once more. The giant of heaven might split into two, and the upper part slipped off diagonally while dispersing. Underneath it, Ryutaro collapsed with all his strength used up. Before Kuki's eyes were a figure standing still in a stance of drawn blade staring at him with a gaze that looked like obsidian stone. While all of those were reflected in his sight, Kuki was falling backward from the slash's impact. And then, Kuki, who saw how the intent to attack didn't disappear from Shizuku's gaze, even after she swung her black katana, so this is my retribution, with a strangely calm feeling, he prepared to accept the blade of his childhood friend. But there a voice resounded, a familiar, dignified voice.
Grit your teeth, you big idiot!
Eh! Gwa!
With a dull, loud sound, a severe impact was transmitted on Kuki's cheek, the force that echoed until the core of his head blown away his consciousness for a moment. His sight, that immediately returned after that, was also flickering black and white. Strength naturally left his arms and legs from a cerebral concussion. The sky was visible in his distorted sight. Kuki was vaguely understanding that he had fallen down. Right after that, the following impact came from his opposite cheek. His head was snapped with a force that might tear off his neck. Just when he thought that, the next moment his head was snapped to the other side again, along with an impact. And then further impact. Kuki's head was blurring left and right in high speed like a broken toy's.
This one is for all the trouble you caused for me. This one is for all the troublesome things you pushed on me. This one is for wasting the follow-up I did for you. This one is for not seriously listening to my scolding. This one is for various other things. But anyway, this if for me. This one is also for this, and for that, and for there, and also for me.
Go, di, abo, abeshi, boomerang.
Trora, ora. With a force that made anyone looking at this scene would feel like hearing that. Shizuku was earnestly talking about her share of retribution while doing not a double slap, but already double punch on Kuki's face. The white object glittering in the air was surely Kuki's tooth.
I I won't wait. I won't stop punching until you are crying and apologizing. My store of patience already has run out completely here. No more playing around. How long you are going to throw tantrum? Because everything is not going how you want it. You get sulky and want to break everything. You push that tantrum to your surrounding. This shitty brat. PM! Not going to listen to whatever you say anymore. PI! Teach this idiot that cannot be topped with using a beating. PI!
Shizuku's angry yell echoed in the war site of the ruined city. She was straddling Kuki, who was eyeing down, facing up, and mercilessly punching repeatedly with her left and right fists.
Shizuga.
It shouldn't be like this. That's obvious. There is nobody who is living with everything going their way. Everyone, they gritted their teeth, held their head, they will say, even so, and then they did their best still. Running away from the reality in front of your eyes, without even trying to fight, there is no way you can obtain the future you wished for like that. You, in the end, you are just a spoiled brat. You averted your eyes from anything inconvenient, you are only racking your head for excuses, and if that's still not enough, then you will think that's because of other people's fault.
Before he knew it, the fists of Shizuku lost their momentum. In exchange, they grasped up the collar of Koki strongly.
Anything and everything is over, you said? Don't screw with me. If you think you can just end it all by yourself, then that's a big mistake. You think I'm going to let you die easily like that. If you are not going to understand no matter how many times I said it, then I'll make you understand forcibly, even if I have to tie your neck with a rope till drag you back. After that, every time you do stupid thing, I'll beat you up.
Shizuku.
TF, you still feel like making impertinent talk, then I'm going to hit you until you cannot talk. The eyes that were glinting right before he were telling him that. Blood was already leaking from Kuki's mouth and nose. His face bloated up looking like a goblin. Kuki, who was turned into such a horrible state, opened his mouth with a voice that sounded like a groan.
Didn't you choose Nagumo?
That's right. The one who I like is Hajime. It's not you. So what?
Why aren't you giving up on someone like me even though I did horrible things? Why?
Even though she should have chosen Hajime, even though he had troubled a lot of people, even though he had done horrible thing to his important best friend and childhood friend, yet why didn't they abandon him? To Kuki, who stared at her, unable to hide that bafflement. Expression of rage finally vanished from Shizuku's face, and a troubled smile appeared.
Isn't that obvious? Because you are my childhood friend. We have been together all this time, since childhood. For me, you are the same as an important family, that's why.
She couldn't abandon him because he was like an important family. No matter what stupidity he perpetrated, he wasn't abandoned. That was why they were family. Like that, inside Kauki, who was told that, along with a smile, something fell with a thump. For the sake of the world, for the sake of the people whose face he didn't know, because he was a hero, because he had to be righteous, all the things that he was fixated with until now suddenly looked small. Only because they were family, because they were best friend. They said that, and they acquired strength incomparable from before they came pursuing him. Until a dangerous place like this holy precincts, despite him being the betrayer. Even though they might die, they just laughed and stopped him from running wild. Even though those should be an insignificant reason, just why they felt so big to him. Why did they felt so powerful? Tears were falling from Koki's eyes in large drops, his pathetic self that he finally became aware of from the bottom of his heart, and the childhood friends who still reached out their hands staking their life until the end, even for someone the worst like that, caused an emotion that was indescribable and soppy, yet by no means it felt unpleasant, welling up inside himself.
So, really, PM, sorry, something like this. What have want...
You're crying while apologizing, huh? This big idiot.
After an indescribable feeling toward his childhood friends, a tremendous feeling of guilt and remorse welled up next. For Kuki, who was fixated with the right thing until now, what he had done was the lowest and the worst deed, to the degree that he thought that he should repent for that with death. But that thinking was something that would make the act of his childhood friends who staked their life into something worthless. And then, in the end, that thought was...
Don't you run, Koki. Live, fight. We won't forgive any path other than that.
Death was just an escape, even if it was hard, even if he lost his place to belong, even if he was cursed and disparaged by anyone. He had to keep living. That was exactly his atonement, a fight that Kuki had to do. In place of all his wretched escape until now, he had to continue to live and fight from now on. Kuki cried while biting his lip at the straight gaze of his childhood friend, as though the feeling of his childhood friends was carved in his soul, as though he was determined to part with the him before this.
Shizuku, I must not die. Live this time for sure. I have to fight. Not against anybody else, but against myself.
Yes, that's right. That's why cry now after that stand-up and do your best. If you are mistaken, then I'll beat you up until you cry once more.
Listening to what Shizuku said, Kuki showed a complicated expression that seemed vexed and pathetic, but also a bit happy where he couldn't say anything. And then, he directed red eyes at Shizuku, who let go of his collar and moved aside from above him. Those eyes had clear color, as though evil spirit had left him.
There is no need for that, because Peel change. I swear Peel change, to the degree that a childhood friend the same age as me cannot treat me like a little brother.
Is that so? Well, even if you become like that, I won't treat you as a man, you know?
Don't put up defensive perimeter like that. Is that how much you like Nagumo?
Yes, I love him. I am deeply in love with him. It's vexing that I cannot monopolize him, but will even share him peacefully. About the hardships of that...
Don't speak fondly of another man in front of your beaten-up little brother like that.
Kuki smiled wryly. There were plenty of frustration filled in that gaze, but he didn't look disturbed from jealousy, because in his heart he had an understanding. Just what attracted Shizuku to Hajime. That something was exactly the difference between him and Hajime. Possibly even the difference between him with Shizuku and Ryutaro. It was the reason for his defeat. He finally understood that.
Are you two forgetting me?
While Kuki was feeling frustration and self-reproach of his childishness until now, and resolved to change for his atonement, Ryutaro had crawled and approached their spot before letting out a voice of displeasure.
My... Ryutaro, you really can move even with that tattered state, aren't you?
Because I already drank Nagumo's Yumka special recovery drink just now. I barely can move.
Kuki directed his gaze at Ryutaro, who was answering while waving around a test tube container. He looked straight at his best friend, who was wounded all over because of his fault, at the man who continued to call him best friend through and through.
Ryutaro, I'm sorry.
He mustn't lower his head. If he lowered his head, he would take off his gaze from Ryutaro, because he had decided that he wouldn't avert his eyes from any truth, any. Ryutaro, who received that gaze of Kuki, returned a calm gaze after a little pause, and then a beat later, he smiled broadly and only said a word.
Oh.
As though to say that excessive word was unneeded, he replied with just that. The answer that was just like Ryutaro made Kuki smile a bit. Between the two of them, just that word was enough. But at that time, a voice suddenly resounded.
What is this?
Shizuku came back to her senses with a ha, and quickly turned aside with the black katana in hand. Ryutaro also tried to ready himself somehow, but his damage was too deep. On top of that, his sixth heaven's demon transformation was also already released, so he couldn't stand up. And then, Kuki, who was in the same state that couldn't stand up, called the name of that voice's owner.
Eri...
With wounds all over her body, Eri was floating in the air, with her flickering gray wings flapping. She was staring at Kuki and others in a daze. Suzu also came in pursuit from behind. Shizuku averted her gaze from Eri for an instant and met Suzu's eyes. They were happy for each other that they were all safe, and then, the next moment, they stared at Eri with an expression that was pregnant with tension. Eri didn't even notice Suzu. She was letting out a cracked voice.
Ki, why, is the atmosphere as warm like this? Kuki-kun, these guys are the enemy, you know. They followed the hateful enemy that stole every single one of Kuki-kun's important things. They are betrayers, you know. Why are you talking with them peacefully, I wonder?
While tilting her head bobbingly like a broken toy, Eri talked with an empty gaze and unfocused eyes. Her 4 limbs were smashed and twisted into the wrong direction, so she looked like a marionette that was created with bad craftsmanship.
Eri, I'm sorry, I already cannot fight against Shizuku or Ryotaro or Suzu. All this time I have been mistaking the enemy that I should fight.
What's with that?
Eri's head tilted to the side and stayed still, unmoving. The angle of her head made them hallucinated that the bone of her neck had broke. Eri gazed at empty air and opened her mouth with madness riding her voice.
What's with that? 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 What's with that?
Eri, listen to me. I am a stupid idiot that don't understand anything, but right now there is one thing that I do understand, that surely I hurt Eri. That's why perhaps you think that it's too late right now, but just one more time, let's talk.
Eri repeated the same words like a broken record. Kauki, who reflexively called at her one more time, made Eri's eyes that stared at empty air to catch sight of Kauki in a snap, and then she stared at him for a while with an expressionless face like a no mask. The air was strained tightly whether one wanted it or not. Kauki didn't avert his eyes. His words were clumsy. Inside his heart, he didn't understand anything at all. He didn't understand about what he should do, and everything didn't go well even for himself. But even so, he thought that he had to look at Eri properly. But that straight gaze looking at her desperately seemed to have the opposite effect that made something inside Eri couldn't accept it. Strength suddenly left Eri's body, and then she made a sweet smile that looked the most human from everything until now. That was a mysterious smiling face, where resignation and scorn, cynicism and exasperation were mixed. Like that, a single word, her last word, resounded in this world.
Liar.
Eh?
Kuki tried to ask back, but before he could let out any word, intense light surged out from Eri's chest.
That's... Hurry, you...
Shizuku, who saw through what was the source of the light, raised her voice in shock. That thing which emitted intense light from Eri's chest. Once, when Kuki and others were cornered in Orca's great labyrinth, in order to save them, Melt Loggins tried to use that magic tool for self-explosion, the last loyalty. But the light that Eri emitted was incomparable with that time. It was obviously letting out strength and power. It was obvious that it was hiding a power of artifact class. Most likely it was the last loyalty that she stole from among the leader-class knights that she turned into corpse beast soldier. Then she reinforced it with some kind of method into artifact class. Its destructive power was unfathomable. And then, the activation speed was also incomparable with the original last loyalty. Shizuku's words were cut off, because an explosion that erased even the sound trampled the area along with the light. The torrent of light dyed everything white. A silence that made anyone hallucinated whether the world had vanished was violating everyone. Shizuku, Kuki, Ryutaro, they all immediately covered their face with their hands. And then, by lifting their hands like that, they noticed that they were able to recognize that the world was dyed with white and silence. At the same time, they saw a shadow that stretched long toward them. That was the shadow of the protector they could rely on, the barrier master who had protected her comrades many times over until now. The girl was standing in the way of the torrent of light, without taking even a step back. 2 iron fans readied like a shield. There was also the shadow of Inaba clinging to that back, as though supporting her. No voice could reach. But Shizuku, Koki, and also Ryutaro prayed wholeheartedly. Because they could do nothing else except that, they prayed that at least their prey would reach, becoming her strength. Suzu felt like nodding a little. Before long, even her figure was buried in light and became not visible. Suzu was in a mysterious space. right after she nodded, feeling as though she was hearing the voice of Shizuku and others. When she noticed she was already in this white space, there was no light or impact in this really deep space. In such mysterious place, there was only one person other than Suzu.
Eri.
Suzu.
The two of them faced each other with a certain distance between them. They stared at each other for a while wordlessly. The one who opened her mouth first was Eri.
What a strange place. Is this a revolving lantern? One see before death? A bit different, I guess. Or a near-death experience? I died already, though, so I guess that's really not it.
Then Suzu has died too, perhaps. Suzu thought Suzu managed to defend to the end, however.
Who knows? If possible, I want to take you all along with me, though.
Suzu want to live. Suzu also wants Shizuku and Kuki-kun too, also Ryutaro-kun to live too. Suzu also wants Eri to live.
Suzu's words made Eri snorted, as if she making fun of her.
After sending me flying mercilessly like that, you can still say that so shamelessly.
Ahaha. Yeah.
Eri became plainly displeased, looking at Suzu, who was smiling wryly, and then, without even hiding that displeasure, she further opened her mouth.
I somehow feel that we won't be in this world for long. That's why I'll say this right now. Suzu is seriously gross.
For example?
Let's see. Like when you always laughed foolishly, or even when you were talked behind your back, you still laughed as expected. Or how your inside is a perverted old man. How you said disgusting thing like wanting to become a friend even when in the middle of killing each other. It won't end if I keep showing other examples, but the grossest thing is how even when you are already in this age, you are still calling yourself with your own name. No, really, you are impossible, aren't you?
Suzu's forehead was twitching, with her vein visibly rising to the surface, and then, still smiling, she counterattacked.
Suzu, see? But Eri is also mostly disgusting, aren't you? You always had a friendly smile while standing behind. Even when you were talked behind your back, you only smiled as expected. Your inside is just someone dour. You wear glasses and act reserved like a library committee member. You tried too hard fitting in with that cliché. Also, Suzu doesn't want you saying anything about how Suzu called herself. Just what with your Boku. Seeing a glasses girl getting too worked up calling herself Boku like a library committee member is just painful. Furthermore, vertical bar, I am the heroine vertical bar, you said. Poo-poo, you need to graduate from being a Chuini.
Eri's forehead was twitching with her vein visibly rising to the surface, and then, still smiling, she counterattacked.
Chuini? I don't want to be called that by a painful girl who said something like vertical bar wani sama vertical bar in real world, see? Geez, Suzu, you have an inclination for Yuri, aren't you? I have felt the danger to my body several times before. What an impossible pervert.
Something like that is still in the range of joking, right? I don't want to be treated as a pervert by a misunderstanding female who got hung on her first love and rushed full speed to the hill. Seeing that is really impossibly painful, you know. Really gross.
Both of them were slinging violence of words at each other, with a thuggish expression that didn't look like high school girl beauty. After that, for a little while, abusive language that would make anyone wanted to cover their eyes flew back and forth between the two. Like that, perhaps unable to continue to breath, the two of them were going, ha-ha, with their shoulders heaving. Around that time, the white space suddenly began to crack.
Looks like this world is finally ending.
Suzu couldn't reply to Eri, who was making a refreshed expression. With her hands on her knees, she was facing down while hiding her face. But she couldn't hide the things that trickled down on the...
What? You are crying? Stupid.
Shit! Shut up already! The one who said idiot is the idiotic one term.
Suzu held back her sobbing while roughly wiping the overflowing drops. Guessing that the true parting was approaching, she was unable to hold down the something that was welling up in her heart.
I said something like that just now, but perhaps Suzu and others haven't died yet. The one who is going is me, Boku. Just me, Watashi.
Eri?
The way she called herself that suddenly changed. No, return to normal made Suzu lifted her still crying face. Ahead of her gaze, Eri, who was still averting her face, was making an expression that was deliberately displeased.
Suzu also understand somehow, right? Despite... So, why are you crying like that?
That is.
Really, what an idiot. Just what are you feeling regretful for this kind of betrayer, this worst woman trash?
The white world was noticeably dispersing from the edge.
At this late you were saying want to be together or protect, I thought, whether you were actually aiming for that.
Eri! Suzu is.
Come on, that's disgusting, so change the way you call yourself.
Oh, Eri.
A collapse separated the two. Almost everything had been mostly dispersed other than the foothold of the two. Amidst that, Eri's words that sounded like a monologue resounded.
At that time, if the one that I met on that bridge was Suzu, what would happen, I wonder? For me to think of something like that, yep, I'm the biggest idiot.
Eri, Suzu is. I am glad to be Eri's best friend. Even if that was faked, even if it was distorted, it was fun.
The foothold dispersed. The body of the two was also turning into sand and vanished, as though blown away by the wind. Eri, who was facing aside, turned her face toward the yelling Suzu. Her expression looked expressionless, but somewhere it also seemed to be filled with a relieved atmosphere. And then, the true last words of the girl named Nakamura Eri reached only the girl named Taniguchi Suzu, who was once her best friend, who by some chance might even still her best friend even now.
Bye-bye. The time when I was with Suzu, I felt at ease, just for a little.
Suzu's yell was swallowed by the vanishing world and didn't become sound. Even so, from the expression that Eri showed Suzu in the last moment, she believed that surely she had reached her. Such feeling caressed her cheeks. Other than what was behind Suzu, everything was turned into dust in this ruined city. There, a sobbing reverberated. The twin iron fans that Suzu held with both her hands crumbled in pieces, as though to say they had finished their role, and fell on the ground. Suzu herself also sat down on the ground with a body full of wounds, but Shizuku and others who were completely protected behind her didn't call at her worriedly. Shizuku and others didn't know about the mysterious phenomenon that Suzu experienced. Even so, they were able to guess that the tears that Suzu let out were her feeling for her important friend. That was how pained and how sacred her figure looked. Before long, as though to say that she had cried enough, Suzu wiped her eyes briskly, and then with those bright red and clear eyes, she clenched her body and stood up. And then she turned toward Shizuku and others with an energetic turn.
Now, Shizuku, Kauki-kun, Ryutaro-kun, let's advance ahead.
An innocent smile, just like how it usually was. That smile which protected her comrades in a different meaning than a barrier. Right now it looked a bit like an adult, compared to when they were in Japan, compared to when she cheered up everyone in the labyrinth. It looked far more charming. The source of liveliness that was overwhelmingly effective made Shizuku and others to naturally slacken down their cheeks, though it was only Kuki who was making a complicated expression. Has something happened? He didn't ask that, because surely that was something that was stored inside Suzu's heart, inside even her treasure box. To forcefully ask her would be a boorish act.
Yasha! Let's chase after those guys and help them with this and that.
Even if you said that, I and Ryutaro cannot move properly, though.
Besides, the clock tower was also destroyed, you know. It doesn't look like there is other entrance that can connect the spaces.
Shizuku turned her gaze at the place where the clock tower was at. Over there. She couldn't find the ripple that connected the space.
Now that you mentioned it, the ruined city of the space is not only in this place. I heard that story before. Ben, let's search for another city. The skyboards are quite ragged, but I think if we use every trick in the book, then they can still be used for a while. We surely can find another city if it's from the sky. I guess there is that. Anyway, Kuki and Ryutaro, you two have to recover quickly. I'll make you two drink restorative medicines until your stomachs are bloating like a balloon.
Kuki and Ryutaro looked at the recovery drinks lined up before their eyes with reluctant eyes. Even so, they poured them down their throats somehow, and their body was healed with the combination of their own recovery strength. Like that, after resting for a while, they took out their skyboards and flew to the sky. Kuki was riding together with Ryutaro on his skyboard. Suzu, who soared high to the sky in the lead, twirled to turn behind and look down on the ruined city below with a bit lonely expression. However, that too was only for an instant. She immediately made a strong and lively smile and raised her voice.
Now everyone, continue after me. Gee, Suzu.
Ha ha ha! This is the Suzu that we know!
We are no match for Suzu, huh?
Like that Suzu, Shizuku, Ryutaro, and Kuki, the four of them, in order to chase after Hajime and others, they searched for other ruined city and soared in the sky of another world.
Just how many spaces there are here?
It's fortunate that the enemies aren't not a big deal, but Gushujin-sama, how much further will it be until we reach Yue?
When Shia, who stayed still in a posture where she had just blown away an attacking monster to the beyond with Vir Doryukin, murmured that, Tio, who also similarly just blew away a monster to the beyond even with her magic power restrained using compressed and spiral movement to increase her breath attack's power, turned to Hajime while asking that. Comparing it to the starting point at the first space, we have gone through around 4/5 of the distance. I guess it might be the next space or the space after that.
So you say that it will be soon, then?
When Hajime answered that while activating the compass, a monster came attacking in that timing from behind. With a fierce step, Shia stepped between the monster and Hajime, and while sending the monster flying with a full swing, she made a happy expression. For the moment, if a comparison was made, then the monster here was at the same level with the middle level of Orcus' Great Labyrinth's abyss. But for Shia, they were not enough at all as an opponent. At the night before storming this place, Shia and also Tio continued to train inside the space where the time was stretched, using our crystal, until the sky turned bright. So their strength had been raised from obtaining new power like utilizing the metamorphosis magic, and so on. Although it also felt like a hasty preparation, they were in possession of enough cards that could become a trump card. Currently, Hajime and others were smack dab in the middle of the ocean. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single island. It was a space of sea. Sometimes, sea monster leaped out from the sea and bird monster flew from the sky, but they were dealt with without any particular problem. Just as could be understood from Shia's words, Hajime and others had passed through several worlds until this point. After they parted from Shizuku and others, and passed through the clock tower of the ruined city, they had traveled through a space where the ground and sky were reversed, a space where countless white blocks were floating, a space where there were only large mountains like God Mountain towering over, and a space that was like a giant library where countless bookshelves were cluttered together. They were able to discover the exits to the next space at all those spaces without getting lost, thanks to the compass, so not much time had passed since they parted with Shizuku and others. Even so, when they thought about you, they got impatient no matter what, so there was nothing more aggravating than all these countless spaces for Hajime and others. They did nothing but advanced straight ahead for a few minutes in this space of large ocean with really good visibility that showed them nothing but water, to the degree they wanted to doubt whether there really was an exit in this place. Thanks to their skyboard, Hajime and others covered a considerable distance in a short time, but they suddenly lifted their face. Dark cloud? Hajime whispered so while narrowing his eyes. His words weren't really a figurative expression that pointed at the end of this journey. In actuality, the sky that was supposed to be clear was beginning to be covered by dark cloud rapidly like seeing a video that was fast-forwarded. Furthermore, even the calm sea was beginning to be stormy due to the strong wind. It appeared that a large storm was suddenly generating. The obviously strange situation made Hajime quietly narrowed his eyes. His gaze was turning below. Looks like there is something big there.
This is the largest size we have seen from all the monsters we have encountered until now, isn't it, Desu?
Yes, I can feel a strength that is in a different league with all the monsters we have encountered until now.
The expression of Shia and Tio, who followed Hajime and looking below, distorted unpleasantly. Ahead of their gaze, a giant whirlpool began to form on the sea. It was obviously not something natural. The phenomenon wasn't created by sea current. It was a whirlpool created by the side effect of a living thing's movement. Before they realized undulation was coiling to the degree that covered the whole sea below, there was a giant snake there. Looking from the shadow projected on the water surface of the stormy sea, they could see that the whole length of it might be more than 300 meters. The diameter of its body was so thick that it couldn't be so easily measured by sight. The whole body was covered by metallic scales. On its back there were also fins attached that possessed hard shine. They glinted just like a blade. A terrific roar thundered. Space was rattling. That roar, which was accompanied by physical impact, struck Hajime and others violently. In addition, an unknown wave was transmitted to their mind. Probably this roar was accompanied with an effect that awakened terror in the listener's mind. However, amidst all the people that were here, not even a single one of them was someone cute like that. So noisy, anyway, eat this. Hajime took out Agni Orkan with a gloomy expression and began an all-out shooting. Furthermore, he casually took out from his treasure warehouse 2 metallic spheres the size of a basketball, huge explosive, and dropped them all into the sea. A beat later, for an instant light flashed below the sea surface. Then, along with muted explosive sound, countless water pillars burst up toward the sky. The monster of sea raised a shriek. It wasn't a scream. It was a roar of pure fury. It was enraged from the impertinence of the puny being's attitude. As though to display that fury, reddish-black light surged from inside the water. That light, which made anyone felt severe killing intent, was a glint of eyes. While the roar of fury was still shaking the air, the sea surface swelled up like a mountain, and that figure appeared. A head that looked like dragon leaped out from the sea surface with a long neck that was longer than 50 meters. As for the size, if one was told that each one of its scales was as large as a human child, then its hugeness surely could be felt. There was a pair of eyes emitting reddish-black light, and the 2 layers of sharp fangs that lined up smoothly, and also something like fin at both sides. The fins were similar like the torso. They possessed metallic shine and sharpness of blade. It felt like just by touching, it would cause the one touching to be bisected right into 2. An absurd pressure. Just by existing there, the sky was enveloped with a dark cloud. The sea was raging as though the end of the world was coming. The large snake, no, the sea dragon, was coated in countless scales that looked harder than even steel. Its appearance was just like the Leviathan that was told in the legend of Earth.
If we hath to classify this, then this must be a divine beast, doth it not?
Certainly from here I can feel a pressure above that of the evil eater we fought in Maljain undersea ruins. If this one is above even an ancient monster, then that's a valid expression, Des.
Shia agreed with Tio's opinion about this monster, but even after calling the monster a divine beast, their expression was comparatively composed. There was also no color of tension that could really be heard from their voice. By the point of time they could converse calmly about the naming of the divine beast, it had shown how the pressure of this divine beast Leviathan wasn't something that worried them. Perhaps such composure was transmitted to the divine beast, because the divine beast then roared once more. As though to say that it was impossible for his might to not affect these puny existences, the roar was even more powerful than the first one. But that roar made it a little too defenseless. I told you you're noisy! Hajime took out his improvised shuriken. No, what Hajime took out, whether in the aspect of form or spec, both aspects were already far excelling the territory of an anti-material rifle. The barrel that stretched straight for 4 meters long had extensive caliber more than the previous version. No matter how one looked at it, this size should be called as gun turret instead. In total, the whole weapon had become more than 2 sizes larger. Hajime, who fixed his aim by holding it under his arm, made it so crimson spark was running through the rail cannon. Right after that, the large muzzle turned at the divine beast, and the trigger was pulled without any hesitation. With acceleration incomparable with anything until now, the charged cannon that was specialized for piercing let out a fierce thunderous sound and blast while bullet flew out. The bullet had a trail of red flash behind and flew into the divine beast's mouth. And then, Dopan! Such sound came out while the scale on the back of the divine beast's head was smashed and sent flying from inside. In addition, the bullet didn't stop. It also blew away the cloudy sky above and vanished at the beyond of this another world. The roar that was raised once more was obviously a scream. The beast's head was thrown back from the impact, and its mouth stayed open with blood scattering everywhere. While snorting at that, Hajime made something ran in the shadow. Its speed was too fast, and because of the dark cloud, the surrounding became dim and it was hard to see. The divine beast also just received damage and got agitated, so it missed that shadow and allowed the thing to infiltrate it inside its mouth. In order to vomit that out, and then also to vent its violent rage toward the one who granted it damage, the divine beast spewed out a terrific heat from its jaw. Hajime kept silent and took out Crossbit. Right after that, the 4-point barrier that the Crossbit created was hit by the blaze. Its surface was licked all over by the white-hot flame. But, as long as it wasn't the disintegration attack from an apostle, the barrier wouldn't be broken that easily. The face of Hajime inside the barrier was unruffled. The divine beast gazed in wonderment for a moment, seeing its flame got stopped, although as though to show its pride as a divine beast it increased the force of the heat further, attempting to roast Hajime to death. Perhaps it should be said, as expected from a divine beast, the heat of the blaze was absurd. The flame was something that one mustn't touch at all cost, and the sea surface began to evaporate and smoked up. There was also the effect of the blaze, but the dark cloud that was once blown away was rapidly beginning to come back.
Even though we have to hurry on ahead. Read the mood already, Disu!
A mass of faint blue pierced through the sea of black cloud and fell down like a meteor. Rabbit ears were flapping violently from the wind and got unruly. It was Shia. Right after Hajime defended against the flame, Shia stored her skyboard into Treasure Warehouse 2 and leaped in one go to the sky. She broke through even the dark cloud, danced in the clear blue sky, and turned around after that. Using Air Force to continuously stepped on the air, she fell like a meteor aiming at the target. A wall of air appeared with Shia as the center. Shia instantly shook free from that and plunged into the world of the speed of sound. Her momentum didn't decrease even for a bit, and Veer Doryukin, which had its weight increased until 20 tons, using gravity stone, were readied in overhead stance. And then, the head of the divine beast that got absorbed in spewing out blaze from its large mouth was struck with a gruesome attack, without even a drop of mercy or reservation. The divine beast, whose mouth was forcefully closed, had blaze spurting out in trickles from the gap of its mouth, while its muffled shriek was also leaking out similarly from the gaps. The head that was covered by those metallic scales was pulverized like broken glass. Reddish-black meat became visible from there. Shia's attack was considerably effective. The divine beast showed a staggering motion that didn't fit its status. Perhaps it even got a concussion.
I think it's better using Goshujin-sama's transmutation, though.
While whispering that kind of thing, Tia was hovering in the sky while flapping her wings. Both her hands were joined into a shape like a jaw, and black magic power was focused there. And then she released that in one go. Dragon's breath that was compressed in this way became a piercing attack. The attack that was fired advanced in spiraling motion like a thin lance. It impacted the place Shia pulverized accurately and pierced the head of the divine beast. The black spear went through the head and entered inside the mouth. Without stopping, it pierced outside from inside the throat, and the attack continued to pierce the sea. A fatal wound. Everyone who saw that would surely think so, but it seemed that was still insufficient to kill a divine beast that was superior, even compared to the ancient monster. The divine beast didn't die instantly. It raised a sound that was a little high-pitched and seawater crawled up its body. And then, when the place that was destroyed was covered by water, the water was swallowed into the wound. Right after that, the wound bulged and recovered like a rewound video.
By any chance, it can recover as long as it has seawater. Something like that?
In that case, it will take time to kill it completely. It will be best if we are able to destroy its magic stone, but, Goshujin-sama, how doth it goes regarding that?
Tio landed beside Hajime while asking. Hajime was looking at the divine beast with a strange glint in his eyes while shaking his head. No, I cannot find its magic stone. There is a chance I overlook it with how large its body is. but magic stone will grow large in the proportion of the monster's size. With how much I'm looking but still cannot find it, I guess it doesn't have it from the start. Its whole body is dyed reddish black, just like the evil eater.
Moo! How troublesome. I don't feel we aren't going to lose at all, but I want to avoid wasting time.
What to do? Hajime-san.
Ancient monster seemed to be the ancestor of monsters. Shaya and Tio frowned from hearing that this monster was the same type with that ancient monster that they once fought. But, in contrast, Hajime only shrugged lightly. Facing a giant sea monster like this, the theory is to enter its body and attack from the inside, right?
Oh. The thing just now.
Right at that moment, the divine beast, whose head was in the middle of recovering, raised a scream as though to drown Shia's voice. It was unmistakably a shriek. Its whole body was writhing as though being in an intense agony. Looking at that state, Tio also nodded in understanding while asking Hajime.
By the way, Ogushujin-sama, what art the meal course?
Broiled eel, roasted by tar from the inside. The garnish dishes are explosive and deadly poison.
Wow, hearing that, I feel a little sympathy for it.
Hajime's quick answer made Tio send a pitying gaze to the divine beast, as though she was looking at a poor thing. As for the divine beast in question, it was shrieking while writhing around fiercely without stopping. That couldn't be helped. After all, the crossbit that was sent inside its body opened a gate and poured down a large amount of tar and explosive inside. In addition, it also scattered around the strongest poison that was the product of the abyss, where in the end, all of those were lit on fire all at once. Like that even its hard scales were irrelevant. The divine beast began to drink seawater. Surely it was trying to fill its body with seawater in the attempt to heal. But that was a bad move. As though to prove that, right after the divine beast drank seawater, a part of its torso burst up along with a grand explosion sound. Flame blast also jetted out from its mouth. A scream filled with bewilderment rose from the divine beast. Giving a lot of water to flame above 3,000 Celsius, obviously a vapor explosion is going to happen. Ah, a beast won't know anything like that, huh?
That is, someone who had ever set flame inside the body of something like that must be only Hajime-san. This is absolutely its first experience with that death.
How unpleasant this first experience is. No, rather is it not a lovely first experience instead.
Don't get deeper and deeper into your fetish. It's scary when I wonder if you are going to demand something that is incorrigible even for me in the future. Hajime's expression became unpleasant from hearing Tio's nonsense. And then, ignoring Tio who was going, shyly for some reason, his gaze returned at the divine beast. The divine beast who somehow felt like it was giving off an air of despair from experiencing how the damage in his body got increased instead when it tried to recover. Even so, perhaps because of its dignity as a powerful monster, even while spouting out a lot of blood, it was glaring at Hajime with eye glint boiling with killing intent. Hajime, who received that gaze, licked his lips for some reason. The divine beast twitched. I want to eat.
Eh?
Even though it was a small whisper, regardless of the stormy wind and the raging sea, for some reason those words resounded clearly. It caused Shaya and Tio to whip their head quickly at Hajime. The divine beast, too. Even though it was supposed to writhe in agony, its movement stopped still and its gaze was fixed at Hajime. Its flesh is nicely filled to the brim with strength. If it's this beast, then it surely can become even my nourishment. And then he licked his lips one more time. With that, finally, even the divine beast noticed. The enemy before its eyes, the fiercely glaring gaze this enemy directed at itself, wasn't something easy to understand like hostility or killing intent. It was an appetite for food. With a shudder, a chill that the beast had never felt since it was born ran through its whole body. Unaware, the divine beast was drawing away unbecomingly. The gaze that was by no means had never been directed to it who was an existence that stood at the top of food chain. That gaze from the predator caused an indescribable terror to invade its body. The moment it understood that, the divine beast turned aside adroitly, with an agility that surprised even itself. The heat inside its body that was burning it up, or the pain of the invading poison, or the impact of the explosion when seawater touched the burning in its body. It ignored all of those and poured all its strength just to escape earnestly. Bastard! Wait, meat! How can you run away despite being a divine beast, huh? When Hajime used the crossbit inside the divine beast in panic to try to stop it in its track, the divine beast raised a roar that sounded a little pathetic. That long body deflated just for a moment, and then it vomited a large amount of seawater that made one wanted to ask just from where it took all of that from. Naturally, explosions occurred grandly. Parts of here and there of its body were blown up, yet it somehow managed to vomit out the crossbit, and then it manipulated the seawater to make several tornadoes on the sea. It directed them to Hajime while diving into the bottom of the sea at full speed. Let me eat the meat of you, bastard. While blowing away the tornadoes that were approaching from all directions using impact conversion of magic power, Hajime demanded for the divine beast's meat with a voice that resembled a deeply held grudge. The divine beast that looked back just for an instant from under the sea's surface met the bloodshot gaze of the tiny being demanding its meat. While harboring a tremendous terror to that, it averted its gaze in panic, as though to say, "I've seen what must not be seen." While a crying voice that had surpassed being pathetic and instead invited pity was resounding in the air, its figure vanished into the darkness of the deep sea. It felt like they could hear something that somehow sounded like, "I won't come out from home anymore." But surely it was just their feeling, though. Son of a bitch. It should be impossible for a monster of that level to immediately decide to escape, even though it's a chance to power up at this last minute. Perhaps because the divine beast had disappeared, the dark cloud was dispersing, and the stormy sea was recovering its calm once more. Amidst all that, Hajime stamped his feet in frustration. There, Shia and Tio were approaching with an exasperated gaze.
For Goshujin-sama, even a divine beast is already nothing but predation target.
Until now, surely it had never been looked at with that kind of gaze. That's why it has no endurance, isn't it? Its last cry. It sounded a little pitiful. Perhaps this will even become a trauma for it. That turns it into a shut-in after this.
That snake got no guts. Hajime stored the returning crossbit in a bad mood and took out his compass once more to decide the route. Then, right at that timing, ahead of Hajime and others' gaze, the space a few kilometers separated from them began to shake like jelly. And then, after a few moments, the space melted and disappeared, and a large island appeared from the space gap. It seemed there is an entrance to the next space at the center of that island.
Does it appear because the divine beast withdrew?
That possibility art high. No one would even imagine that it would withdraw in that way, though.
Shia and Tio sent a gaze of pity at the spot where the traumatized divine beast vanished, and then they followed Hajime's lead and departed from that spot. It appeared that the island had quite the size. The island was covered with really tall trees that could reach a few dozen meters in the whole. Other than the shoreline, they couldn't see the ground at all. The entrance to the next space seemed to be at the center of that forest. And then Shia's rabbit ears sensed that powerful monsters were running rampant in large number there, especially at the center part. The monsters weren't at the level of the divine beast, but every single one of them was a powerful monster. They wouldn't lose against the monsters, but the monsters' number was a lot, so it felt like it would take quite the time to fight the monsters, just like against the divine beast. Shia asked Hajime what to do with her gaze. Hajime took out Shuragan AA from Treasure Warehouse 2 once again and took a kneeling posture on his skyboard and entered a sniping stance. Using heat detection, the scope penetrated the trees and projected only the image of living things.
Don't tell me Hajime-san is...
Wait a bit. I'll take care of this right away. This is a lightning speed accurate bombardment from outside their detection. Surely they won't be able to react. I'll blow away the head of things that looks troublesome. Shia took the confirmation from Hajime with a cramped face, and then Crimson Flash rushed through the sky instantly. That streak of flash wasn't noticed at all by a giant gorilla that looked like a giant Kong walking heavily deep inside the forest. Its head got blown away instantly, and its brain matter was scattered everywhere. Next, the bullet impacted the ground and a large crater was created, with the trees on the area got blown away. Furthermore, thunderous sounds reverberated in succession. From a far distance of more than 10 kilometers, the lights of death that flew at a speed that was impossible to detect dispersed one after another, the heads of the giant monsters loitering around the area that seemed to be the space entrance. The thick forest was instantly turned into a battlefield site that was littered with holes.
Surely, after defeating the divine beast, next powerful monsters would go roar in a great swarm and the intruder would go kaya. What a disaster! Originally, this must be for something like that, isn't it?
Well, this art not a labyrinth so, this art not even a trial, though there art no doubt that this art intended to be obstacles perchance.
While half laughing, Shia and Tio remembered the time until now where Hajime easily removed the obstacles using methods other than frontal attack. That was why the two of them hadn't made any significant contributions yet. Both of them exchanged gazes filled to the brim with sympathy to each other, from how their expectation of rampaging with their all in order to take back Yu was betrayed. After massacring the island's monsters one-sidedly, Hajime and others transferred to the next space from the stone statue at the center of the forest and leaped out into a world of sky where several gigantic islands were floating. There were islands with a diameter of only a few dozen meters, but there were also islands with a scale of a few kilometers. River water was continuing to flow down from the edge of the floating islands without end, with some kind of mysterious logic. Because of the height, the water became mist after some distance of falling as waterfall. The scenery of white mist drifting at the surrounding was very fantastical. Above all, the floating islands were overflowing with greenery. There were plains and also forests. There was not a single floating island that was merely a floating rock. Sea of clouds was spreading below. The clouds lingered at the height of their gaze, drifting on the sky like cotton candy. Even now, it felt like the clouds were giving off a sweet aroma. It was truly a solemnly mystical scenery. If someone who didn't know anything was told that this place was heaven, then they would unconditionally believe it. After their gazes were stolen just for a little while by that scene, Hajime and others shook their head and advanced forward. Their objective was the floating island that looked conspicuously large, even among all the many floating islands. The compass was pointing at there. They flew their skyboard and closed the distance in the blink of eye. At the same time, they caught strong presence at that floating island. Before Hajime and others who narrowed their eyes in vigilance, that guy appeared.
As expected you came. Nagumo Hajime, the fool who defy God.
On the gigantic island with diameter around 10-odd kilometers, there were grass plain and forest, with branching small rivers in between, where the upper stream was linked toward the mountain with bountiful greenery. A chalk-white obelisk was enshrined at the grass plain area of that floating island. The huge tower that was around 50 meters tall looked out of place in the middle of the magnificent nature. Coupled with that artificial whiteness, it looked strangely conspicuous. But something even more standing out existed further above that obelisk. It was a silver-colored man sitting cross-legged on a shining magic circle. His silver hair and wings fluttered in the wind. His skin was so white that it looked transparent. Even the color of his eye pupils looked shining radiantly. Silver, his clothing looked like a pure white priest outfit. Coupled with his calm and self-possessed state, his appearance gave a divine impression. If anyone who didn't know anything saw him, they would surely think that a messenger from heaven had descended. The first voice that man, Freed Bagua, let out made Hajime, who was facing him, to snort while he started talking frivolously. Is that new fashion? If that's the case, then there's nothing I can say except you have got no fashion sense at all. It's because you are still accepting the clothes that your parent, God, prepared for you without protesting that you looked incredulous like that. Your red hair and darkish skin before this looked manlier, you know? Hearing Hajime's speech, Tio and Shia burst into a snort bufu beside him. Perhaps the two of them also had such experience that the clothing that parents prepared for their children was usually embarrassing. Just what kind of clothing that Carmen Adol presented to their daughter, and then the complicated expression that Shia and Tio surely made at that time, it was something that made Hajime felt relatively curious. Although Fried, who was obviously got made fun of, only reacted slightly with a twitch of his eyebrow from that speech, his calm behavior still didn't break. And then, as though to say that he got no intention to follow along with Hajime's frivolous talk, he talked with a cold voice.
Indeed, you really are still alive. When Arifureta-sama didn't come back, and my lord informed me that you are going to come, I thought, what kind of a joke is that yet? Truly, what an obstinate man you are. It would be better if you just graciously die.
Hey, so that shitty bastard Ehito predicted this. Well, I guess he at least has that much brain. He understands just how great my feeling toward Yue is, after all. So, what about you? Were you told to defeat us here? Getting ordered to come to your suicide here? What a cruel order that is. So that's why your hair got totally white like that then? Because of the stress, huh? Once more snorting sounds, Baho could be heard from Hajime's both sides. Fried ignored the sympathetic gaze that said, "Fried-kun, you really got it hard," which was directed at him, and continued on talking.
No matter the time, you are still screwing around. Really, you don't seem like a man whose woman is taken away at.
You is the best woman there is, after all. It can't be helped that she is popular. I only need to straighten up all the guys who laid her hand on her. Even the master you are proud of. I'll carve a lot of agonies and regret into him before killing him.
That haughtiness, it will be immediately broken apart. My lord has already grasped that body perfectly. There is not even a 1 in million chance for you to take back your woman.
As though to beat despair into Hajime, as though to show that it was the truth, Fried informed Hajime using a matter-of-fact tone, without getting worked up at all. However, in regard to that, Hajime's face contained not even a single trace of agitation. Rather, he was giving back a fearless smile. The one who is calling me irregular is your side, you know? Something like a worthless scenario that you guys prepared. I'm going to mess them up into pieces. Hajime and Fried exchanged gazes wordlessly for a while. The wind of killing intent began to blow suddenly. That atmosphere which licked at the skin like coiling snake was truly apt to be described as an explosive situation. Hajime's finger touched on her. At that moment, Fried opened his mouth as though to beat Hajime to the punch.
Your previous question.
A's?
Your question of were you told to defeat us, half is correct.
Half? With his hand still touching Donner, Hajime narrowed his eyes questioningly, in a state where he could draw his gun and shoot any time. Fried suddenly stood up from his cross-legged sitting posture and flapped his silver wings to float in the air. Then he opened his mouth.
My lord, Ehito-sama granted me the command to let you pass without any obstruction when you arrived at this place. There is nothing more mortifying than the loss of my chance to strangle you to death with this hand, but it's still inevitable for your life to meet its end.
Whew. Then, during that time, you're going to face Shia and Tio. That's what you mean?
Exactly. While you are receiving divine punishment from my lord, I'll thoroughly torture to death the women who love you dearly.
Right after Fried said that, the obelisk shined radiantly. Hajime drew out Donner with the end of the talk. The fired bullet became a red flash and approached Fried's forehead. A hard sound reverberated. That attack was completely blocked. When Hajime looked, it was as though the bullet crashed into an invisible wall in front of Fried. The bullet flattened and stopped mid-air.
If you think that my space magic is the same like before, then that's a great mistake.
It appeared Fried had laid out a protective wall of space isolator around himself beforehand. From how Hajime's magic eye stone was unable to detect the wall, then it was just like Fried said. His level in space magic had increased. At that moment where Hajime's first attack was blocked and a bit of time was bought, the obelisk that was emitting strong radiance shined explosively. The white light completely dyed their field of vision. But Hajime's magic eye stone that wasn't affected by the amount of light accurately caught what kind of phenomenon this was. Before long, the light settled down, and what flew into their cleared-up field of vision was the scenery of a great swarm of monsters clamoring together to the degree that no empty space could be seen. Their number was definitely in 4 digits. Roughly, there might be around 2,000 monsters. From each and every single monster, they could feel the strength at the level of the monster at the lowest level of the abyss, at the very least. There were also monsters that they had encountered before, but based on their appearance, every single one had been evolved. A black wolf with 4 reddish-black eyes had its head increased by 2 like a watchdog of hell. A black panther with tentacles seemed to be combined with a chimera. It had draconic claws and snake tail while the air at its surrounding was flickering. A monster with horse head had further 2 arms added, and it was also further enveloped in reddish-black magic power that seemed to be Vajra. Especially the dragon flock that covered the sky, every single one appeared to possess strength at the same level with the white dragon that they faced at Guryuan Grand Volcano. And then, the leader of that dragon flock, the white dragon that was also the partner of Freed, it was emitting an absurd pressure that easily surpassed all the monsters. Its physique was already nearly 20 meters big. Its pure white scales were giving off the radiance of steel. The wings on its back increased to 2 pairs of 4 wings. Each time it breathed, pure white spark was surging from its mouth. Hajime and others were surrounded by a few thousand monsters of abnormal level. The fierce killing intent was showered on them from all direction. Amidst that, Freed was floating calmly, right at the side of the white divine dragon with his silver wings flapping.
Now, Nagumo Hajime, you can leave behind the women who love you dearly in this despair, and...
Hajime directed a scorning smile toward Freed, who elaborated this disgusting plan where Hajime had to leave behind Shia and Tio among this swarm in order to meet her beloved woman. Are you idiot? Just why do I have to listen to what you are saying? I can just instant-kill all of you before going forward brazenly. There was no need to purposefully divide their battle strength in front of the enemy. Hajime, who thought that doing this with all 3 of them was faster, was given a cold gaze by Freed. And then he proclaimed,
No, you are going to go ahead, to head toward despair, alone by yourself.
saying whatever you like. Instantly, a golden light poured down toward Hajime. The angel's ladder that suddenly appeared from the gap of the clouds really resembled the torrent of light that once captured Yue.
Hajime-san!
Gushujin-sama?
Shia and Tio, perhaps remembering that time, they reached out their hand toward Hajime with a slightly uneasy voice. As expected, their hand was repelled away. Hajime was going to take out his pile bunker to show that the same trick wouldn't work the second time. However, Freed opened his mouth faster than that.
That light was a light of teleportation. It will lead toward the location of your beloved.
Hearing that stopped Hajime's hand for an instant. Indeed, the light that was pouring down right now didn't have a harming effect at him for even a bit. It felt like it was connected with a space somewhere. But Hajime immediately rethought his thinking and he was going to destroy the light torrent. He could just exterminate Freed and the monsters together with Shia and Tio, then go to Yue altogether. As expected, he was unwilling to leave behind just the 2 of them in this space, but the one who stopped such Hajime was no other than Shia and Tio.
Hajime-san, please go ahead.
Truly, it's an invitation that aren't hard to come by. Just the 2 of us aren't enough to take care of this side.
Hajime's eyes widened slightly, but the 2 added more words without being concerned of that.
Leave this place to us and go ahead. I wanted to try saying that sentence at least once, Des.
Don't worry, we aren't going to follow immediately after finishing here. Fu-fu-fu.
Hajime's face turned exasperated toward the rabbit and the no-good dragon who sent him a wink while raising their death flag daringly. And then he also sensed how they were seriously telling him to go ahead, even while joking around. That was a scolding toward him not to let go of the chance to arrive at Yue's location, even if it was at a stage that the opponent prepared. It was also a resolve to not let any other to become hindrance at his battle against Ihito. It was also their faith that if it was Hajime, then he would surely rescue Yue without fail. And it was also the expression of their confidence that if it was the 2 of them, then they would make it somehow against a situation of just this level. Hajime's figure was fading. He was being transferred to another different place. Although Hajime was slightly hesitant, he directed a gaze that was filled with his utmost trust at the resolved Shia and Tio and strongly nodded. Got it, Shia, Tio.
Yes, desu.
Yes!
Just before Hajime was teleported, he made a fierce smile and left behind his words to the two in exchange for leaving from here. No need to hold back. Kill them all, in a way fitting as my women.
Yes, seer. Desu.
Fufu, leave it to us.
Shia and Tio were also returning a smile that looked like a wild beast at Hajime. At that moment, the light dispersed, and along with it, Hajime's figure vanished. The two who were left behind, Shia was tapping her war hammer Vayadoryuken on her shoulder while glaring over the monsters around them, while Tio was cracking her neck audibly with a somehow bewitching smile on her face.
Now then, it seemed that you said something about torturing us to death or something, but
Instead, the one who wouldst be made sport to death art thou, just like all those time before, and from here on too, thou art truly a man without any learning capability.
While being surrounded by several thousand monsters of absurd level, far from having their calm expression crumbling, Shia and Tio were instead giving Freed a gaze as though they were looking at an idiot. Freed narrowed his eyes to that.
Don't think that I am the same like the me before this. This power that I was bestowed by my lord, putting aside that monster, there is no doubt that I have surpassed the likes of you two. Prepare yourself. The bitterness of being looked down, I'll return it completely. No, I'll return it by several folds to the two of you. The two of you can meet your end while yelling that man's name with your death cry.
enough with the tedious talk, Das. Crashed, beaten up, punched, exploded, splattered, they are all similar. But I'll let you chose the method that you preferred to be massacred with.
This is what art called as big talk. Let me taught thou this thing called as the difference in status.
Both sides sent each other caustic words. A beat. Killing intent burst out from the whole body of each of them.
Kill them!
I'll kill you to death, Desu!
Be annihilated.
The spark of battle was lit up. Rain of aurora rained down from the sky. Immense blazes were spat out from three-headed wolves. Violent shockwaves surged from the six-armed horse heads. Silver flash and a large amount of feathers rushed from the front. Lethal attacks from all directions. The field of vision of Shia and Tio were completely covered with death.
Tio-san, 2 steps to the right. Drop a little, then go 3 steps ahead, Des.
Right, that helped.
Tio moved almost reflexively, following Shia's murmur. Aurora poured down at the spot where she was at just a moment before. Furthermore, when Tio lowered his altitude, Shockwave passed through above, and when she stepped forward, she evaded silver feathers in return. At the same time, Shia was also similarly taking steps as though she was dancing in midair. She slipped through the gaps of the attacks as though it was actually the attacks that were avoiding Shia. The place where Shia moved at, and then the place where Tio moved at following Shia's instruction. Those places were places with the thinnest concentration of attack. The derivation of characteristic magic, future sight, the revelation sight, an ability that could automatically take a peek at the future a few seconds ahead. Shia predicted the trajectory of attack with this ability and calculated the safe spot swiftly. Nevertheless, it was not an exaggeration to say that the density of the attacks sent to them was like a wall. Even if they moved to the place where it was relatively harder to be hit, that didn't mean that they were unharmed.
Just this much.
Shia took out from the empty air a kendama made from adamantium and coated with sealing stone, and then she launched it instantly overhead. Vera Doryukin struck the metal ball and a thunderous sound roared. At the same time, the kendama was rising to the sky with a violent momentum like a rocket flying to space. The surface that was coated with sealing stone displayed its trait fully and reduced the intensity of the rain of aurora. Next, the aurora rain was snapped away to far beyond due to the kendama's pure destructive force. And then, for a brief time, the gray dragon that was defenseless due to firing the aurora could only get startled funnily by the approaching metallic mass from below. At the next moment, Mekyo! Such graphic sound resounded, and while the kendama was sinking into its stomach, the dragon was further blown away to the sky. The gray dragon got the bones in its whole body got pulverized and disappeared at beyond the sky. An instant later, Shia then appeared at the place where that dragon was, as though in replacement. Without stopping, she used the chain to swing around the kendama, giving rise to a whirlwind that beaten to death the surrounding gray dragons. Fried slightly narrowed his eyes towards Shia, but when he directed his gaze at Tio, who was left behind, there he could see the figure of Tio, who was crossing her arms while getting swallowed by the impact of light and blaze. Although in that spot the attack was relatively fewer, but she was still getting hit by attacks at the amount that might be enough to inflict lethal wound, considering the level of the power of the attacks.
That appearance!
Compared to Gushujin-sama's reward, this level of pain art too lukewarm.
Tio was floating unmoving, with a fearless smile while saying such sentence. Her appearance was completely changed compared to her appearance just a moment before. First of all, the color of her skin was different. Her beautiful skin that was like porcelain was now covered with jet black color. Only her golden eyes were piercingly shining in there. Looking carefully, Fried noticed that the source of the jet black color was from dragon scales on her skin. It was the derivative skill partial dragonification from characteristic magic dragonification. The dragon scale that originally could only came out in Tio's black dragon form was now being put on like a chainmail so that it wouldn't obstruct the movement of her small human form. Furthermore, using dragon scale hardening that increased the hardness of the scale and respond to the magic power consumption, Tio completely endured all the attacks solidly. If this technique was to be given a name, then this would be composite dragonification and metamorphosis magic, the dragon scale armor.
A return gift.
The instant a pause appeared between the attacks, Tio turned into a counterattack. She stretched both her hands horizontally and instantly focused tremendous magic power. At the next instant, she fired breath attack from the tips of both her hands like a laser that had been compressed to the limit. The right and left breath attacks that were fired straight, like black string, easily pierced the monsters at their line of fire. Even the horse head, that looked excellent in defensive power, was also no exception. This attack of Tio had been refined until its might heightened by that much. In addition, that was not the end of it. Tio spread wide her hands horizontally, and then she twirled on the spot. Naturally, the super-thin breaths that pierced and bisected everything were matching Tio's movement and trampled the battlefield, mowing down the monsters. Her clothing that looked like Japanese clothes gently fluttered along with her long, beautiful hair, exhibiting elegance like in a dance in this battlefield. The blood spray scattered everywhere by the bisected monsters that were falling to the ground colored Tio's surrounding like a blizzard of falling sakura petals.
Impudent Uranos! The disgrace that you once received! Clear it up right here!
Fried, who frowned from looking at Tio's figure, gave instruction at the white divine dragon, Uranos, beside him. Uranos's reddish-black eyes shined in joy. Uranos raised an extremely loud roar. It didn't fire Aurora as breath attack. It was merely roaring, but just with that space itself trembled. A shockwave of sound was generated. Normal people would have their body pulverized just from that. And even if they endured it, a primitive terror would well up, and they might be driven mad, a violent howl. Truly a roar of a divine dragon.
No!
While her whole body got strongly struck by the shockwave, combined with the lightness of her small human body, caused Tio to get blown away. She fell toward the ground like a meteor. Looking carefully, there were few small, shining fragments scattered at the trajectory her body passed through. Although it was only a few, but Tio's prided dragon scales were smashed just from a single roar. Tio impacted the ground like that, without being able to kill her momentum. Bam! Tremor hit the ground, and a small crater was created on the floating island. Tio's figure got concealed by the rolling up dust. The world was dyed by white radiance, by the breath of the Uranos, by Aurora. Even the word tremendous couldn't represent a fragment of that attack's might. The absurd torrent of light caused the space itself to creak, just its afterwave gouged out the ground of the floating island. And then, at the place that got hit directly, the aurora pierced until far below. It broke through the bottom of the floating island and pierced until the far beyond. Yes, the aurora pierced through the ground of the floating island that had the diameter of 10-odd kilometers until it came out on the other side. The sea of clouds spreading under the island had a hole opened there, like the eye of a typhoon that dispersed in a radial shape.
Tio-san.
Chio was swallowed by the aurora. No, any possibility other than Tio got destroyed altogether with the ground leaving not even dust behind was unthinkable from witnessing this spectacle. Seeing that caused Shia to spontaneously call Tio's name with shrieking voice.
Perhaps that's overdoing it. Despite my intention to torture her to death, but to be annihilated with one attack, the situation just cannot go as I hoped for.
There is no way such thing is.
And then Shia changed the Viradoryoken into bombing mode and aimed at Freed. At that moment, the figure of herself getting slashed into pieces by countless large swords was reflected in her brain. It was a death prediction from her characteristic magic, Future Sight. A chill rushed through her whole body instantly. Her voice got caught in her throat while she twisted her body half forcefully. From the superb timing of the attack's instant, it brought to Shia's attention that this was an attack that leaped through space, an attack that couldn't be dodged perfectly based on Shia's experience. In an instant, the space around Shia was undulating. From there, large swords were thrusting out in a flash. While raising a wordless scream, Shia's legs and arms cartwheeled midair in order to at least avoid a fatal wound, and then 4 large swords grazed her and blood sprayed up. She pulled the trigger of Viradoryoken next and used the fierce recoil to rotate like a spinning wheel. 3 blades rushed at her as though blocking her escape path, but she barely evaded them even while her shoulders got gouged. And then, even while bearing injury, Shia somehow succeeded to get away from her future of death and put her feet on air using Air Force. At the same time, the apostles with platinum hair flew out from the undulating space with their wings flapping, their twin swords launching severe slashes at Shia.
Cool.
Vertical bisecting attack, using 2 large swords at the same time. Shia blocked that attack using the handle of Viradoryoken, but she was pushed toward the ground by immense pressure and impact, where the weapons of both sides were locked with each other.
The first apostle erst. Judgment to God's enemy.
Immediately after, the large swords shined in platinum light. Right after that power swelled up explosively into a torrent. The apostle that introduced herself as Erst swung out her twin swords in one breath, then
Gua?
Shia's body was struck fiercely due to the impact. She fell on the ground like that. Bam! Fierce shockwave radiated loudly, and a crater was created. Dust rolled up. It was like a reproduction of Tio's fall before this. Sure enough, 5 platinum flashes aimed for Shia at the bottom of the crater. All of them were fired simultaneously.
The second apostle's right, judgment to God's enemy. The third apostle Drite, judgment to God's enemy. The fourth apostle Vierte, judgment to God's enemy. The fifth apostle Funfat, judgment to God's enemy.
The 4 apostles that appeared unnoticed were conducting their introduction proclamation while launching their bombing, even if the color of their magic power light was different, but it only stood to reason that the light that an apostle launched must have disintegration ability. Thinking of the apostles' explosive power that struck Shia into the ground, the spec of the platinum apostles were obviously above even the normal apostle. From that, it could be easily imagined that their bombing would be something absurd too. Shia immediately pulled her kendama close to use it as shield replacement, but in the end, would it make it in time or not? Similar with Tio, it seemed that Shia was also going to vanish inside the light, but at that time, gigantic black flash that was fired from somewhere approached the apostles. Furthermore, Hun, a sound of cutting wind resounded and something like a rope rushed inside the dust cloud and entangled around Shia's body. It then extracted Shia from that spot in one go. The platinum apostles flapped their platinum wings and evaded the black flash. At the same time, the ground where Shia was just at before she got pulled was pierced by the platinum bombardment. The ground after the dust got swept away had been gouged really deeply, even though the attack didn't pierce until the bottom of the island, but the bottom of the hole couldn't be seen from above. As expected, the might of these apostles had wide difference compared to the normal apostles.
Shia, art thou safe?
Tio-san!
Shia, who was entangled in black rope, or more accurately in black whip, was pulled up and received into an embrace of Tio, who, although she was in a sooty state here and there with various sizes of wound all over her body, her expression still looked comparatively fine. Shia spontaneously sighed in relief to that Tio grinned widely while the corner of her mouth was holding a test tube container. And then Tio moved her lips and tilted the test tube container. She drained up the content in one go before poi. She spat away the container also with a wild gesture. She then released Shia from her black whip.
So you escaped. What a toughness that is expected from that man's woman. How annoying.
Well, I thought I was going to die for a bit there, though. For the large shield created by Gushujin-sama to be pulverized, although it couldn't use Vajra or transmutation, thou have really evolved this dragon of thy.
It appeared in that instant when the aurora poured down, Tio summoned a large shield artifact from her treasure warehouse too, and she barely escaped at the slight time it took until the shield got pulverized. In other words, the protection of Tio's dragon scale armor got overtaken only by the afterwave, and she bore this much damage from that. As expected, the aurora of the Uranos was something absurd.
Is it really okay for you to act composed? The aurora of Uranos, who has reached the territory of a divine dragon, is increased not only in its might, its additional ability to obstruct healing is also evolved. It obstructed even the regeneration magic. On top of that, it is making the wound to worsen further with the passage of time. Although you got hit only by the afterwave, if you bore that much wound, it won't take that long for the effect to gnaw at your body until you die, you know?
Is that so? All these monsters, and then these platinum apostles. These aren't quite troublesome. Well, normally that's how it would be.
What?
Ahead of the gaze of Freed, who was feeling dubious at Tio's way of talking, Tio was wrapped in the light of magic power. That was the sign that regeneration magic was being used. As though to show that, the wounds that Tio bore were being healed. Freed was gazing in astonishment, while raising his voice from being unable to endure his question.
Ridiculous? The invasion of the aurora is being nullified? Impossible!
The ridiculous one art thou. Just how many times do you think Gushuji-sama hath been showered by that light? Obviously something like 1 or 2 countermeasure would be created for that.
Don't tell me! Is it the Ligid just now?
Tio shrugged at Freed's Gestian. It seemed that was the correct answer. Anti-aurora magic. Medicine fix-it, Che. The ability to obstruct healing that was included in the magic power of the aurora. Hajime, who understood that it came from the magic factor with opposing nature against the magic power contained in the aurora, made this magic medicine. Hajime enchanted magic that would negate the effect of the aurora into powder of metal that didn't have bad effect to the human body to make this medicine. It had been proven by the god water that it was possible to forcefully heal the affected wound using something with healing power that surpassed the obstructing effect. And so, if the obstructing effect was weakened by this fix-it J, even if the effect had been evolved but the wound could be healed enough using regeneration magic. Freed showed an irritated expression that the additional effect of the aurora didn't show result. Even the Uranos at his side was making growling sound from its throat in dissatisfaction. But, at that time,
Tio-san.
Yes.
Suddenly, Shire raised a voice of warning. Both of them immediately leaped away from their spot.
Freed-sama, these people are that irregular's comrade. Please don't let your guard down.
Acknowledged.
Erst was giving a warning to Freed using polite language. It seemed that before they knew it, the status between the Freed and the Apostles had been reversed. Most likely it was because the transformation that happened with Freed, but right now there wasn't any free time to know the detail. The Platinum Apostles flew out simultaneously, focusing at Shia.
We will hand down the judgment at that rabbit person first. Is that fine?
Yeah, Pio, leave that one to you. I too want to judge that dragon woman, the one who made fool of me once.
Erst nodded briskly at Freed's words. She then flapped her platinum wings in order to deal with Shia herself and flew away. When Shia guessed that all the apostles were designating her as their target, she raised a ferocious war cry, while forcefully blowing away the large sword that was swung down at her by the second apostle's Vite along with the holder.
Bring it on, Dessou! Just try it, if you think that you can, Dessou!
Immediately after, faint blue magic power burst out from Shia. Using the derivative skill of magic power operation, body strengthening, and then also the further derivation skill, LM Pact, conversion increase, IIP, Shia's body capability was explosively raised up. And then, she rotated the kendama in high speed, using only snapping motion of the wrist of the hand, holding the chain, swinging around the super heavy kendama like a flail. There, the third apostle Drite came attacking right from the front. Shia pulled the trigger of Vir Daryakan and fired out bursting slug bullet to check Drite in place. Drite evaded that like it was only natural and kept advancing. But Shia read ahead the path that she took and launched the kendama that looked like it would snap away any time with superb timing. The liberated red kendama that looked like a wild beast made Drite unable to take evasive action, was how it looked like. But the moment she was almost hit, Drite's figure vanished, and then, at the next moment, she materialized, right at Shia's side. Furthermore, unnoticed the fourth apostle Vierte from behind, and the fifth apostle Fumfte from below were approaching. They slashed their twin large swords as though to block Shia's place to escape.
You!
Shia entrusted Vir Doryukin to her physical strength and swept it horizontally. She repelled away the large swords of the two apostles while dodging the last sword with a somersault. But it seemed that this time it was the apostles who read ahead of her movement. Swite, who was sent flying before this, was already slashing her large sword in a timing that couldn't be dodged. Inside the flow of time that felt strangely slow, the eyes of the inhuman apostle and Shia's eyes crossed with each other. No emotion or anything could be seen there, but vaguely Shia could feel something like triumph. Even if you can see the future, you cannot avoid this, right? Surely it wasn't just in her imagination. Shia wasn't even agitated or impatient. She returned back a straight, clear gaze. Shia didn't blink even once while capturing the rapidly approaching blade that left behind trail of platinum light in her field of vision. A predicament of this level was nothing to speak of. Don't think that the one who obtains new power is just you. Shia proclaimed that implicitly. And then, just when she was about to use that new power, a black whip stretched out smoothly and entangled the wrist of the apostle before her eyes.
Oh my! I don't even need to use it. As expected from Tio-san. That's a superb follow-up, Des.
Shia, who whispered that in her heart, changed her plan. While a smile formed at the corner of her lips, Vir Doryukin leaped up from below. The slowing world returned to its original speed. Right after that, the arm of Swite was tugged away, and the trajectory of her large sword slipped away from Shia's body. At the same time, the warhammer repelled away the second sword from below, at the opposite side, while rising up with powerful speed. Vir Doryukin that hit the jaw of Zwite, blown her away to the sky above, as though rocket propulsion was carrying her away.
Disappear.
Toward Shia, who was just lifting up Vir Doryukin, a cold voice, Erst's proclamation came at the same time with a platinum flash that attacked Shia. Shia was unable to evade due to an instant of her body stiffening after launching her attack, but as expected, the color of anxiety was non-existence in her expression. Right after that, Zwite, who was blown away just now, was returning. That wasn't because Shia's blow wasn't effective and she came to attack once more. The black whip that Tio controlled was still connected to her hand. Therefore, she was now being pulled back forcefully toward the line of fire of the platinum light. Her stand, the pulled-back Zwite, reflexively gazed in astonishment. At the next moment, Erst's bombing was defended by Zwite's own platinum wings. And then Swite shook off the black whip entangling her wrist and got out of the line of fire in hurry. This was happening in less than a second. But that was enough. Shia's Virdoryuken caught the platinum flash in a full swing. A tremendous shockwave was generated. At the same time, the surface that was coated with sealing stone dispersed the disintegration ability along with the flash. And then, the apostles who attempted to attack Shia without any interval were held back by Tio's breath attack, while Tio's body slipped in to become shield using her dragon scale against the opponent that couldn't be held back. Although the black dragon scale of the dragon race that boasted supreme hardness was disintegrated, coupled with its unparalleled endurance, it somehow pulled through with only faint wound created by the platinum magic power.
Those arts guy at the cooperation, but it's troubling for thou to then look down on our cooperation.
Tio opened her mouth. At the tip of her mouth, magic power was focusing with fierce momentum. Drifta, who was looking at that across the arm, covered with dragon scale that blocked her large sword, immediately leaped away. The compressed breath pierced that vacated spot. Naturally, Shiai and Tio became standing back to back.
Tio-san, thank you very much. It's truly amazing that you can break through to here.
Well, if I charged with the resolve to be damaged, then as long as it's not against that white dragon, I am unstoppable.
Yes, Tio saw Shia, who was receiving a concentrated attack from the apostles, and then she resolved to receive damage from Freed and the monster's attack while cutting across the storm of attacks to come at Shia's side.
But Tio-san, your wound.
Shia, it will be okay with this. Just so thou know, there is this.
Ah, I see, Desao.
Shia and Tio talked back to back with a small voice that could reach other. During that time, with Erst at the front as the starting point, the apostles were surrounding the two. Beside Erst, Freed finally arrived accompanied with his Uranos.
Sorry, it seems that dragon woman is not really bothered by damage. I misread the way she fights a little.
No, we too were unable to finish off Shia. It appears that she has further increased her fighting strength in these few days. What an unbelievable thing.
It seemed that the two of them were revising their analysis of Shia and Tio.
Then we will pull away Shia away and exterminate her.
Ah. Even the dragon race won't be able to maintain that kind of reckless fighting for long, but I too will use my full strength here.
Shia and Tio, and then Freed and Erst, each side exchanged words with each other. The wind of tension blew once more.
Exterminating God's enemy.
Receive your judgment, foolish people.
Erst swung her twin large swords, while Freed distorted the space at the tip of his stretched-out hand.
Yem going. Level 4.
Come, mine retainer. Dragon army summoning.
Shia's body reinforcement rose by a level. The light magic power enveloping her further increased in radiance. Along with Tio's proclamation, 100 armed black dragons materialized from the magic orbs that were scattered in the battlefield unnoticed by anyone.
Uriah!
With a cute and brave voice, Shia jumped out. Body strengthening level 4. More precisely, this skill was one level above the magically operated derivation conversion efficiency up 3. This skill, which could turn magical power into physical strength with a ratio of 1, 3 had been evolved into conversion efficiency up IV with sublimation magic, raising the ratio to 1-4.
Fire.
Surrounding Shia and Tio were the swarm of monsters. Surrounding the swarm of monsters were the armed black dragons summoned by Tio's artifact, which simultaneously fired breath. It was a perfect surprise attack for the monsters who were struck from the rear by a series of breaths. The poor monsters resembling prisoners locked in iron maidens were mercilessly penetrated and killed by black flashes resembling Tio's breath attack. The power was more than enough. It was around the same level as the aurora of the white dragon back in their first encounter. In other words, it was above the power of the reinforced ash dragons. In fact, the breaths fired from the black dragons, who numbered roughly 100, instantly pulverized over 200 monsters. That is to say, each breath was able to break through at least 2 monsters, which boasted an unusually high level of defense.
Just where did these ridiculously powerful dragons come from?
Fried grumbled as he directed the silver bombardment towards Tio. Even though he personally improved the level of the ash dragons to the level of the former white dragon, even though if received the assistance of God, just how much effort and training would be required to go against that?
In that case, as expected, the cause for this is the equipment attached to the black dragons. Such a thing as equipping monsters with artifacts. How absurd. That must once again be that guy's doing. How annoying.
Fried came to that conclusion and cursed at the white-haired boy who wasn't here. Seeing his bombardment was repelled by Tio, he issued instructions to the monsters while preparing his next attack. That is, to eliminate the surrounding black dragons. Following the main order, the large number of faithful subordinate monsters turned around and their new target shifted from Tio to the black dragons. Just as Tio planned. It was already bad enough that they had to face the Platinum Apostles, Fried, and the Divine White Dragon, but if they also had to watch out for the attacks of the crowd of the monsters while fighting the other opponents, it would become unbearable. Numbers against numbers. She was glad she had anticipated such a situation and had been preparing for it. These armed dragons were from a species of dragon that inhabited a hidden village, Tio's hometown, located on an island that could be reached by heading north on the continent until reaching a mountainous area, making one's way through the mountains until the seaside, and then navigating through the sea for several hundred kilometers. Originally, their power level was not less than that of monsters on the upper level of the abyss. With the strengthening obtained using metamorphosis magic, their power became on par with the middle-level monsters. Add to that the artifacts bestowed upon them by Hajime's sublimation magic, however dirty that was, and their power rivaled that of lower-level monsters. Finally, taking cheatmate into account, their power could even be said to rival that of monsters in the lowest parts of the abyss. Incidentally, even though the dragons used to be a different color, the fact that there were only black dragons was because Tio had used metamorphosis magic. The reason being something as stupid as the wife of the Devil King should be accompanied by evil dragons. Who says evil means black, right? The person herself showed a self-satisfied look. Fried's monsters simultaneously attacked the armed black dragons. Their number was still more than 10 times more. Specs-wise, they were roughly equal. Therefore, it should be expected that the black dragons would be overwhelmed by the enemy's numbers. However, that expectation would soon be betrayed in the truest sense. First, as if to say the skies belonged to them, the ash dragon simultaneously unleashed a series of breaths expressing their anger. Countless traces of light shone through the air. Totaling more than 3 times the numbers of black dragons, the series of breaths looked like a wall to them. However, against the multitude of attacks which were expected to become direct hits, the black dragons performed evasive maneuvers that looked like barrel rolls and successfully dodged the series of attacks, a little like someone finding gaps and weaving his way through a crowd. These moves seemed like the movements of Shia, who knew the safety zones made just before. The origin was the helmet the black dragons were wearing. This helmet covered the entirety of the head, until the tip of the nose, and had a foresight ability. Unlike Shia's foresight, this ability could not show a distinct picture of the danger beforehand. But once an attack had been fired, it did have the ability to sense the trajectory of the attack. They took precise, evasive action according to this ability. The black dragons counterattacked with breaths and mowed down the alarmed monsters. A monster with the head of horse which managed to slip through the black light dove towards a black dragon's chest and swung its strong arm. The fist that was thrown into the part of the armor that covered the black dragon from its lower parts up until its stomach made contact, and a dark red wave spread as the monster's magical power was turned into a shock wave. However, at that moment, a similar wave was caused by the armor, and the one getting blown away was the monster with the horse head. That was obviously the effect of impact conversion. The moment the armor the black dragon wore perceived a shock, it returned it. It was a reactive armor, so to speak. In addition, a 3-headed wolf and a Black Panther chimera launched an attack on the black dragon, only to be counterattacked by its claws and tail. The two monsters scrutinized the counterattack as if they were mocking its dullness and quickly dodged it. Or so they thought, but in the next moment they fell on the ground with their blood splashing out. Even though they should have certainly dodged it, their bodies had been split into two. The cause for this was the activation of windmail, which had been installed on the dragon's claws and at the edge of its tail. Though equal specs-wise, comparing the strength only based on numbers was presumptuous. The artifacts equipped could overturn the difference in fighting strength of both sides.
Fufu, this is the result of my group work with Goshujin-sama. Not bad, don't you think?
Uranus! Mow them down!
Ignoring Tio's prideful moment, Freed twitched his eyebrows and gave the order to the divine dragon. An enormous torrent of aurora was fired in the direction of Tio.
How many times do I have to deal with that?
Tio thought as she quickly went out the way of the incarnation of death, which mowed down everything in its path. At the same time, she made a telepathic communication with the black dragons that stood in the path of the attack to urge them to evade. The black dragons made a tailspin and performed an emergency escape, but as expected, it was impossible to perfectly evade the maxed-out death beam, which made Tio feel her scales were being shredded just from the aftershock, and several black dragons sustained wounds.
Boon of the Dragon King.
Tio sang to herself. Then, a black wave spread through Tio. The black dragons, having lost their wings and limbs, who were tumbling to the ground, recovered in the blink of an eye, allowing them to keep flying. Spirit magic and regeneration magic combined, boon of the Dragon King. This magic is a combination of regeneration magic and spirit magic, used to select only the black dragons as the scope of effect. Just as the name of the magic suggests, the black dragons received healing from their own king. They raised a cry of great joy as they resumed the fight. The Dragon King had protected them. No matter how wounded they had been, they showed no fear. Even if they were in a situation where they should instinctively prioritize evasion, they moved forward and swung their claws and bore their fangs at the enemy. As a result, this made the black dragons in superior position again. And Tio swung the black whip she was holding in her hand, even though its length appeared to be 5 or 6 meters at most. Once it was swung, it expanded to an impossible degree and took an irregular trajectory as it soared through the air. The speed of the tip of the whip was slightly above the speed of sound. It was horizontal/aimed at Freed. Freed clicked his tongue and tried to use the silver wings as a defense. However, the trajectory of the black whip suddenly changed, and its tip struck the white divine dragon's eyeball. Normally, even if the divine dragon's eyeball were to receive a direct hit, its aberrantly huge stamina would not allow there to be even a single trace of a wound. But the moment the tip of the black whip made contact, it followed the surface of the eyeball, creating a gap in space, easily tearing through the eyeball. That black whip was naturally an artifact made by Hajime, and its name was Black Whip of Slavery. On one part of its design was attached a small treasure warehouse. Stored inside was the biggest black whip in existence, 3 kilometers in length. By pouring magical power, one could freely take more length out or in, effectively changing the size of the whip. At a glance, it was a whip that could stretch infinitely. Furthermore, countless small pieces of metal were attached along the whip, so if one were to concentrate one's eyes on the whip, one would see something similar to a cat's tongue, or possibly the skin of a shark, that would shave off its target. And a space magic, decapitation silk, was embedded in those metal pieces. By the will of the user, it could cut off the surrounding space. Although the divine dragon narrowly avoided another strike coming for its other eye, its pride had been damaged. It showed fury at the fact that it had received a wound. In its anger, it started mowing down the battlefield with its aurora. Countless of its own allies were swallowed in the attack, but it didn't hit Tio, which only made the divine dragon angrier.
Overcometh by emotions on the battlefield? How inexperienced.
Even if it had changed and its power increased, it had a long way to go as far as combat experience is concerned. It seemed the white divine dragon had lost its composure. In a sense, against the white divine dragon leaving lots of openings in its attacks, Tio, showing the dignity of a senior, swung her black whip of slavery. However, this time, It was aimed at the three-headed wolf that was still staggering from the after effects of the previous aurora. The three-headed wolf let out a surprised voice at the sudden black whip of slavery that twined around its neck and tightened.
Cometh to life, together with the first cry of birth, authority of the Dragon King.
The voice which carried Tio's dignity resounded. At the same time, the three-headed wolf screamed. It was a strange scream you would totally never expect from this three-headed wolf. The cause would be obvious for anyone.
What? What are you doing?
Fried said in an unintentionally shaken voice. That couldn't be helped. After all, the three-headed wolf, whose neck had been entangled by the black whip of slavery, underwent a sudden transformation while it was screaming. In terms of seconds, it took approximately 3 seconds. In this short time span, the three-headed wolf turned into a monster that was covered in black scales. It grew thick, strong limbs and a tail, as well as sharp claws and hard wings showing radiance. It had turned into a dragon, authority of the Dragon King, a combined magic made of spirit magic and metamorphosis magic. A spirit magic that took the information of dragon transformation from her own dragon race soul and copied it, dragon soul reproduction, and a metamorphosis magic, sixth heaven's demon transformation. This combined magic forced the monster to undergo a transformation into a black dragon. Normally, no matter how high Tio's aptitudes were in metamorphosis magic, it should be impossible to turn a monster, controlled by someone else at that, into her own underling in mere seconds. What made such a thing possible was Black Whip of the slavery. Its real worth didn't lie in controlling its elasticity at will, nor in its ability to cut through the surrounding space, but in its ability to act as a device that assisted a compulsory change into a dragon. Using this Black Whip of slavery as an intermediary, Tio was able to force the usual monsters to turn into black dragons. She could make the monsters she whipped obey her. Maybe it could be said it wasn't something fitting for an extremely masochist pervert, or maybe it could be said it was something too fitting for a pervert's wildest ends. It couldn't be helped that Shia and the others looked at Hajime in disbelief in lots of ways when he handed the black whip to Tio. While Fried was shocked at the fact that one of his underlings had been snatched away, 2 more of his monsters were again changed into black dragons.
As if PM going to let you do any more than that.
A magical attack like Surging Wave was fired by Fried. The magic that contained all attributes rushed towards Tio to engulf her. At the same time, silver feathers were fired to cover the remaining gaps. And, to seal any means of escape, the white divine dragon unleashed its aurora. Tio, without a moment's hesitation, jumped inside the storm of the attack unleashed by Fried without fearing damage. If she wouldn't be able to avoid it, she might as well leap into Fried's attack, was the conclusion she reached. This evasion action, which could be said to be reckless, was actually a success taking into account the power of the aurora and its after effects. However, although most of Fried's attack was repelled by her black scales, his magic, and most of all the decomposition ability, were pouring constantly, and she sustained by no means only light damage. As the pulverized black dragon's scales reflected light, blood began slowly falling to the ground, and before long, it turned into a spray of blood.
How unsightly! Now that you can't rely on restoration from the stubbornness of your dragons and your magic, you're showing such a disgraceful way of fighting.
I wouldn't put it like that. Those are also legitimate tactics.
Foolishness! You just don't understand the concept of abilities. I was surprised at your ability to snatch away my monsters, but it seems the person herself is going to meet her end soon after all.
Fried made fun of Tio's fighting style, who was ignoring the damage she received. And, once more, she was faced with a barrage of magic and decomposition magic, while the divine white dragon breathed its aurora breath. Tio once more weighed the aurora breath in Fried's attack, chose the latter, and exposed herself to the storm of the attack. At that time, she expanded the length of her black whip of slavery to turn more monsters into black dragons. Seeing such behavior, Fried thought she was acting like a desperate chicken trying to invert the tide of the battle by increasing her war potential because her own power must be reaching its limits. His mocking face grew even more mocking as he saw this. TF, you like being bombed so much? Play let you have as much as you want, thought Fried. as returned a sadistic look to Tio. The density of the barrage of attacks increased yet again. On the other side, Shia jumped out. A fierce battle was going on with the Platinum Apostles on this side too, though by no means could it be said to be a fair battle. Just barely, yes, really just barely, did Shia manage to endure. If she didn't have body strengthening level 4 and her native magic divine revelation sight, she would have probably been instant killed by the Platinum Apostles. With a Gik estimation, the specs of the Platinum Apostles could be said to be several times that of Shia. She had expected these apostles to be stronger than the average apostle. However, she hadn't expected them to be this strong.
How about giving up, Shia Horia?
Erst, who held a large sword and was engaged in a sword lock with Shia, stared at her and said so from point-blank range. There, for a moment, an improbable thought like, maybe it's better to do that, popped in her head. When she realized she had been taken aback by the earlier suggestion, a long sword came sweeping sideways from the back.
Don't underestimate me, Des!
While performing her handstand with her twisted body, she also pulled the trigger of Vir Doryuken, firing a slug bullet from point-blank range. It was a special bullet that had been improved and whose power had been increased, and it caused a violent shock. Shia aimed for the moment the two apostles were recovering from the shock, and made use of it to jump back. Immediately after, a silver flash passed through the place Shia was standing before. Without taking a moment to be relieved, Shia used Air Force once more and jumped. As expected, another silver flash came from another angle and grazed Shia's feet. Rolling over in the sky, she hardened herself in midair and immediately descended towards the ground. That's right, at the very least, if she was on the ground, she wouldn't have to face attacks coming from below in addition to all other directions.
To feel uneasiness caused by charm this late in the game? That's such a failure on my part. Or rather, did I just feel surprised when I broke out of the spell? Even though I have strengthening against charm-type effects?
The apostles who had also descended onto the ground surrounded Shia from all 5 sides. Facing the perseverant Shia, Essert sent her a somehow amazed look. Even so, the fact that Erst was not showing any sign of impatience was not only due to her being inhuman, but mostly to the fact that she was convinced they would overwhelm Shia. Erst and the other apostles knew that the reason Shia was able to keep up was because of her native ability, and also that it would consume a non-negligible amount of magic power each time. Even if she was in possession of an artifact supplying magic power, it was bound to run dry after some time.
Originally, you shouldn't have lasted even a few moments. Good grief. Even I am amazed at your degree of strengthening. This is Yue-san's magic, right?
Shia narrowed her eyes dangerously. The original color of the light of the apostles' magic, silver. There was now orange mixed in it, making it a platinum. And Shia had come to see and feel that gold magic countless times during their travel, so she couldn't be mistaken. It was a precious part of the elder sister she had befriended. It was Yue's magic. Of course, she knew that it was the doing of Ihito Rujue who occupied Yue's body, but to think that the power of her special person was being used arbitrarily and pointed at them as a weapon. The anger rising up from her chest was not average. Feeling she might lose herself to her anger boiling like magma, Shia frantically held her anger back. Then, intending to turn all the heat she had generated from her anger into power and leave her thoughts for later, she tried to do as Yue, her battle master, taught her. That is, to remain calm like the cold of ice.
More precisely, it should be called the magic of our master, Ihito Rujue-sama. That body, as well as its magic, everything already belongs to master.
Shia's anger skyrocketed as Ezrat calmly gave an answer she seemingly considered really natural. Shia took out a vial from Treasure Warehouse 2. She put it directly before her open mouth and drank the contents in one gulp, just like instant foods, to make her even more unreasonable, to break through her limits. Then she exhaled, like Tio did, and rashly threw the container away. She swung Vir Doryuken once.
Fuck you! I've heard enough. Yue-san's body and magic, and her everything else. It's obvious who owns all that. That's right. Everything is Hajime-san's, the one you guys call irregular. The one with the title of divination expert, who can glance into the future. Certify that, to the likes of you, as well as your master, I can make the following prediction. There is no future.
Nonsense. What do you think a diminutive existence whose hands or feet can't reach master do? Accept reality, Shioria. Tio Claus doesn't even compare with Freed-sama. And because you are being once more overwhelmed by us, the best you can do is to endure. Can't you understand? Or is it that you're trying to escape from reality? The ones who don't have a future are you people.
Essard had suddenly been overcome by a strange chill, and her voice had faltered. She objectively analyzed the situation, and precisely refuted Shia. Certainly, although Tio was aiming to turn the tide by increasing the number of black dragons, the wounds she had sustained weren't minor, and she was probably planning to use up all her strength to thwart their plan before it succeeded. And on this side, Shia had also been overwhelmed to this extent. There was nothing that could prove Erst wrong. Up until now, Shia, who had daringly refuted her, started laughing with an atrocious face resembling that of a beast.
That's the limit of my power. When did you hear me say such a thing?
What are you?
Puzzled, Erst tried to make sense of that with a questioning voice. However, her mouth suddenly stopped. Shia's power swelled up, along with an angry war cry.
Level Fee!
Light blue magic sprang out, depicting a screw-like trajectory, and rose up. Originally, with sublimation magic, she could enhance her magic one level above. Which is why, using sublimation magic, the limit of Shia's body strengthening should have been level 4. However, what allowed her to surpass that limit was Hajime's special magic potion, Cheatmate Dr. Tried. What Shia drank some time ago was not restorative medicine, but a drinkable Cheatmate, a specialized version containing an excess of ingredients, with the use of sublimation magic at that. If it weren't Shia who was specialized in body strengthening, it wouldn't be strange for the user's body to be disintegrated within seconds. It was the kind of body strengthening this was about. Shia, who had broken through her limit, immediately jumped out, breaking the ground beneath her.
Again, more power. However, even with this, you're still no match for us.
Erst stopped Vir Doryukin, which was swung at her from the front using her large sword. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding ground cracked, but the large sword didn't make a sound. Then, using mere physical strength, Erst repelled Shia, as if proving her earlier words. In truth, if one were to compare the status of Shia and the status of the Platinum Apostles, the difference would be clear. How much of a gap there was between the two. For argument's sake, if the Platinum Apostles had a status plate, the stats indicated on it would be something like this. Physical strength, 22.000, stamina, 22.000, stamina, 6600, 0 resistance, 22.000, resistance, 66000, agility, 22.000, magical power, 22.000, magical power, strengthen 6600, magical resistance, 22.00, strengthen 6600. For normal apostles, their stats would all be at 12.00 and at 36.00 after being strengthened, meaning those white platinum apostles almost had twice their stats. And Shia's body strengthening level V was physical strength 100 cm 200, 5 ISM 400J, 5 IBS V3840, stamina 125 vertical bar cm 240, 5 ISM 480, IBS V3848, 0 resistance, 105 vertical bar, CM 200J, 5 ISM 400 vertical bar, JBS V3848, 078, 480, 5 135 vertical bar CM, 260J5, vertical bar SM, 520 vertical bar, IBS V38520. Magical power 3,800 cm, 7,600 vertical bar. Magical resistance, 4,000 SEM, 8,000 vertical bar. This is how it was. Those were specs that would enable her to surpass normal apostles she was up against. Shia, who had been blown away by Erst, flew horizontally along the ground. However, there was not angle sign of her losing her composure, and the ferocious, daring smile was still there. Beams of light of the white platinum apostles were approaching her from left and right. Using Vir Doryukin, she propelled her body and evaded. Then she turned towards Svite, who was awaiting her from behind, rolled around, and used her propelling force to make a full swing of Vir Doryukin.
Level 6!
The following impact. If one depicted this scene with a painting, the physical impact would be the same as the facial impact between Erst's face moments before and however, just before the blow with the strength of Shia's propelling, she operated Vera Doryukin's gravity magic, and its weight increased. The white platinum apostle couldn't turn a blind eye to the destructive power that was created. With a terrific roar, a shockwave was created from between the two who clashed. Dust shot up, and inside, a pair of large swords had caught Vera Doryukin's blow and were crossing against it. The blow couldn't be stopped with only one hand anymore. Twite's feet, which had been slightly pushed back, testified of that. Shia's body strengthening level 6. Its values were physical strength 105 ICM 200, 5 SM 400, IBS VS 46,000 vertical bar stamina, 1025 ICM 240, vertical bar semi S 480, resistance 1025 stamina, 200 /SM 400J /BS VI 46000 agility, 135 ICM 260, vertical bar BS VI 46120, magical power 3,800, vertical bar CM 7,600, magical resistance 4,005J /CM 8,000. But she was still far from being a match for them. However, the artifact made by Hajime and her Age of Gods magic made up for that gap. Shia poured magic into Vir Doryukin, which was engaged in a sword lock with the twin large swords in the center, thus activating a gimmick.
Pierce through!
Nah!
Vir Doryukin's IAP pilebanker mercilessly pulverized the pair of large swords into 1,000 pieces and drew near Swaite's head. Swaite, surprised, barely managed to move her head out of the way, but the jet-black stake which grazed her cheek inflicted a significant wound on the face of the beauty that resembled a piece of art, and tore through most of her beautiful platinum hair. From the sky, Dritte shot silver feathers. So did Vierte and Funfti from the left and right. Furthermore, Zweit, who was at point-blank range, moved to avoid the silver flash, and Erst swung her silver twin swords. There was no way out. They had reassessed the increase of specs in Shia's body strengthening, and maybe they were aiming to bring her down quickly. Maybe she was actually strong enough to take down Zweit if they weren't careful. Any means of escape was virtually non-existent for Shia. All of a sudden, Shia closed her eyes.
Have you given up?
She couldn't think of any other reason why Shia would close her eyes under these circumstances. Anyone else would naturally think along the same lines as Erst. But there was no way the monster rabbit would stand there and accept defeat. And in the next moment, all attacks missed their target. Their inhuman expressions lost their perfectness. Instead, their faces were painted with confusion and surprise. That couldn't be helped, because, after all, Shia was still there. She was there, and even so, all the attacks slipped through. It was not that the person herself had been cut into two so skillfully that she hadn't realized anything, neither that she had been obliterated by the feathers and flash. The cause was the strange sight displayed before their eyes. That strange sight was a Shia that had become semi-transparent. The space magic half-transition, a magic that shifted one's body halfway to a different space. All interference from the origin space wouldn't reach the body. In other words, it was a magic of absolute defense. This was, so to speak, a failed transition magic that connected two spaces. If someone other than Shia were to do it, it wouldn't be unlikely that their body would get scattered in pieces. So it was an emergency defective magic that was quite dangerous. Because in no way were her magic aptitudes poor in spite of being specialized in body strengthening, and because she was in a state where she had broken through her limits thanks to the cheatmate she used, Shia could immediately use space magic as a physical ability. Of course, it was a magic even Shia could not use at her own convenience. It consumed a huge amount of magical power. And on top of Shia not being able to interfere with the origin space either when half transitioning, she couldn't even move. Therefore, it was a trump card she could only use once in a battle, which is why Shia wouldn't miss this chance. As soon as the attack passed through, she undid the half transitioning and returned to the origin space, and dove forward while firing explosive slug bullets around her. She closed in upon Zweig's bust, who had lost her pair of large swords and had only been firing silver bombardment. Then, she moved past Zweig's drawn-out ice fish-like hands in a move resembling a snake, and Shia's hands grabbed Zweig's head. Placing her palm so it covered Zweig's eyes, Shia used her nails on Zweig's forehead to lock her grip.
Level 7!
Additional body strengthening. Physical strength, 100. ICM 200 vertical bar. ISM 400 vertical bar. /BS 753600. Stamina, 125 vertical bar. CM 240/SM 480. 5 vertical bar, BS 753680. Resistance, 105 vertical bar /CM 200/SM 480. IBS 75360. IBS 75360. 130. ICM 260 vertical bar, size/SM 520. Vertical bar, BS 753720. Magical power, 3,800. Vertical bar, CM 7,600 vertical bar. Magical resistance, 4,000 per centimeter. 8,000 vertical bar. Possessing stats far exceeding that of strengthened normal apostles, she rushed forward while still holding Zeit's head. Escaping the siege she had been in moments, she exceeded the speed of sound, broke through the wall of the atmosphere, and slammed the back of Zweig's head with this insane force against a boulder protruding from the ground. Taking into account the stamina of the white platinum apostles, there was no way their heads could be crushed like a tomato. On the other hand, the boulder would be pulverized. However, Shia didn't stop there and kept pressing Zweig's head farther into the ground before firing off an explosive slug bullet from point-blank range. Furthermore, while jumping from that spot, she kept pulling the trigger over and over again against the explosive slug bullet, creating brutal shockwaves. Even if Zweig wouldn't sustain major wounds, there was no sign of her being able to move, and she was being crucified deep into the ground like a doll being toyed with. Sensing that Erst and the other had come in pursuit, Shia unmindfully took out a big lump of metal from Treasure Warehouse 2. It was a rectangle shape, 20 meters in length, 10 meters in width. On one face was a small hole. She had changed the design of Vir Doryukin and thrust it into the hole. Then it would become obvious. The huge rectangle object was an external equipment attached to Vir Doryukin to deal damage. Even if one was using gravity magic, there was a limit to the reduction of weight. A human wouldn't be able to hold 100 tons even with gravity magic.
Let the earth be scarred, Desi.
Shia let out a loud yell. Using her physical strength, which had been strengthened beyond the realm of humans at full throttle, she swung down the hammer, preparing to cause an impact, nothing short of comparable to that of an asteroid on a star. When Zweig was finally able to raise his body from the storm of the explosive slug bullets, her whole vision was already covered with a wall-cold metal. At once she entered defense mode using her white-silver feathers to cover her body in a knit. But on the surface of the strike, there was obviously a sealing stone, and the moment of impact, it unknitted the feather, which then completely vanished under the weight that defied common sense. The artificial island that had caused the unnatural earthquake rumbled. The ground collapsed where the head of the hammer had crashed like a grave marker. And, as if to make doubly sure of the deed, the hammer started rotating. At that time, on the surface of the hammer that was touching Zweig, countless sharp edges grew out, and grinding sounds resounded as holes were being made into her. As a matter of fact, a drill gimmick was attached to the head of this hammer. in order to pulverize into million pieces the enemy that had been crushed by it. Glancing at the 100T hammer that kept digging into the ground little by little, Erst and the other apostles, with a disciplined attitude that seemed indifferent to their fellow apostles' situation, rushed towards Shia. Shia had just brought down the true 100 tons. She began the process to detach Virdoyoken from the head of the hammer by shrinking it. She would definitely not make it in time, and she couldn't use vertical bar half transition vertical bar once more. If she did, the consumption of magical power supply from Demon Crystal Stone would become unbalanced, and her body strengthening would be undone. If that happened, if she was hit only once, there would be no second time. There, Shia would have to use another of her trump cards.
It's over.
A hard sound resounded from Shia, who had received and stopped the pair of large swords. It was not that she used an agreement relying on an artifact to block the swords, nor that she used the pommel of Virdoryukin. It was just that she only had her body at her disposal, and she stopped the blow from the pair of large swords.
Steel clothes. It's gonna take more than normal attacks to bring me down, you know.
Shia's fearless voice echoed. It was literally as if she wore steel clothes. It was a metamorphosis magic that strengthened her body. Her neck, shoulders, arms, feet. The sword that obviously aimed to chop off Shia into several pieces, although it managed to bite into Shia a little because of the disintegration ability, was stopped from inflicting a major wound. The apostles stiffened, unintentionally. They started searching their data at high speed for an explanation, but no matter how much they searched, there was obviously no data recording of Shia having an advanced defense system skill as Hajime did. The fact that she immediately became impenetrable using metamorphosis magic indicated that her way of using it had to be very unique. Sixth Heaven's demon transformation was unique in its use of the demon stone, which was similar to Ryutaro's. It immediately made one's own body undergo a metamorphosis. It wasn't much different Tio's dragon transformation. It was steel transformation, so to speak. Though its consumption of magical power was noted the level of half transition, it was still significant, so its use had to be carefully thought about. The apostles started trembling slightly. But this mere action would leave a fatal gap in this battle that was anything but usual.
Level 8!
A light blue magical power surged. Shia's specs went up once again. Physical strength, 105 vertical bar / CM 200 / SM 400, IBS 86120, stamina, 10205 vertical bar CM 2040 / SM 480, 5 vertical bar / BS 861208, resistance, 10205, 0 resistance, 10205 CM 2060, 000, agility, 10205 CM 2060, I/SM 520, vertical bar BS 8 61320, magical power, 3800, vertical bar CM 7600, magical resistance, 4005J / CM 8000. Her physical ability was nearing that of the Platinum Apostles. Erst's face twitched. Immediately following, the pair of silver swords that were trying to cut Shia's steel clothes were repelled. Then, with both of Erst's arms raised due to the repelling, her stomach was left exposed, and a rotating Virdoryukin was thrust into her at full power. Essart's body was bent back and forth. A short exhalation along with bloody vomit came out from her mouth, and one of her swords involuntarily fell from her arm that became loose after the shock, and she was sent flying with terrific force, like the ball in a pinball game. Dritte, who had been stunned by the absurd defense before her eyes, suddenly came back to herself and swung her twin swords. Shia evaded by simply letting herself freefall towards the ground. Viete and Funft gave pursuit using their platinum bombardment and feathers. Using Divine Revelation Sight and Air Force, Shia barely evaded. She landed near the empty large hole made by the floating island of the extra-large drill. Glancing inside, she confirmed her feeling that Zweit had been subjugated. Also, she confirmed the stern faces of the apostles after Erst, the first apostle, had obviously received some serious damage when she was blown away. Even though they had the conviction that they were overwhelming the enemy, when they noticed there were only 3 of them left. Closing in on Shia, suddenly her previous declaration passed through their minds. To the likes of you and also your shitty master, I can make the following prediction. There is no future. Dritte, who was in the lead, gritted her teeth. She was thinking about something insignificant. That was all nonsense. Then, she shook off the ominous feeling that was sticking to her and swung down her pair of large swords with all her strength. That sword swing, to which was added the power of her drop, could only be described with one word: powerful. In response, Shia readied Virdoyukin's lower part and took a stance of interception.
What a fool. Her body's strengthening surprisingly deserved credit. Certainly, it was an outstanding boost that allowed her to approach us, the White Platinum Apostles, but even with this, she couldn't reach them. This attack, which also used the speed of her fall, was simply something that exceeded the power of Shia's stats. Therefore, there was no way she would be able to defend against it, let alone intercept it. Why is your mouth moving? What the hell are you intending to say? Please stop.
Level 1, X.
Physical strength, 105 ICM, 200 vertical bar, 5 SM 400, /BSM 968, 8,800 vertical bar. Stamina, 125 ICM, 240, I/SM 480, BSNI 6, 8880. Resistance, 105 ICM, 200 vertical bar, /SM 400, 5 BSNI 6, 88800J vertical bar. Agility, 135 ICM 260, vertical bar BSIM 520, vertical bar BSIM 6892. Magical power 3800, vertical bar CM 7600. Magical resistance 4005J/CM 8000. Shia Hauria was now exceeding the White Platinum Apostles. The pair of large swords Drite had swung down, and very Doryukin which Shia had swung up. Coal 5. The explosion like shock spread in the surroundings, and the ground around Shia was blown off, leaving a crater. Even with the speed of the fall added to it, the two competing powers were equal. Sparks were splendidly scattering around the pair of large swords and Vir Doryukin that were locked against one another.
To stand against the apostles of God, what arrogance! Go down, Shia Hauria!
The apostles had no such things as emotions. That was a lie, all right. Dritte, who had gotten aggressive and betrayed the usual calm of the apostles, fluttered the wings on her back in an attempt to smash up Shia. After all, as she stated, it was unforgivable to stand against a being like herself, who deserved the title of Apostle of God. But what was even more unforgivable was the fact that she would harbor the feeling of fear caused by Shia, someone who had entered their own territory. In order to deny this, she desperately poured more power into her pair of large swords. Shia caught sight of Vierte and Funfte sneaking up from behind to attempt a pincer attack from left and right, spoke.
I had no idea. So much for your rules.
Shia wrapped it around Dritte's neck, her hair that is.
This is...
Yeah, we're in the way.
Her hair, like it was a living being, tightened around Dritte's neck and threw her with terrific force at Vierte, who was approaching from the left. Neither Dritte nor Vierte could ever have expected Shia's hair to move like a living being. They were completely taken by surprise and were thrown onto the ground. And then the expression on the face of Funfte, who was approaching from the right, froze. Yes, at the sight of that face.
Impossible! That can't be! Such a thing as surpassing us!
Now then, this is the last one. Level X.
Funfte screamed in denial as Shia, whose sky-blue magic was reflected on the walls, stepped forward. Physical strength, 105 vertical bar /CM 200, 5/SM 400, IBSX 76400, stamina 125 vertical bar CM 240, I/SM 485, SM 200 vertical bar, ISM 400 vertical bar, BSX 76 400 vertical bar, agility 135 vertical bar ICM 260, I/SM520, and IBS X76520. Magical power, 3,800. Vertical bar, CM 7,600. Magical resistance, 4,000 CM 8,000. It was an overwhelming physical ability that surpassed the stats of the White Platinum Apostles by more than 10000. From Funfte's point of view, all she could see was Xia suddenly vanishing from her field of vision. Xia's movement speed had finally exceeded the perception ability of the Apostles. Funfte opened her eyes wide in terror at the impossible situation where she, an apostle of God, had lost sight of the enemy she was fighting, when she felt a figure from behind, barely having the time to direct her line of sight over her shoulders. All that was reflected in her eyes was a warhammer spreading over her entire field of vision.
Ku, such a thing.
Came the extremely shaky voice of Dritte as she retook her stance after having been previously thrown onto the ground, along with Vierte. At the end of her sight was the surreal scene of Funfte's head, pulverized, with only a stain left on the ground.
Dritte, at this rate.
On Dritte's side, Vierte, who readied her pair of large swords, addressed her fellow apostles as she kept her trembling eyes on Shia. However, there were no follow-up words. It was obvious she frankly didn't want to say what came next. Drake couldn't respond. Nevertheless, at that time, she caught sight of an unusual phenomenon surrounding Shia. No, more precisely, it was an unusual phenomenon surrounding what deserved the title of Shia's partner, the Warhammer. If they focused their eyes, they could see countless cracks on Virdoryukin. That was not a coincidence. After all, it stopped countless attacks from the front, each of which had decomposition ability and unusually high impact, and what's more, it now has to cope with Shia's insane physical strength, which surpassed reason. Rather, what was more of a wonder was how it had withstood all that so far.
Vierte, target the weapon.
She understood the intention behind these words. Immediately after, Shia's shape disappeared. The moment Dritte realized this, Shia had already appeared behind her, a truly overwhelming speed. If it was only physical ability, she would be surpassing even a Hajime who was on supreme break. However, the apostles would now be aiming to avoid physical contact at all costs, even if barely after seeing what happened to Funfte. The moment she saw Shia disappear, she immediately covered her body with her wings and pointed her of large swords overhead. Her feathers were pulverized in an instant, but they managed to reduce the strength of Shia's blow to some extent, allowing the pair of large swords to stop the blow completely next. Even so, Dritte unintentionally leaked an anguished cry at the tremendous shock that resulted. Both of her arms made an unpleasant sound, which seemed to reveal they had reached their limit. Then, Vierte used her decomposition ability at its maximum. The target was not Shia, but the cracks spreading on Virdoryukin. She estimated that if Shia were to lose her weapon, they would only be up against living flesh, and thus have a chance of winning.
It predicted that, you know.
The derivation of her native magic, future sight, hypothesis sight. Shia had become suspicious of Dritte and Virte's discussion. What if I attacked Dritte? She glanced into the future at this eventuality with her ability. Therefore, she was aware of where Vierte would probably be aiming to strike. Shia's beautiful legs disappeared, her fine-toned, long legs precisely fixed on Vierte's neck. Vierte's neck was bent towards the direction of the day after tomorrow immediately following. Fluently fired, in a flash came the explosion of an elegant, tremendously powerful roundhouse kick that sent Vierte's body flying with terrific force.
Ku, that damn monster.
Please don't go around suddenly praising me.
Dritte fired white-silver bombardment. In terms of distance, it was from point-blank range. However, as if naturally, it didn't land on Shia. Her shape disappeared instantly, and the next moment, she had snuck upon Dritte's bosom. Without even having time to take a breath, Dritte received an elbow strike in the pit of the stomach. Goha! To this Dritte, who was reduced in a sorry state where she was spewing out bloody vomit, a kick that seemed to pierce the sky was raised up. Before the beautiful form that bent 180 degrees top and bottom, Dritte, whose jaws had been pulverized, was sent floating into the air in a hopeless state.
Explode, Des!
While returning her feet bent overhead to their original position, Virdoryukin had already picked up a speed too fast to be visible. In that moment, it broke the speed of sound, causing an explosion in the air, and the next moment, its full swing appeared. And Dritte, who received that full swing, her shape was no longer anywhere to be seen. All that were left were red stains on the ground. It was Vierte. It seemed she didn't die, even with her neck bone pulverized. She created a tidal wave of flames around a magic square, using her white-silver wings, went inside, and started approaching Shia.
Such a thing won't work against the current me.
Swinging her rabbit ears, she sensed the presence of Vierte inside the large fire, and swung Vierte Doryukin with a splendid timing at the place where Vierte was covering herself with fire. There came jumping in, two shadows. Shia was surprised. She opened her eyes wide at the fact that she, who was excellent at the perception of presences, had been deceived. By Vierte's presence, the large fire, as well as their whole resulting strategy.
Be destroyed.
The large sword that was swung against Virdoryukin the moment it hit Virte was Erst's. As if trading Virte's life for more power, Virte's limbs were pulverized simultaneously with Virte Doryukin. Inside the flames starting to disperse because of the death of their caster, Erst ran past Shia to face her back. Then, she immediately turned around and swung her large sword to pierce Shia, who had just lost her partner. Performing a rotation that seemed like a dance, she had taken a striking stance, and her large sword was approaching Shia to take her life. On the opposing side, Shia, who had her back turned to Erst, turned around like a mirror. Then, for a moment, their gazes met. In this slow-motion space, both of their feelings were conveyed to one another.
I will be the one to win.
The brightness of the large sword swelled up. It was a radiance that showed that even against steel clothes, it would be ready to chop off Shia's neck. That was the radiance of a will strong enough to guess in its emanating from a puppet. Or maybe it was that at this moment she was betting her pride as an apostle that she didn't want to lose. And she would carry out the mission of God and them, apostles. But T.I. don't want to lose, and T.I. want to win. There was a gap of strength between those two wills. When they clashed, the one with more pressure was undoubtedly the latter. As if to prove this fact, inside the slow-motion space something started to form in the hand of Shia which should have been empty. Red liquid, as if it were alive, started to converge. Erst opened her eyes wide in surprise. That was because Shia was holding a warhammer made of blood that had gathered from the cut she inflicted on her own arm. Crimson Warhammer. It was a magic that used metamorphosis magic on one's own body, just like steel clothes. Something allowing her to freely manipulate her blood. Leaving the slow-motion space and returning to the original world, the next moment they both clashed. Once more their backs were turned on each other. The blood warhammer was falling and scattering blood like cherry blossom.
I wonder what this thing rising up within me is. This tightening thing that makes me want to scream. Shia Hauria, do you know what it is?
Isn't it frustration?
Hearing Shia's answer, Erst nodded, I see. Immediately after, something came falling from the sky and stuck to the ground, separating the two of them. It was the large sword that had been broken halfway. On closer look at Erst's stance, it wasn't that only Erst's sword had been broken. On her chest there was a big hole. It was obvious whatever was inside had been pulverized. Erst finally relaxed her alertness and threw away her broken sword. Then she looked over her shoulders at Shia, who had likewise relaxed, and muttered her last words with an expressionless face.
I hate you.
Just as Shia said, that was the result of the considerable level of frustration she had been holding in. Erst only said this, then fell down like a puppet whose strings had been cut. At this sound, Shia fluttered her rabbit ears and hair and turned around. Then she muttered something in turn, really as if to say that this was the cause of her victory. With a broad grin and fearless smile,
I hate you very much.
then she collapsed.
As expected, level X takes a heavy toll. And because I also use Crimson Warhammer, I am getting anemia.
While taking out a restorative medicine from Treasure Warehouse 2, Shia muttered a monologue and held on to her consciousness that seemed ready to fade at any moment, in some way or another.
Now then, I've dealt with the apostles, but what is happening on Tio-san's side?
Shia redirected her consciousness towards Tio, whom she had been separated from while she fought with the Platinum Apostles. Searching her memory, when they got separated, the armed black dragons were surrounded by countless more monsters and seemed to be rampaging without losing. The black and white flashes flying about in the sky were worthy of a space battle between two fleets in a sci-fi movie. Because the black dragons didn't seem to be losing ground and that their master Tio seemed to be fine, Shia breathed a sigh of relief. Came the violent yells of countless numbers that gave the sense that the sky was going to fall. And, simultaneously, a large army of monsters made its appearance, making completely light of the previous ratio. Shia thought this was bad, and that she had to try and stand up, but the adverse effect of level X was overwhelming, and it didn't look as if she would be able to stand up immediately. Meanwhile, something else occurred. She wondered if it was the terrific flashes in the sky. An earth tremor spread, and something came crashing with terrific force right next to Shia, who was eeing on the ground. She was swung back and forth by the oscillations. Wondering what it was, Shia turned her sight ahead as she revitalized her upper body. There was...
Tio-san?
Lying down on the completely smashed-up ground, having wounds all over her body, was the figure of Tio. Going back in time for a little. During the time Shia was embroiled in a mortal combat with the Platinum Apostles, Tio was also in the middle of a fierce fighting. Tio unified the armed black dragons with the new black dragons, which were transformed using the black whip of slavery. With them, Tio challenged the abnormally powerful monsters that filled the surrounding to the brim while enduring the aurora breath of the white divine dragon and Freed's variegated, chantless, limitless storm of magic, bearing damage that wasn't few in the process. The number of monsters that were turned into black dragons using the black whip of slavery was already nearly 100. The number of the dragons' fighting force had become doubled. In addition, with Tio's regeneration magic, Boon of the Dragon King, they became an astounding battle force that should be called as the Undying Black Dragon Army. But even so, the one who was cornered in this fight was Tio.
The Fix-It J at mine hand would be used up soon. When it becomes difficult to evade the Aurora completely, it will cause mind damage control to be harsh.
Tio took out Tanyo Magic Medicine Fix-It J to reduce the additional effect of the Aurora, and then she gulped it down in one go while making a bitter face. The Aurora breath of the Uranus was excessively powerful. It was exactly like the main cannon of a battleship. Even just its aftershock granted the additional effect of obstructing healing magic and worsened the already existing wound to the target, so completely avoiding that attack was next to impossible. Not only that, the Uranus didn't only have Aurora breath as its attack, it was also creating countless Aurora bullets that floated in the area where they would then flew around like a strafing Gatling gun. Furthermore, Freed's all-elements magic in full burst and silver feathers, his silver bombardment, and space magic was pressing on Tio like a surging wave. Then the gray dragons above that couldn't be handled by the black dragons would also launch a heavy rain of Aurora one after another. Tio, who was continuously enduring through that in paper-thin difference, could be said as astonishing. But if the magic medicine Fix-It J that Tio only had several bottles remaining was used up, then that situation would also crumble down. She was placed in a brittle equilibrium right now. The moment Tio became unable to nullify the effect of the Aurora showering down on her and she couldn't evade, Tio would surely become cornered in one go at that time. How much her dragon scales were already broken, how much her blood had flowed out. Even if she used regeneration magic, there was a limit to the amount of her magic power. Not only for regeneration, her magic power was also being consumed in great amount for her breath attack and metamorphosis magic. To put it bluntly, her situation was gradually getting worse. Freed also understood that even now, when 100 of his monsters had been stolen by the black whip of slavery, his composed expression didn't crumble. Tio was aiming to overturn the situation by turning the monsters into Black Dragon before she became unable to endure anymore. That was what Freed was thinking. So now that he was looking at Tio's situation where it became difficult for her to heal, on top of that, the difference in battle strength where his monsters were still 5 times the number of the Black Dragon, he became convinced of his victory. Looking from his slightly distorted lips, perhaps he was already planning to make sport of Tio until she died. Perhaps in his heart, he was already laughing, looking at the fool who was meaninglessly resisting, in desperation for a result that was already obvious to see. While vaguely guessing that, thinking in Freed's heart, Tio was flipping over at midair even now to evade the Aurora breath, she swung her whip in a world where up and down was reversed to hold back Freed. At the same time, she counterattacked at the Uranus with super thin breath attack from the tip of her gun finger that made a gun shape.
Moo. I compressed that attack considerably already, that damned white dragon, to flick away my breath attack entirely like that. Is that the revenge for previously? The subordinate monster is just like the master. It is making a disgusting grin.
A fierce barrage of attack approached Tio, light bullets and silver feathers, plus great number of magic. Tio activated the space-ripping magic enchanted in her whip and tore apart several of those attacks with the meandering movement of the whip that looked like a snake. She weaved through the gap that was created in the barrage and passed through. But, as expected, she was unable to perfectly evade. The attack that impacted the edge of her body shaved off her dragon scales. And then, an Aurora breath attacked Tio at that timing. Jew! It blew away the atmosphere while approaching Tio, annihilating a part of Tio's right shoulder and one of the dragon wings growing on her back.
Cool, that's effective-y.
While leaking out voice unconsciously from the pain that she already didn't remember how many times it had been, Tio used a certain power and immediately used regeneration magic to regenerate her dragon wing before she rebuilt her posture from her mid-air tailspin. However, what was regenerated was only her dragon wing, while her shoulder blade was still bleeding, mostly unhealed. Wondering whether Tio's regeneration magic had finally become unusable, Freed's faint grin became even deeper.
Good grief. If Gushujin-sama is the one who did this to me, then I would have reached 1 or 2 climaxes already. Even without the side effect from the ability's activation, that kind of attack only granted me pain, and above all, it feels disgusting.
Surely even Freed, who was planning to torment Tio until death, would be troubled without end if that only made Tio happy instead. No, before that he would undoubtedly draw away in revulsion.
The Black Dragon's art increasing favorably. At this rate, it would be possible to overturn the difference in battle force. However, in the end, will it progress that well? Above all, to head to Goshujin-sama's location with mine own strength and then face against the god. As expected, I have to prepare that ahead then. In that case, I will need some time.
Tio, who squeezed out a conclusion from racking her brain, repeated, attacking and evading the attacks while lamenting the inconvenience of her own trump card. Then, she suddenly talked to Freed, also with the intention of buying time.
Which reminds me, thou. What happened with thy brethrens? They should have crossed into the holy precincts along with thou, shouldn't they?
Tio, who suddenly chatted lightly at him despite her cornered situation, made Freed retracted his grin, and he narrowed his eyes suspiciously.
What's wrong? As thou can see, I can possibly increase my battle force for more than this. At this rate, it seems I can somehow manage this somehow, don't thou think? Solam, just making a little probe here.
Freed nodded once while grumbling fumu toward Tio, who was transparently conveying her true motive. And then, looking at Tio, who was harboring hope that she could possibly overturn the difference in battle force at this rate if the devil race didn't participate in the fight, Freed was making a pitying expression while opening his mouth.
Let me say that it is a needless worry if you are feeling apprehension about the possibility of participation of my brethrens. All members of the devil race are sleeping at another domain. After all, they need to have the strength that is worthy as the vanguard of the god residing in their body before we arrived in the new world.
I see now. However, this made me wondering though, why art thou following someone like that Ahituruju? That guy incited war from the human race side. Because of that, there were a lot of devil race people who died, isn't that correct? Dost thou not have any ill feeling for that?
While getting hit by a light bullet once more that caused her dragon scales and blood to be scattered, even so, Tio repeated her Gestian calmly,
Everything is according to God's will.
as though it was only obvious, as if that was the truth. Fried said that without any hesitation or sadness on his expression. Tornado was generated from the 4 pair of wings of the Uranus which crumbled the balance of Tio. The Aurora breath that was fired at her at that timing burned half of Tio's body. The damage surpassed the reduction effect of Fix-It G toward the secondary ability of the Aurora. Because of that, Tio grimaced due to the additional effect that was invading her body while she drained up a new Fix-It G and used her regeneration magic. However, she was unable to heal herself completely. Her constricted waist and burned skin that were exposed from her torn clothes stayed unhealed. Her sleeve was also stayed torn up from her shoulder blade, and her white graceful arm swelled bright red. Cold sweat was perspiring from her skin as though to express her pain. Even so, Tio repeated her Gestion.
Even so, won't thy comrade become unable to rest in peace? If Ehitor Rouge didn't summon people of another world here, the Goshujin-sama also wouldn't arrive here. In that case, thou wouldn't lose several thousand of thy brethrens like in that day. If the people who hath departed, see thou right now, what art they going to think, I wonder?
Hearing those words that sounded like provocation, or even possibly scorn, Fried suddenly stopped his attack. Not only Fried, the attacks from other monsters, including Uranus, also stopped coming. Inside the silence that suddenly visited, a severe earthquake thundered from far away. It was surely the sound of Shia rampaging. But Fried and also Tio didn't move their gaze there. Did some kind of change of heart happen in him? Was rage welling up in his heart, or else he wanted to defeat Tio's impudent argument? Tio didn't understand what was going on in actuality, but for the time being this situation was something that she would greatly celebrate for. After all, for the time being, Tio had the need to receive non-lethal pain from the enemy for a while.
The likes of you, don't you dare talk impertinently about our matter.
Even if PM not being impertinent, but I could not find even a single factor in Ehitorujue's way of doing things that I can possibly give my approval forth.
But your premise is mistaken. There is no right and wrong in what the God is doing. The intention of the Lord is exactly the true path. Therefore, all of my brethrens whose life were scattered, they are all martyr. There is no way they would regret it or anything. Surely they will also take pride in what PM doing.
Tio sent an exasperated gaze at Fried, hearing those words.
The true path is it. In the end, thou art merely stopped thinking for thyself. That's a blind faith. To put it in another way, thou hath been brainwashed. Since the first place thou were already a religious fanatic, but even so, I could see thy pride as a devil race, and thy affection toward thy brethrens. But right now thy art completely a controlled puppet.
That's what I called as an impertinence.
Fried cut off their talk for once. Then he sent a pitying gaze at Tio before started talking once more.
The many wars, the many hardships, all of those were the trials that God handed down to us. That great person was searching for existence that is worthy to walk together with him. And then, the one who overcame those trials and got recognized by that great person is only our race. That's all there is to it. The me who was unable to grasp that divine will and instead insulted that great person as a pagan god, that foolishness makes me want to vomit right now. However, that great person forgive this foolish me, and not only he welcomed me in, he even granted me the gullification to be the retainer of God. This depth of God's mercy, why are you unable to understand it?
Fried, who began to get into a trance while talking, caused Tio to groan, "Woo!" in repulsion inside her heart. Fried talking like this was also because of her provocation, but he was even more unsightly to see than she expected. And then, the content of his talk also felt in perfect form in a certain meaning. There were truly a lot of places that were fully loaded with double standards she could throw retort at. After listening this far, perhaps it could even be said that it felt refreshing instead.
Just like thou said, in the first place it has become like this because I am someone impertinent. Leaving that aside, qualification to become retainer, thou said, doest that refer to that transformation to an apostle?
Correct. First my Lord had elevated me to an apostle's rank.
And then, eventually, I will climb to the rank as retainer god, similar like Arifureta-sama. It's truly something awe-inspiring. But now that Arifureta-sama has died, I am serving as my lord's immediate follower. In that case, my race will become the follower of me who is the follower of God. That is to say, they will become the people chosen by the true God, a divine race.
Perhaps feeling the extraordinarily great honor that he received, or else, perhaps he was imagining how his own race would rule over the people at the new land as the race of God. Whatever the reason, Fried's expression was turning into something that might be prohibited to be broadcasted to public, while he kept talking even to the topic that he wasn't asked for. But, at that time, space undulated as though to obstruct the talk of Fried. No, it was a generation of immense power, to the degree that it made them thought that space was undulating. When they spontaneously directed their gaze at the direction of the power, their faint blue magic power was pulsing like heartbeat while winding up. And then, several of the Platinum Apostles leaped forward, yet they then got blown away instead. They could see such spectacle at the far away.
Impossible! The apostles are being pushed back? Absurd! The first until the fifth apostles had been strengthened by my Lord's power to a great degree already.
Fried's expression changed from a look of ecstasy into a look of shock, as though he had been showered with ice water. That was just how hard it was to believe, seeing the scene of someone who, regardless of battling 5 Platinum Apostles at the same time, far from matching the Apostles, this person was even gradually beginning to overpower them. But, for Tio, who believed in Shia from the start, she replied back with an extremely composed tone.
What art thou feeling surprised for? Among all of us, with the exception of Goshujin-sama, the one who is the most monstrous is Shia. Just so thou know, that person is without any foundation, like being a vampire, dragon race, or apostle's body. Even if we look back at her ancestor, she is only a demi-human, which means she also doesn't have talent in magic. To say further, something like a rabbit race is a race that is the most cowardly in the world. That maiden overturns all that with just her feeling. The likes of the soldiers of the self-proclaimed god who hath no ability other than soaking in joy from belittling other people at best. There art no way they would be able to rival her with just some strengthening, don't thou think?
Tio talked as though it was the truth of this world. Fried could only leak out a murmur of impossible to Tio's words. And then he shook his head as though to shake off something, and then he glared at Tio with a gaze that contained coldness.
I've to go to support the apostles. Tormenting you to death end right now. You can quickly meet your end.
Don't say that. The main event will be from here on, just so thou know.
Nonsense. Your scheme won't result in anything. The difference in battle force is impossible to overturn. You are already wounded all over. Further, just I and Uranus are enough to be your opponent.
Fried Gayatly raised his hand. It was as though he was saying that if that hand got swung down, then the scythe of the god of death would be swung down on Tio's neck. Answering its master's will, the white divine dragon roared, and its eyes glinted with killing intent. The fact was that there was 5 times difference in their battle force. There were still 1,000 of Fried's monsters remaining against the 200 black dragons.
I don't remember saying, these aren't all of my black dragons, though?
Tio smiled fearlessly.
Awaken, reborn, O children of Dragon King, Dragon King's corpse life army.
Immediately the land skirmed. No, more accurately, the monsters who fell on the ground from the mortal combat unfolding at the sky. That great number of husks were moving like sludge. At the ground right below where nearly 1,000 monsters were lying down, their husks were dyed reddish black, and the scenery became a painting from hell. There the first cry of newly born life rose. The husk's shape was gradually firming up, and then the long necks there that were rising up looked like the lid of hell that was sliding open. One body, and then one more body. Those things that were born from the heaps of bodies and streams of blood unfolded, opened their wings vigorously and flapped. Those large bodies were floating up in order to hasten to join at their king's location.
What is that?
Fried's movement spontaneously stopped. His eyes narrowed while looking down at below while he whispered. Tio then answered that whisper.
What is necessary for Black Dragon transformation is not only this black whip of slavery. How much dragon scale and blood dost thou think I have scattered in this battlefield?
What? Don't tell me? You used a part of yourself as the medium?
But this is the celebration of thy birth. Raise the grand roar fitting for a dragon.
It was TOS, the Dragon King's command. The black dragons who were just born and the black dragons who were dancing in the sky simultaneously answered that command. Breath attacks in black color of Tio's magic power light were fired in countless number. Skewering flashes pierced the sky from the ground. Flashes were rushing horizontally from back and front, left and right. The black flashes that were fired almost at the same time formed a cage of heat ray that put the monsters of Freed at the center with no place to escape. Soul and Metamorphosis composite magic, Dragon King's Corpse Life Army. This magic was using Tio's own blood and scale as the medium, where the soul magic Dragon Soul Reproduction and Metamorphosis magic, Sixth Heaven's Demon Transformation, were applied on the monster's corpse to create black dragons. By offering flesh and blood, making use of corpse, it created a new army. In addition, the created dragons were all black dragon, with an evil and atrocious appearance that could be mistaken as an evil dragon. It could be said as a worthy deed for a woman who looked up at man who was titled as Demon King, that she called as Goshujin-sama, perhaps. Normally, someone who listened to detail of this magic would feel one or two repugnances, but Hajime, who listened to the report about this magic, instead said, "To be able to make use of the killed opponent, that's really ecological. What a convenient magic, huh?" And looked a little envious. As expected from the man who was called as Demon King or Demon God. And then, Tio, who blushed and fidgeted around shyly but happily after getting praised like that, could also be said as having enough quality to be a female general of the Demon King.
How's that? Thy monsters have been reduced considerably with this, don't thou see?
The Corpse Life army that was created was roughly consisting of 400 dragons, combined with the armed black dragons and monsters that were turned into black dragons using the black whip of slavery. Then the total number of the army could reach 600 dragons. And then, with the simultaneous breath attacks just now, the monsters of Freed that got slain were roughly 300 monsters. If added with the numbers of monsters who got heavily injured and became unable to fight satisfactorily, then the number of the victim would jump to 500. The remaining monsters in good health and all their limbs intact were more or less 500. In other words, the condition had been overturned. Although Tio's appearance was wounded all over, but her figure, who was standing imposingly in midair with black dragons, obeying her in the background, was truly worthy to be called a Dragon King. As for Freed, he took a slow glare at the battlefield, and then he suddenly lifted the corner of his lips. It was as though he was looking at the struggle of a bug that had all of its wings already plucked out, as if he was laughing mockingly at a person who ran desperately at non-existence hope. That smile was awfully warped, expressing his ugly emotion. Freed's mouth opened. His eyes were muddy, like dark sludge in his expectation to trample the other party's hope. And then, with a voice that was filled to the brim with scorn and ecstasy,
I don't remember saying, "These are all of my monsters, though?"
Right after that, a pillar of light rose up from the obelisk. Furthermore, it didn't seem to come only from the obelisk in front of Tio's eyes. The same white light was also rising to the sky one after another from the islands other than the floating islands where Tio and Freed were at. That implied that there were the same obelisks at the surrounding floating islands. This scene was enough to stir up unpleasant premonition in Tio's heart.
As expected, it won't go well that easily. If I have to say in Goshujin-sama's style, then this must be a template.
Tio was reflexively making a bitter look while whispering that, while at her field of vision, the worst situation was coming into view. Above and below, back and front, left and right, like a wriggling wall. Everywhere she looked at, there were monsters, 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 a swarm of monsters. Not only at the floating island where she was at right now, all the islands floating at the surrounding were also wholly covered with swarms of monsters. Just how many their number could possibly be? Several thousand, several tens of thousands. The monster's number wasn't at that level anymore. Even hundreds of thousands weren't enough at all to express their total number. Most likely the monsters here were in the millions.
Although they are a level inferior compared to the previous monsters, I think their number has compensated for that for more than enough. Don't you think so? Now then, Tio Claus, the sport is now over. Prepare to be trampled down.
Right after that, Fried swung down his arm. That was the signal for the trampling. The monsters in a great amount of numbers simultaneously rushed at the black dragons.
No matter what this number, are just too many. As for Shia, looked like she is victorious, but as expected, she cannot immediately move. If she is attacked right now, she wouldn't last even for a bit. Thinking about the future, I wish the time could pass a little bit more yet. It can't be helped. A woman is all about guts.
Although the armed dragons were somehow fighting hard, yet the black dragons, other than them, were in the middle of raising scream of death agony right now. Tio made her decision. Until this point of time, she was thinking about. After this battle, she was taking safety margin as much as possible while continuing to save her power so she would be able to support Hajime later with the greatest strength possible that she could muster, but now she flung off that thinking to the wind. This method was a dangerous method where she could possibly die instantly as she mistook even a step. However, she could only do that in order to activate it instantly. For the sake of her friend, and then for the sake of her beloved master, she didn't hesitate.
Come on, O white dragon, that indomitable that still hath not hit me properly, now ill receive it head on without evading, so put thy spirit and fire it at me.
While saying that provocative sentence, Tio swung around her whip like a tornado around her and cut apart the swarming monsters, while her other hand was firing her compressed breath attack. The black compressed breath that was specialized for piercing became a streak of light and pierced the monsters on its line of fire and arrived at its target, the white divine dragon. Uranus seemed to hear Tio's provocation. It dispersed the approaching breath merely with its roar while its eyes were sparkling with killing intent, as though to say, "Then take this if you can." It then fired an extra-large aurora. Tio drained up in one breath the cheapmate doctor that she wasted no time to take out. She then threw away the container while performing partial dragonification. Both her arms swelled up and turned into dragon arms, covered in dragon scale and sharp claws elongating out. Furthermore, her whole body became covered with jet-black dragon scales, leaving no spot exposed. She crossed her arms and took a defensive posture to protect her vital spots. Fried saw her doing that and guessed that Taya was seriously not going to evade to receive the attack. He made a sneer, thinking that she had resigned herself already. That was only natural, he guessed. There was no way she could come out safely after getting hit by the aurora. He could see no merit in doing that. That was why it was only natural for him to think that she was now accepting her death graciously. But just before the aurora hit, he saw the powerful and resolute gaze of Tio that was visible from the gap between her crossed arms, and he got caught in a violently bad premonition. He was about to call it Uranus to stop the dragon's attack unconsciously, but the aurora had already got fired by then. It was impossible for him to make it in time, and right then, Tio's figure was swallowed into the aurora along with a thunderous sound, and she vanished from sight. A track of light divided the sky horizontally. Inside that light of devastation, Tio desperately endured while raising a wordless scream. The prided dragon scales that dragon race boasted as the hardest were annihilated in succession. While feeling aware of the unpleasant sensation running through both her blocking arms, an abnormal storm of agony that assaulted her whole body made her gritted her teeth with a force that might break her teeth. It was an intense pain that might make her mad. Tio understood that her body was being annihilated from the edge. She hallucinated, the shadow of death slithering up on her body. This wasn't like the sweet pain that Hajime granted her, not even for a bit. She was undoubtedly able to listen to the scream that was raised by her dying body. The damage that had already far surpassed the scope that could be described made her consciousness almost got blown away to the beyond. While she was barely taking hold of her consciousness, Tio endured it through to the end with her spirit, and then...
I can do this.
Conviction. At the same time, she took out the variable large shield Adian from Treasure Warehouse 2. In front of her eyes, it blocked the aurora just for an instant. The white breath of devastation was easily annihilating the shield that was just a pile of metallic mass without any Vajra or transmutation or even magic power for regeneration poured into it. But even so, the duality shield of Hajime's maid definitely protected Tio's body from ruin during a few seconds. Just that much was more than enough. With a flap, Tio leaped out from the torrent of aurora, and then she was falling to the ground while white smoke was rising from her body, and she impacted on the ground with a thunderous sound.
Tio, son?
Shia's words felt caught up was surely not only because of her exhausted body. Shia was obviously looking shocked from seeing the disastrous appearance of Tio. Tio replied with a bright voice in order to reassure Shia.
Yes, this is every bello ved pervert Tio Sanhe.
No. This is not the time for saying humor with a body that almost died like that. There is no person or anything that like Tio-san when you are in your pervert mode. All the mankind would only draw away in revulsion against such pervert Disu. Wait, not that. Healing. Quickly healing.
No, person likes me, the whole mankind will draw away. How cruel. Ha ha.
While taking out magical medicine of healing from her own treasure warehouse too, all flustered, Shia was making a sharply piercing retort with a voice that was oozing with unease. Even while enduring a tremendous pain, Tio's tone was changing from feeling a bit of pleasure, and she was going, ha ha, in a different meaning. As expected, the pain given to her from her comrade felt sweet. Shia was crawling toward Tio, who was yaying down, spread-eagled in addered state, magical medicine in hand. But before Shia could reach Tio, a silver feather flew in high speed and disintegrated the medicine container at Shia's hand. Shia came to her sense, and when she looked at the direction from where the feather was flying, there was Freed riding above Uranus there, glaring at Shia without hiding the scorn in his expression. When Shia looked above, there was a swarm of monsters there, in which the expression of like the number of stars matched it perfectly. Her surrounding was also completely buried in monsters. She couldn't see the edge of the island at all. It was as though the ground was covered by undulating dark clouds. Shia and Tio were surrounded completely in a hemisphere shape. Because Shia had acted recklessly in her battle with the apostles, she was in a state where she couldn't immediately fight. As for Tio, it should be rather left unsaid. She was heavily wounded to the degree that it was mysterious that she was still alive. In other words, this is a situation of checkmate from all point of view.
A power that could drive away the strengthened apostles of God is something to be feared, but it appeared you have completely used up your strength. It's already over for Tio Claus too. This is the end of the path of the fools who went against God. Obediently receive this judgment.
Shia directed a chilly gaze at Freed, who haughtily proclaimed such, and then, when her mouth opened to talk back,
Ha 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 ha.
Shia swallowed her words hearing Tio's laugh.
Have you lost even your mind? That's understandable. After all, you should be tormented by unimaginable, tremendous pain, even now.
No. Nothing wrong with mine sanity. What art funny is thy humor. Foo-foo.
Tio ghastly distorted her blood-soaked face while directing a sharp gaze that was unthinkable coming from that wound-riddled body. Pierced by those golden eyes with slitted pupils that were increasing in radiance, Freed unconsciously took a step back. The bad promotion that he felt before Tio got, directly hit by the aurora, swelled up further. A chill was circling in his whole body, as though something unknown was crawling around. But he ignored the chill, using his fury toward himself, who was pressured by these two who were already at the death's door. No matter, he saw it, and he kept up with his haughty attitude.
What can you do this late with that kind of state? Do you think you can manage something somehow with the likes of the Black Dragons? Or else, don't tell me, are you thinking that your master would return here so conveniently?
Perish the thought. Just that, the one, ending this, is me.
Tio's body was shining with black-colored magic power light. Even though she was supposedly unable to move, her body was making creaking sound while she scolded her trembling legs to stand up. Without paying any mind to the blood that was dripping down, only her lips were showing a deepening, fierce smile. Freed put himself on guard. He tried to deal the finishing blow, judging that there was no need for any Gestian. In concert with that, Uranus also opened its mouth wide. Light of annihilation was converging inside it. And then, in that moment, just before the last flash was going to be fired, pulsing sound resounded in the space. Not only that, a tremendous pressure that was even accompanied by physical impact rushed through the dome-shaped space, causing Freed and Uranus to slightly staggered. There were even monsters in the surrounding who fainted. The center of that pressure was without doubt TOA. Despite being just a step away from death, she was emitting an impossible pressure. Pulsing was spreading at the whole space once more. The abnormal pressure was heightening second by second. It even caused a hallucination, as though their heart was being grabbed tightly. The pulsation spread for the third time. Whether one wanted it or not, they were made to understand this instinctually, that it was an existence that one must not lay their hands on. What they felt was fear. What was hard to believe, what he didn't want to believe, was that this swelling pulsation of power easily surpassed the white divine dragon that could be said as the culmination of Freed's effort.
Just what in the world? Something is happening. Is she not actually dying? Is she bluffing? Something like this. It's as if this is the same with that monster.
With his body stiffening, unable to be aware of his trembling arms and legs, Freed spouted out such words that were filled with confusion and agitation in his heart. But then he came back to his senses all of a sudden when he noticed Tio, who had stood up completely. She had pulled Shia close to her and gazed at Freed with narrowed eyes. If he had the free time to be paralyzed, if he had the time to lament how unbelievable this was, then he should attack them with no Gestian asked instead. Even with the situation turning bizarre like this, it didn't change that Tio and Shia were in exhaustion. It would be enough if he attacked simultaneously along with the surrounding monsters. Freed was feeling anger at his own stupidity after this late like that. With that fury, Freed, who was scolding himself, raised up his arm.
Tesk, attack! Don't let them do anything! Kill him right now!
All the terrified monsters couldn't immediately react. Be that as it may, the monsters that were in the number that was far more than enough to destroy. Just 2 people obeyed that command, including the Uranus. They let out their killing intent. There, a voice resounded. The voice that possessed a solemn echo sounded like it was descending from the sky, despite how the speaker was right there in front of them.
Observe closely. This is the zenith that I, the dragon race Teo Claus, had arrived at.
Right after that, a storm of killing intent was released. At the center of that was naturally the aurora breath of Uranus, but all those attacks couldn't hope to wound Shia and Tio. If the reason was asked, it was because just before the attacks were launched, an extremely large flash surged and pierced the sky with Tio as the center. Black, or rather the dark light that was like the abyss, was rising straight to the sky. The monsters standing on its way were all blown away. Although attacks were rushing at that flash's bottom, the place where Tio and Shia were at, the dark light pillar rising to the sky while rumbling the space didn't shake even a bit. Far from that, it increased in radiance even further while still piercing the sky. In addition, black ripple was spreading in the sky.
What is happening?
Even while he was doing that, the dark ripple was spreading through the sky. At the next moment, a flame blast licked all over the sky. The radiant great fire was spreading crawlingly, and in the blink of eye the sky was dyed red. What was manifested wasn't sea of clouds, but a sea of flame. The Red Sea that was blazing roaringly couldn't be thought as the scenery of this world by any means. Further in that flame sea of the sky, lightning surged. Divine rumbling sound roared, not losing to the sound of the air bursting. The raining down thunders were randomly, carelessly, mercilessly shooting out the monsters and exterminated them like scattering flies. At that time, in the sea of flame and lightning, something undulated. A black and shining, twisting large body. The whole of that body couldn't be seen yet. It was unclear just how big it was. A part of its body was jutting out from the sea of flame and thunder before sinking in again. It was just like how the divine beast Leviathan was lurking in the sea. However, the aberrant pressure pouring down on the ground was far mightier.
What is that?
Freed was staring at the sky in a daze while whispering. All the monsters, including the white divine dragon, were also at the same state. All the monsters were similarly kept staring at the red sky in a daze. There was no way that whisper would be answered, but just when they were thinking like that, in that timing the thing swimming in the sea of lightning and flame displayed the whole of its true form. The sky fell. The enormously tremendous roar that made the listener hallucinate that rained down from the sky in super-wide range. Due to that, the monsters who had difficulty in their defensive power were easily pulverized, while a lot of other monsters had their consciousness reaped and they fell on the ground. Amidst that, what showed its figure was a gigantic dragon covered in dragon scale that shined black with its body clad in flame and lightning. It wasn't a Western dragon that imitated a lizard. It was an Eastern dragon with a long meandering body like a snake. The whole length of its body might be more than 100 meters. Black dragon. No, if the white dragon was called as a white divine dragon, then the true form of this dragon that should be called as a black divine dragon went without saying. It was the form of that person, Teoclaws. Soul and metamorphosis composite magic, dragon god manifestation, using soul magic, magic-clad alignment, that aligned the soul with magic so that the body could wear the magic itself with the highest class flame magic, world destroyer flame wave, and the highest class wind magic, sky miracle, and then adding to those the metamorphosis magic, sixth heavens demon transformation, secret medicine to strengthen the body, sublimation magic, and then the pain conversion too, that was the derivative skill of characteristic magic, dragonification. Only after using all of those at the same time this ultimate skill of Teo could be activated. Teo was reducing the side effect of the aurora that was too strong while doing damage control. Even while doing that, she was piling up the necessary strength for Dragon God transformation using pain conversion too by continuously bearing wounds. She had received that much damage while healing herself to the degree that she wouldn't die, even so, if at the very end she didn't bear that heavy wound that brought her to the verge of death, she wouldn't be able to pile up the strength for the Dragon God transformation. In addition, she was unable to stock up energy by hurting herself. On top of that, the damage couldn't be changed into pleasure in the middle of the conversion, and then there was even the side effect of her sense of pain getting magnified. If someone with average mental strength attempted this, they would be driven mad assuredly before they could activate the Dragon God transformation. Originally, Teo planned to take care of Freed with only her black dragons, and then she would rush toward Hajame's position with a strength that was still heightened to maximum before unveiling this technique in the battle against Ahito, but in the present situation where she forced herself to activate this technique, she might only have a minute to maintain this form, and then, after her Dragon God transformation was released, she would surely become the same like Shia, where she would be in a state where she couldn't fight.
I finish everything in this 1 minute.
The golden eyes of Teo, who accomplished Dragon God transformation, glared fiercely at the monsters below. The monsters immediately drew back in fear. Only one, the white divine dragon, who wasn't drawing back, but in its eyes there was a fear and awe that couldn't be hidden. Teo's roar thundered. Right after that, many gigantic lightnings surged from the sea of flame, and lightning and mercilessly cooked the monster's swarm. If this scale was measured using the Earth measurement, then the scale could far surpass a level F5 storm. The monsters who tried to escape were all rolled up and embraced into blazing arms. They were annihilated there, leaving not even dust behind.
Impossible, 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 impossible. Something like this is impossible.
The thunders raining down from the sky was like a divine punishment. The tornado connecting the land and sky and swallowed everything into ruin was like the fire of hell. Seeing that scene that should be called as the manifestation of heaven's might, Freed felt like the divinity of the God that he held faith to was denied along with his faith. He was repeating words that denied reality in half-madness. And then he gave an order to the divine white dragon that was his best masterpiece.
Deny that, Uranus. That existence? Deny! Why? Minute!
Uranus answered its master's command. It opened its jaw and fired the strongest aurora it could, as though to blow away his fear altogether. as though to grant its master's wish. However, that attack which was fired with its whole body and soul, the flash of darkness clad in sparks that was fired from the jaw of the divine black dragon Tio, collided against the Aurora mid-air. A beat later, the Aurora was easily pushed back, and the flash of darkness swallowed Uranus without stopping. There wasn't even a shriek of death agony. The flash of black that erased even sound merely tore up the sky, gouged the ground, and without slowing down it annihilated a part of the floating island before vanishing at the space below. No, the white divine dragon wasn't completely annihilated. Its lower body was blown away. Its body that consisted mostly only of chest and head fell on the ground with a bam. Its dignity as a divine dragon had already gone without even a fragment remaining. Light was gaietly falling off from its eyes.
Uranus?
Freed stared at the white divine dragon with powerless voice. That figure that didn't respond even when he called made an indescribable emotion to well up in his heart. The processing of information in his brain couldn't catch up with what was happening. Even though he was floating in midair, it felt like his feet was swaying unstably. When Freed noticed, he was screaming. Giving only a glance at the millions of monsters who were exterminated with preposterous momentum, Freed glared straight at Tio and flapped his silver wings. In those eyes, things like monsters or anything else weren't reflected anymore. There was only flame of fury and hatred blazing there. He fired Silver Flash with all his strength. He fired Shockwave of space magic and tore apart the space. But all of those were easily dispersed just with Tio's roar. He couldn't reach. He couldn't reach toward Tio, who had climbed to faraway height. That was why
Gaha!
the shockwave of the roar that Tio raised, Freed was driven away just from the afterwave from that. Freed, whose whole body was struck hard and stiffened as though he was paralyzed, was then assaulted by falling thunder. K.A. The sky flashed, and then, at the next instant, a tremendous impact pierced his body. Freed was falling to the ground while white smoke was raising from his body. His body struck the ground, and then after he bounced several times on the surface, he finally stopped and laid down spread-eagled. In the eyes of Freed that were looking above at the sky, the scene where the monsters in the number that covered the whole space to the brim had been reduced to a degree where they could be counted by a glance, was reflected. Whether he wanted it or not, he was made to understand that this was the end. His violent emotions already disappeared. Right now, for some reason, only emptiness was smoldering in him.
What is someone like me who was welcomed by God doing giving up like this? I should resolve myself instead to walk the path of martyrdom, to take the enemy together with me into death until the very end. Even when he tried to persuade himself like that, as expected, his body didn't even twitch. His body was unable to move because of the damage. Not the willpower to move his body just wasn't welling up in his heart.
At that time, when Freed was about to whisper something, a black light fell from the sky toward him. His awfully calm mind judged that it was a finishing blow for him. With this, it was the end for him. But, at that moment, a shadow passed over the firing line of the black light.
What?
Something roared and cut into the firing line, and with its body that something became Freed's shield. It was
Uranus?
Yes, it was the white divine dragon that should have already expired. With its body that now consisted only of its upper body, Uranus somehow moved and leaped in front of the dark flash. The white divine dragon, whose body was in tatters from the edge, slightly turned at Freed, who was opening his eyes in shock while narrowing its eyes gaietly. He couldn't hear any words, even if he used metamorphosis magic. Nevertheless, at that time, Freed was able to clearly understand what the white divine dragon was conveying to him. Namely,
Run away, huh?
while making Aurora to gush out from its remaining broken body, unbelievably Uranus was holding back Tio's flash. That will, it was the will, to not let its master, Freed, to die. At that moment, a torrent of memory rushed Freed. He recalled, at the time when he was nothing more but a mere devil race, why at that time he was attempting to challenge a great labyrinth.
I was merely wishing to make a safe country where nothing could threaten my brethrens. I pursued power for the sake of that. My brethrens were more important than anything. I thought that if it was for their sake, then I could do anything. Yet despite so, it can't be helped because it's the will of God. Huh!
The white divine dragon was pressuring on him. It was directing a criticizing gaze toward its master that wasn't trying to run. But toward that white divine dragon, Freed only shook his head quietly and made a troubled smile. He challenged a great labyrinth with mad desperation. Actually, he even almost died many times before obtaining the metamorphosis magic. And then with that magic, this dragon monster was the first monster that he subdued. Since then, this dragon had been his partner for all this time. Even though it should have been dead for sure, yet had crossed over logic and rushed to him when he was in danger. He felt a definite bond in that act, even though he himself had already forgotten even such an important thing before he knew it. His partner didn't forget that even now when it was already dead. Freed's body was worn out. He was already unable to move satisfactorily. Then,
Sorry. Go together with me, partner?
Curia. That voice sounded as though it was saying, "Can't be helped, huh?" At the next moment, the dark flash swallowed everything like a divine punishment. After that, there was nothing left behind.
If thou too weren't charmed by that god, thou would be a good pair of master and servant. No, a good partners with certainty, but thou were unable to resist or persist, art because of the weakness in the end, thou could make no excuse. Well, at the very least, this Tio clause will remember the conclusion of the two of thou.
Tio turned a solemn gaze fitting for a dragon god to the spot where Freed and Uranus were at. That way of ending that Freed and Uranus showed at the very end, where they smiled wryly at each other holding a saturation of various emotions. For Tio, it was something that for some reason she didn't want to cast away as something trivial. But at that time, Shaya's voice resounded.
Won't the time come any time now?
Shaya's voice that reached Tio through telepathy came from inside the body of Tio that transformed into Dragon God. So that she wouldn't get dragged in, Tio sheltered Shia inside her body where it was the safest place. It was essentially the same like when she stored away her equipment when she turned into a dragon. Her body was longer than 100 meters anyway, so there was no problem for her to shelter Shia inside there.
Yes, it's frustrating, but mind limit will come soon. Let's annihilate them all in one go.
The time limit of the Dragon God transformation, along with a terrific roar, a flash that dyed the world black, rushed through the space. Thunders were becoming fiercer and fiercer, and gigantic tornadoes of flame trampled the monsters to ashes.
Kuthi, this is the limit.
At the same time with Tio's pained voice, the sea of flame and thunder covering the sky dispersed, and the tornado became undone gently. There was almost no monster that could be seen. Even if there were monsters that survived, they would be wounded all over, or ran away at full speed already fearing Tio's majestic appearance. Right after that, the body of the Black Divine Dragon went, Kate, as though light exploded. Then that large body vanished like a lie, and Shia and Tio appeared at the midair. As only natural, they lost against gravity and fell.
Wait, Tio-san! This is mid-air desu!
Oops. I hath no spare energy. Shia, give me help.
Are you stupid? Even I don't have any spare energy anymore.
They looked like they still had the composure to complain at each other, but in actuality, they couldn't even use air force or body strengthening. Far from that, they didn't even have magic power remaining to activate Treasure Warehouse IT, so this wasn't quite a laughing matter for them.
Booze, it's fine. Black Dradadoon, help.
Tio called the Black Dragons. Shia felt relieved, noticing that they still had this method. However, the voice of the Black Dragons that responded to Tio's call sounded extremely far.
That's right. Because it was dangerous, I made them to evacuate quite far. Perhaps they won't make it in time.
No! 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Hajime-san!
Shia started crying. while Tio was plainly flustered, but at that time a white shadow rushed toward the two in super speed like a streak of flash, and then the arms of the two were firmly caught by rabbit ears. The catcher then kicked on the air and reduced its speed.
Inaba!
Is it Inaba?
Cue!
Yes, it was the kick rabbit Inaba-san. Inaba was kicking on the air while gradually lowering their altitude. He then safely lowered Shia and Tio on the ground.
Thou saved us. My gratitude to thou, Inaba.
Inaba, thank you very much. But why are you here?
Kayukyu! Kayukyu!
Inaba brushed off his rabbit ear with a swish as though to say, "Don't mind it." And then, in exchange for answering Shia's Guestian, Inaba stiffened his ear at a certain direction. When they looked there were the figures of Shizuku and others at far away, waving their hands energetically at them while coming to their spot, riding their skyboard. Shizuku and others, who closed the distance in the blink of eye, landed down beside Shia and Tio.
I'm glad that the two of you are safe. Looks like it was dangerous just now, isn't it? I wondered what was going on when Inaba-san leaped forward, but really it's great that the two of you are safe.
Oh, looks like you two got really messed up, huh?
Ha ha! It was like looking at a myth happening just now. Really, PM glad that Shizuku and others stopped me. Shizuku and Suzu approached Shia and Tualo, who was eeing down dead tired, and made them drink magic medicine and put healing magic on them. Ryutaro was looking around at some of the floating islands that looked like they were going to crumble any time with an astonished expression. Koki was cursing, "Are you idiot, huh?" and punching with his, all the him in the past, who acted hostilely at Shia and others while offering thought of gratitude at Shizuku and others once more.
Shizuku-san and others too. You are all safe. Besides, it appeared that the idiot-san also seems to be reflecting. That's great, Des.
Shia's words made Kuki groan. Ooh.
But as for the other one, no, I doth not say anything. Everyone, thou all has worked hard.
Tio was looking at Suzu with a bit of consideration, but as for the aforementioned Suzu, she was smiling with a clear gaze like a different person compared to before they parted, so Tio didn't convey any word of consolation and merely gifted them words of praise. Toward that, Suzu's smile turned even stronger.
Nevertheless, this is shocking. When we discovered the entrance that connected the spaces and tried to jump into it, oh, sea of fire, tornado of flame, countless monsters, and then there was even a jumbo dragon exactly like in a myth. I already resigned myself for a bit there. The scenery made me want to make a U-turn because we mistook the room.
Shizuku and Suzu turned their gaze at Tio. It appeared Shizuku and others arrived at this space just when Tio was doing her dragon god transformation. The first scene that they saw right after crossing the space was an Armageddon. There was no doubt that their eyes at that time were flying out of their eye socket in shock, just like in manga picture.
Well, because that was mine trump card after all. Originally, I wished to rush at Goshujin-sama's side in the state of dragon god transformation, but that was a wish that was too high to achieve. Rather than that, all of thee hath caught up to us really quickly, isn't it? Even though thou hath no compass like us.
We weren't really lost, you know. After the clock tower got smashed, it took us a bit of time to search the other city, but when we discovered another entrance and used it, we arrived directly to here.
As for us, from that ruined city there were several spaces that interposed between us until this space, but perhaps with the destruction of the clock tower, the arrangement of the connected space changed then. After all, the compass should have displayed to us the shortest route.
Possibly this might be the harassment from Ehitoruje. Tio thought about Hajime, who went ahead, and she sent a bit worried gaze at empty air. The expression of Shizuku, who guessed that Hajime wasn't here as expected from Tio's expression, turned similarly worried, and then she inquired about what happened. Like that, they listened to the rough gist of what happened from Shia and Tio, and then all of them nodded at each other in agreement to chase after Hajime in this case. It was at that time the space began to rumble. Shia and others put up their guard at the surrounding, wondering what was going on. Ahead of the gazes of them, Bari, Biki, the space itself was cracking. It was as though the space was going to crumble. Right after that, the floating island where Shia and others were at that was already greatly damaged, became unable to endure the vibration that attacked the space, and large fissures ran through the ground. A beat later, the island crumbled grandly. In panic, they boarded their skyboard and evacuate to Sky.
That is that by any chance the surface?
The floating island was breaking. The space beneath it was wavering. From there they could see a ground at far below. The scenery there, where there was a fortress and grass plain, was also one that they were familiar with. And then a great number of people were clamoring there in that image. Perhaps because the space was unstable, that scenery immediately disappeared and returned back to usual. But the eerie rumbling was still not stopping. The spots of space where there was wavering faintly displayed places that they had visited before, and also places they didn't know before, vanishing once more.
Surely this is because of Hajime-san des. Hajime-san is fighting Ehito des.
That's right. This place art, holy precincts. Then this place should be the place that is most affected by the god Ehito. For the space to become unstable might mean that this is just how much Ehito art being cornered.
It was merely a hypothesis, but it was a hypothesis that they could believe, because if it was Hajime, then it was possible.
Then we too have to hurry then. Yush, let's get out from this place that might collapse any time and link up with Nagumo-kun immediately.
Everyone nodded to Shizuku and Suzu's words, and then they headed toward the obelisk at the center floating island that was still barely floating. Shia, who was still staggering with her shoulder, was supported by Shizuku with her shoulder while she touched her hand at the obelisk without hesitation. However, nothing happened. When Hajime used his compass, there was no doubt that it was pointing at this obelisk, so there was no mistake that this was the entrance. Shia touched the obelisk one more time, but as expected, nothing happened.
Why?
Shia, who became desperate, touched again, but no matter how many times she repeated, the obelisk wasn't reacting.
Perhaps this art related with this unstable space. If I remember correctly, there aren't also obelisk at the other floating islands, correct? Let's try using those.
Following Tio's consideration, they headed toward the other obelisk. However, that obelisk was also not reacting. And, at that time, the space shook once more, and then, this time, the space began to crumble from the edge. Shizuku, who got a bad premonition, went toward the boundary where the place was beginning to crumble and threw a rock as a test. Her premonition was spot on. The thrown rock crumbled as though it was disintegrated and vanished without even leaving dust behind.
A bad situation, is it?
Tio's grim voice rang awfully clearly.
Even if we get swallowed by the crumbling, we are going to be safe. Something like that would be just too convenient, isn't it? What about the obelisk that we used to enter into this space, I wonder?
Following Suzu's proposal, they headed toward that place in a hurry. The crumbling was advancing rapidly. They understood that the space was shrinking down as though a cage was getting smaller little by little. Right now, even in this moment, the floating islands that were caught by the crumbling were vanishing into dust, starting from their edge.
No way. We cannot even go back.
Kuki murmured with a sorrowful face. The obelisk that Kuki and others came out from into this place also didn't react. The crumbling was approaching. They returned to the center floating island in hurry, but the crumbling was accelerating with increasing momentum. It seemed that even another space that they could see from the swaying space also didn't escape from the crumbling. Even the world of the ruined city was vanishing from its edges.
Is this as far as we can go?
Kuki murmured. Shizuku and others gritted their teeth hearing those words.
Hajime-san, Yue-san.
With a strong gaze, Shia was staring at an empty space as though she was looking far away while calling the name of the two of her beloved. Finally, the crumbling was also starting to erode the center floating island. They desperately racked their brain. They wouldn't stop struggling until the end. Like that, rather than waiting for death just by sitting around, they would rather bet on the possibility that it was possible to teleport using the crumbling space because of the instability, so they resolved themselves to leap into the crumbling space it was at that time. When Shia and others turned their gaze there wondering what happened, there they could see a swaying space that reflected the grassy plain area at the outskirt of Hierarchy Kingdom capital. From the other side, a single arrow was spreading ripples while piercing space itself. Such spectacle flew into their sight. It was as though an arrow was stabbed from the other side of a mirror. Shia and others reflexively gazed in astonishment at such mysterious spectacle. Then the space distorted like jelly with that arrow as the center, and a hole with size that could be passed by a person was created.
And then, the person who passed through to this side from there was...
Yahoo! This is even everyone's beloved, the world's idol, Melody Racing Chan Herax.
Turning back the time a bit, the surface of the world was completely changed by the erosion of dark red color that looked like the eyes of a monster. And then, a crack of space that exposed the abyss appeared at the sky of such bizarre world. After Hajime and others safely jumped into that crack of space which scattered muddy black miasma, the gate that connected toward holy precincts, the apostles of God that swarmed that place, turned on their heels still with an expressionless face. What was reflected in the inhuman eyes looking down from the great height was the crowd of people who displayed their insolence by trying to oppose God's will.
Judgment of God.
Those words were murmured in one voice. If the people at the ground heard those words, surely they would object. There is not even a speck of reason for us to be judged, with a loud voice. But the puppets of God that wouldn't even lend any ear to that objection swung their twin large swords once. Then they flapped their wings and began to descend. All at once, they only revised their orbit using their silver wings. Next, the large number of apostles rapidly approached toward the Allied force, mostly by free-falling while leaving a silver trail behind like a swarm of meteors. Thinking of the apostles' spec, in this battlefield where bug character like Hojime and others were gone, there was no existence that could possibly stop these women. Even if there were a lot of people in possession of item like the artifacts that could launch Flash, anti-material rifle, which covered the penetration of Hojime and others into holy precincts, but there was no reason that mere human could hope to match them. Therefore, for the apostles, what would be starting from here on wouldn't a battle, it would be a curb stomp, without any doubt, just a light work like mowing down grass. Was what they thought how it was supposed to be. That thought only continued until their whole field of vision was buried in barrages of bullets.
Attack KK! No need for even a drop of mercy or reservation. Pound away with the intention of using up all your remover.
An amplified command resounded among the Allied force. At the same time, bullets barrage were fired without pause from the whole Allied force soldiers. Every single soldier aimed rifle gun toward the sky and pulled the trigger. Each time the trigger was pulled, the internal mineral that had been enchanted with lightning-clad electromagnetically accelerated the pseudo-full metal jacket bullet and fired it. The all-out firing from all the rifle guns that had been distributed to all the soldiers of Allied force became several millions of flashes just for the first wave attack that pierced the sky. Furthermore, the large Gatling railguns that were fixed at the fortress and trenches completely blanketed the sky with flashes simultaneously. The number of the Gatling railguns in total was 1,000. 1,000 of the monstrous railguns with 12,000 shots per minute roared simultaneously. That wasn't all. In addition, thousands stationary large Orkan released a few hundred missiles loaded inside them almost at the same time. The spectacle of orange fire trail rushing to the sky all at once could be described as a masterpiece. Regarding the weapons, the people with fast understanding were given priority to be a shooter. They had practiced handling the weapon until the last minute. So the weapons that were the hybrid of top-of-the-line modern weapon and alternate world fantasy could muster their fury without taking too much time. The characteristic advantage of modern weaponware, it wasn't influenced by the skill of the individual, was exhibited in ample here. In an instant, the sky was completely covered by swarms of flashes and missiles. They easily swallowed the apostles who kept descending down. The swarms of railguns that already should be called as a wall mercilessly gouged out the apostles, opening wind holes in their body one after another. The swarms of missiles grandly scattered flame blast and shockwave everywhere and bloomed crimson lotus in the sky. The apostles that got dragged into that blooming were toyed around inside the storm of explosions, and their body burst and scattered. However, even though the first wave of the apostles got easily killed because they let their guard down, the enemy over there was the apostle of God. They immediately put their guard up, weaved through the barrage, slashed away the flashes, or used their silver wings for defense and forcefully broke through to approach their enemy.
Naive.
The one who was lifting the corner of his lips in fearless smirk was the sniper of Hauria race, who played a very active role when Hajime and others stormed the holy precincts. It was Bardfeld of certain death, 10 years old. Across the scope that was enchanted with foresight, which displayed the future position of the enemy as a phantom image, he stared at an apostle that slipped through a flame blast and naturally pulled the trigger with quiet breathing. Immediately, a cannon shot that was specialized for penetration similar with Schlagen became a flash. With a superb timing, it attacked the apostle who was going to move to attack right now, the flash then cleanly blown up her head. Scenes similar with that were also accomplished here and there by the grand flashes that were fired from everywhere in the fortress and trenches. This feat was achieved by the sniper team that was fully equipped with the improved version of Schlagen. Perhaps judging that such snipers were a danger, the apostles followed the line of fire and directed their gazes toward the snipers that included Bardfeld of certain death, and they flew out all at once at them. This time, it was the golem soldiers who were standing by at the back of the snipers. With Gatling cannons in both hands and missile pods equipped on their shoulders, they began simultaneous strafing fire to protect the snipers. The apostles gulped and attempted to evade, but it was too slow. At this point of time, the snipers were already catching the prey across the scope. Faster than even their mind, their finger leaned on the trigger and quietly pulled. It was as though their body had known the best timing. The result was just a matter of course. The sky was decorated with blooming crimson flowers once more. Even though this was supposed to be an easy work that was equal with a mere slaughter, even though the monsters were supposed to be already gone from this place, for some reason it was only the apostles who got killed one-sidedly. Weren't they the apostle of God? Weren't they standing at faraway height that human couldn't possibly arrive at? Created by the supreme existence as the greatest fighting strength, the apostles naturally narrowed their gaze.
Know how futile your resistance is.
One of the apostles whispered. Right after that, they stopped descending and rained down silver bombardments all at once, from long range toward the ground. It was a silver-colored skull. It was a really beautiful and fantastical spectacle, but the tragic result this local heavy rain would bring about was the very definition of atrocity itself. Some part of this was offset by the barrages of bullet, but the bombardment that came from apostles whose body was clad with silver magic power in strength and state slipped through the barrages mostly intact and approached the ground. And then
Great Barrier startup!
it was held back above the Allied force. The improved Great Barrier that was activated following the command of the commander Liliana blocked the meteor shower of death. Against the silver flash that possessed disintegration ability, even if it was the Great Barrier that was an Age of God artifact that had protected the capital of the kingdom for many years, originally, the best it could do would be to hold on for a few moments. But, right now, the Great Barrier that had been applied with Hajime's improvement was spreading in rainbow ripple and firmly protected the Allied force. The Great Barrier that originally was deployed in 3 layers, with the strength of each layer depending on proportion with the range, was now focused into a single layer, which increased its toughness. Naturally, it was also strengthened using sublimation magic. By no means it could perfectly oppose the disintegration ability, but it was capable enough to make the apostles to spend some time breaking through. And then, the time that was bought from that was for the sake of showing the next hand to recover from the hopeless situation. The blow from the first barrage was merely a surprise attack against the arrogant apostles. With these women who literally had specs that were in a different league compared to human as the opponent, they would surely adapt after the first attack. Therefore, the humans had to carry out the plan so they could fight the apostles. That plan was,
To the choir squad, please give the fall toward the puppets who proclaimed themselves as angel.
the order of Liliana that was amplified in sound resounded in the battlefield. The target of that command was the people who looked like clergymen that gathered at the rooftop of the fortress. There were even women and children included among them. With a solemn atmosphere that didn't suit the battlefield, everyone put their hands together in front of their chest with uniform movement, taking a praying pose. All of them were the clergymen of the church who spread the teaching of the Holy Church in the remote region. That was to say, they were the remains of the Holy Church. They were people who had separated from the Central Church, or possibly they had too much of pure faith that they were driven away from Central as troublesome people. Those people who were, in a sense, were the true clergymen, followed the direction of an aging man, clad in priest clothing, standing in front of them. Then they opened their mouths slowly. A melody resounded. It was a holy song, a song that blessed the people and condemned the people that trampled on peace and love, a solemn melody of sacred protection and judgment. A magic circle was floating beneath the choir. Through the crystals that were put here and there on it, the power of the holy song itself was amplified to terrific level. That song, which pushed through the explosive and thunderous sounds of the weapons and resounded throughout the battlefield, naturally reached the ears of the apostles who were launching all-out bombardment to break the Great Barrier.
This?
One of the apostles leaked out a surprised voice. That was surely something that couldn't be helped for her. After all, the proof of strengthening that was the silver light which enveloped her body had dispersed. In exchange, there was crimson light coiling around her before she felt her strength leaving her body like water that flowed out from a container with opened cork. Once the Pope Ishtar invoked this magic, holy song of supreme degeneration toward Hajime, who was facing the Apostle Nointo at the sky above the God Mountain. It was a brutal magic that combined the effects of obstructing the target's movement and weakened their strength as long as the song was resounding. Now this song had its effect amplified using sublimation magic. In addition, it was also enchanted with the words of power that stopped the body function of Kaori and did her in before. Hajime reproduced the effect using soul magic and enchanted it through the medium of crystal pillars. As expected, driving the apostles until they went out of service or completely weakening them were impossible, but the song was still able to obstruct the strengthened state of the apostles. In addition, it also could drop the specs of the apostles until nearly 60% of their original specs.
Tsk. Eliminating?
The gazes of the apostles were directed at the choir, which was the source of their abnormality. They planned to prioritize eliminating the choir. Several of the apostles formed a group and they began to lift their large swords simultaneously. Right after that, their magic power was focused and formed a swelling silver sun. Although only a bit of time had passed, but the Great Barrier was already screaming from receiving disintegration ability from countless apostles. If it got hit by the focused silver bombardment, it would surely become unable to endure this time, and got smashed.
But that too is within expectation. Please prioritize the apostles whose movements are stopping.
Liliana's command resounded for the third time. That command was conveyed to all leaders of each squad. Then they further gave that instruction to the subordinates under them to prioritize targeting the apostles who were concentrating in the focused bombardment. The swarm of fire lines reached out from the ground toward the sky. The thickness of this wave was by no means diluted. It wasn't diluting at all. The people with high shooting ability obeyed the command and sniped at the unmoving apostles simultaneously. The apostles who weren't involved with the focused bombardment defended against this attack. Using their twin large swords, their silver wings feathers, they intercepted the attack. However, with their specs that had been forcefully lowered down and the crimson light that was coiling around their body and hindered their movement, so they were unable to deal with surging waves of the excessively mighty attacks which were depending on the user's specs. One apostle, and then one more apostle. The apostle who were supposed to be absolute strong person were slaughtered with wind holes opened all over their body.
Irregular. Even when you are not here, you are still making a nuisance against us.
The crimson light was coiling around the apostles mockingly. That was the radiance of the monster who had driven them away many times over. Seeing that light, the voice of the apostles who proclaimed that they were without emotion or anything turned a bit rough. They vaguely visualized in their mind a white-haired and eye-patched young man giving them a middle finger with a fearless grin. However, it didn't mean that the Allied force was able to shoot down all the apostles. Finally, the focusing finished, and the light of devastation was emitted from the silver sun. The rainbow ripple undulated fiercely. Bicky bicky, with cracking sounds, cracks entered the Great Barrier.
You guys, put your spirit in Ayet.
Such angry yell resounded at a corner of the fortress where the artifact of the Great Barrier was positioned. That was the angry voice of Wulpen, who was the chief transmutation master of the kingdom. The artifact, whose cracking was spreading due to the severe burden, was repaired in real time using transmutation by the craftsmen led by Wulpen. Their hands were equipped with fingerless gloves that raised their transmutation ability. It was a romance glove that was a Galatari product of Hajime.
Chief, it's impossible already. It cannot hold out.
Gee, can't be helped then. Abandon the Great Barrier. After activating the small-scale barrier, we are going to concentrate at multiple barriers for the choir.
After the Great Barrier was smashed, Wulpen and others activated the small-scale barrier that defended temporarily against the bombardment that might pierce through. Like that they ran around busily, they abandoned the barrier that protected the Allied force and poured all their strength to the barrier artifact that focused on protecting the choir. The moment they abandoned the transmutation for repairing in real time the cracks on the cylinder artifact, spread all at once, and then a beat later the sound of pulverizing was echoing while small pieces flew everywhere. That sound of pulverizing also resounded from the Rainbow Great Barrier outside the fortress. Similar like what was once seen at the kingdom capital, sparkling fragments were scattering and vanishing. The apostles flapped their silver wings and flew in all at once. Their target was apparent at a glance. It was the choir that shaved off their specs until 60%. Right now, the rooftop where the choir was located at was enveloped by a multi-layered rainbow barrier that looked like the Great Barrier. By compressing the barrier into small scale and making it multi-layered, on the whole it had a hardness that surpassed the Great Barrier. But if it was aimed by concentrated attacks, then it would be surely got smashed through in less than a few minutes. One of the holy knights that was placed outside the barrier as protection for the choir raised a war cry and brandished his sword. He shook off his body that was naturally paralyzed from the majestic appearance of the approaching apostles by screaming.
A nuisance.
The knight's torso was easily cut by the large sword that was slashed horizontally, and he got blown away. Yes, the knight wasn't bisected. He was blown away. In addition, there was a strange numbness in the arm that the apostles swung. That fact made the apostles unconsciously stopped moving. With the attack of the large sword that was enchanted with disintegration ability, then even though they could only use 40% of their strength, it should be easy to bisect a single human into two. Despite so, she was unable to do that. From the back of the apostle, whose movement stopped because of the mysterious phenomenon, a new knight launched a vertical splitting attack from above along with a loud scream that had not even a speck of hesitation. The apostle didn't even use her large sword and blocked the attack with her wing, but not only the attack opposed her knight sword sunk in. The apostle gazed to that in astonishment. There, a scolding flew from that knight.
Don't falter. We are a knight. Protecting is exactly our duty. Protect this place.
Captain David, forgive me. Let me assist.
The knight that was previously blown away stood up. Even while coughing away, a scratch in a straight line was left on his armor. He then slashed at the apostle with fierce momentum. It was as though that became the signal. The knights, the former Holy Church's sacred knights that were led by the Ico Protection Squad Captain David, the goddess's knights, self-proclaimed, faced the flying apostles, one after another. And then, using their bastard swords that raised high-pitched sound while looking misty, the gauntlets that brought about the effect of strong arm just by putting them on, and the leg armors that similarly granted the effect of strong leg, they assaulted the apostles while barely enduring the attacks of the apostles. Even if they were damaged by the attack that they couldn't endure, their armor somehow protected them from great harm.
Don't tell me all of this strength come from artifacts?
David and everybody else, the knights, they were all equipped similarly, with a bastard sword, gauntlets, and also black armor and simple helmet. Black armor, this artifact, was enchanted with Vajra that was continuously active in impact conversion that activated the moment attack touched the armor. Even the knight that got hit by an apostle's attack managed to pull through somehow with this. And then the bastard sword was the so-called high-speed vibration sword. Just the sword itself possessed a considerable sharpness. On top of that, it could release high-speed vibration using magic power, causing it to be able to disperse the disintegration ability, even if only to a certain degree. And then, the helmet was enchanted with light speed. It was a degraded version, but it was attached with the function to expand the user's perception. All those equipment were basically a set, and they were distributed to all the soldiers. In addition, before the battle began, cheatmates were distributed so the specs of all the soldiers were also raised. The plan was to weaken the apostles, while at the same time making every single one of the Allied force soldiers into a superhuman. As the result, the knights were able to oppose the apostles barely. Even so, that was as far as it went. In the end, they needed a group just to attack a single apostle before they could finally match the apostle. At present, even now, the apostle that David slashed at was blowing away the other knights and repelled the vibration sword of David. The apostle swung down her large sword toward David, who was clenching his teeth due to his unrecoverable posture. At that moment,
First one.
Eh?
it was unclear whether that amazed voice was leaked by David or by the head of the apostle that was rotating in the air. Like a joke, the head of the apostle flew casually and left behind its body. A beat later, Busha! Amidst the blood spray that spurted grandly, that guy was there before anyone noticed. It was a man with his body wrapped in black clothing that covered everything until his lips, a one-lens type sunglass on his eyes, thin and sharp, short sword, a kodachi held in reverse grip in his hand. On his head, fluffy rabbit ears were fluttering.
The color of your blood is filthy, just like this dark red world.
The man swung his kodachi sharply to swipe away the blood clotting it while pushing his sunglasses using his middle finger. Then his lips suddenly distorted in nihility. It was unseen because of the mask, though. However, that man then introduced his name without being unable to hide his atmosphere of, "The me right now is totally sparkling."
This head of apostle has been definitely received by this dark hunter demon of the wriggling darkness, Carmvantis Elphalite Rauderia Hauria.
Correct, it was Karm. It was only the clan head of rabbit race Karm Haria. At the surrounding the apostles who were held back desperately by the knights were approached stealthily from behind. Then their head flew away with a splat by the many people of Haria clan. The rabbit ears of the man caressed the kodachi lovingly while he directed a pitying gaze at the collapsing headless apostles.
My bad. But tonight Julia is feeling quite hungry.
A rabbit-eared woman was covering one of her eyes with her hand while whispering.
Don't you know that you are the bad one? After all, you are making my other self to awaken.
A rabbit-eared girl in the first half of her teens was staring to empty air with a philosophical gaze.
This is the will of the world. Then I can only obey that.
A rabbit-eared youth about the same age was holding his left arm while groaning.
Cool. Raging as you please again. Calm down my left arm.
A beat. The rabbit-eared people wearing sunglasses and black clothing looked at each other's face and then they nodded at each other with really satisfied expression. And then the apostles returned to their senses suddenly with a ha, and the moment they were going to assault the rabbit-eared people, with a superb timing as though the apostles' breathing was completely read through the rabbit people's figure and presence, suddenly vanished and they slipped between the knights. A strange air flowed in the battlefield.
You 0
David slashed at another apostle as though nothing had happened at all. It appeared that he had become a man that was given to read the mood. Surely he discerned that he must not get involved with that lot. The apostles were also rushing toward the choir in order to obliterate them while putting up their guard somewhat. They would keep getting targeted even if they just stiffened in place, so although it wasn't with their whole force but a number that was given many compared to other places, was heading toward the choir. It appeared that at the sky it was already filled to the brim with apostles, but at that time,
Flying is not permitted, Nano! What?
a really cute voice of a little girl resounded, and then at the next moment the apostles who were above the barrier protecting the choir were staggering with their balance crumbling like a bird whose wings were plucked. Without any change, the apostles were felled to the ground all over. With great care, they were dropping at spot distance from the barrier, as though they were pulled there. There, a figure of a golem with back armament that looked like parabola antenna deployed could be seen. It appeared the voice was resounding from the telepathy stone speaker version attached on that golem.
Liu-chan, do your best!
Listening to the young voice, Miuyu's voice that resounded once more, Belchan, who was also known as the living golem Belphegor, waved his hand languidly while using the area gravity manipulation artifact, Gran Ferenson, that he shouldered on his back, which pulled at the flying apostles and dropped them down. Beside Belphegor that dropped down several dozens of apostles altogether, a further 6 golems appeared. And then, with some kind of mechanism, a thunderous sound was raised and colorful blast flame rose behind them, while the golems took a cool pose. Surely if the golems could yell, then they would say this without a doubt. Great Sin Squadron Demon Ranger has arrived. Like that. The movement of the felled apostles stopped for a moment, seeing that uselessly refined posing and the act that let them knew of wills that were unlike that of a golem. There. A command from the golem's princess was handed down.
Everyone kill them all! Now!
The princess easily declared something terrifying with that lovely voice. It made the listener wanted to see the face of her parents. The gentle voice, ooh-foo-foo of one of the parents that was standing at the side of the small commander was leaking out from the speaker. But, regardless of the resounding soft voice, the starting attack of the Demon Ranger was really severe. Each of the 7 Rangers was displaying superb teamwork while defeating the apostles one after another.
This is a good time. Let the puppet who can do nothing but looking down at people know what it means to fall. All Gran Ferenson, activate!
The moment Liliana's command resounded, the gravity generation devices placed on all over the battlefield activated all at once. As the result, the apostles who were at the position between the ground and 500 meters high fell on the ground all at once. That scene was just like a pitiful bug whose wings were plucked. And then, the one waiting for them below were the soldiers of Allied force with the preparedness for death, the heroes who shouldered the existential fate of mankind. Great numbers of apostles were dropped on the ground, however. They didn't show anything unsightly like fainting after impacting the ground. They used their twin swords to blow away all the soldiers who came at them. Silver feathers that were scattered all over here and there, or possibly the silver flashes, surged up and blown away the soldiers.
In the first place, you are all merely human. There is no way you can win against us. Hang down your head obediently and receive the judgment of God.
One of the soldiers got pierced on the stomach by a large sword and he vomited blood. But even with a mouth smeared with blood and his ghastly condition, that soldier made a fearless smile on his lips. And then...
Limit Brea!
Magic power in unthinkable amount welled up from the soldier's body from who knew where. And then, even with his stomach pierced, using the sword that he didn't let go even then, he cut off the right hand of the apostle that was holding the large sword which pierced him.
Why, that ability, now, even so, it's only to this degree, after all. Even with that rare ability you possess, a single arm is?
But a blind spot is definitely created, yeah.
Even the last attack that was unleashed by betting one's life using a skill that was the rare between the rare among mankind, stealing a single arm of an apostle was the limit. The apostle who was about to say that was interrupted by a voice that resounded from the direction of her lost right arm. The apostle who couldn't swing her right arm immediately tried to drive away the owner of the voice using her silver wing, but faster than that, the attack of that person, Helsher Empire's Emperor Gahard D. Helsher, bisected the body of the apostle. The apostle's body was split into 2, but even so she didn't die instantly with her astonishing life force and directed her gaze at Gahard. And then her gaze turned into astonishment.
That radiance?
That radiance was the radiance of Limit Break. Gahard grinned fearlessly while grasping tightly a crimson orb the size of a small stone dangling from his neck.
This is a battle where the existence of mankind is put into stake, you know. It will be too lukewarm if we cannot break merely 1 or 2 limits. Isn't that right? Now then, I also just have gotten used with this normal limit break. The last limit breaker left behind by that monster. How about I show it to the underlings of the shitty god, huh? Limit break.
The magic power enveloping Gahard jumped up a magnitude higher. Like that, he split the head of the apostle who at that time was trying to fire her last silver bombardment. At the same time,
Informing all the heroes of Allied force, break your limit and fight!
immediately following, it resounded in the battlefield, that voice.
Limit break, 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 limit break.
The last strengthening plan that Hajime left behind, it was this. Humanity's whole force's limit break. Other than the basic equipment that were the artifact armaments, the whole forces were also provided by one other thing. That was this necklace attached with a small crimson orb. This artifact made it possible for common soldiers whose body might break from it without taking a dose of cheatmate to activate limit break. Grade-style limit break artifact Last Zell. Using it for the first time brought about limit break, and after waiting until the body got used to it so that the body wouldn't self-destructing from the radical strengthening, the artifact would bring about the derivative skill of limit break, supreme break next. Of course, it was a double-edged sword that couldn't hold out for long, but in any case, it would be the end of mankind if they didn't win this battle. If this was to be a battle without next time, then they would use up their soul until the very last drop. Gahard, who faced a new apostle, readied his sword while throwing at them words that represented the heart of mankind.
Don't you dare to look down on human.
The decisive battle between God's apostles and mankind, the second curtain of it was now raised. The fortress, at the front area. There, the apostles who were dropped down to the ground using gravity generation device Grand Ferenson were opening a fierce battle that was worthy to be called as mortal combat against the soldiers of the Empire.
X 0 0 0 0 0 0 0.
One of the Empire's soldiers raised a war cry while rushing at an apostle. The large sword of the apostle was elegantly swung while emitting silver light. With a slash, the head of that Empire soldier was lopped off, and then her returning sword lopped the head of the Empire soldier at the opposite side. The soldier's armor could defend against the disintegration ability for several hits before giving out, so the apostle was aiming at the part where there was no armor.
Damn it, they are just too strong. Our side is already breaking the limit twice already here. You monsters, just die already.
The specs of the apostles were already dropped by 60%. Furthermore, their movements were obstructed. In addition, their side was fully equipped with Age of God-class artifacts, despite so the number of their allies that got defeated when facing an apostle was still overwhelmingly a lot. That fact caused the soldiers of the Empire to hurl out abusive language.
Funob!
At that time, when the soldiers were unconsciously getting cold feet from the apostles' fierce attack, an angry yell that for some reason made a chill rush through their spine and their groin tightened resounded. And then at the next instant, a fist that was like rock was swung furiously and pierced the back of the head of an apostle. The fist then pushed toward the ground without stopping, and it punched through. The one who appeared behind, hanging over the apostle whose head was pulverized, was a giant of a man. His whole body was covered by the provided set of equipment, and his appearance was no different from other soldiers. However, the soldiers didn't even praise that man for defeating an apostle. Instead, for some reason, they were drawing away.
Forgive me.
Thick lips and beastly eyes were peeking out from the opening of the helm. The man possessed inhuman level of muscle that was obvious even across the armor. Braided hair sprung out from the top of the helmet. A lovely pink ribbon was attached at the tip of the hair. That man, who was a little bit strange, was wriggling around while winking at the soldiers with feminine tone. It really was unavoidable for the soldiers to take even more distance while saying, "Forgive me," reflexively. After all, even an apostle who is about to charge exactly right now came to a standstill with a twitch.
Nuri!
Even more throaty war cries resounded when they looked similar with the giant in front of their eyes, the monster nesting in the clothing shop at Brook City, the shop manager Christabel, an army of giants whose body was wrapped in so much muscle to the degree that made any onlooker wanted to say, "You guys don't actually need armor, ain't it?" Which was further equipped with similar set of equipment like everybody else was rampaging violently there. One giant was hugging an apostle from the front, and then without even any time to activate her disintegration ability, the apostle was bear-hugged until death, and then another giant moved to another apostle with an artistic pile driver that pulverized the head of the apostle. What was terrifying was the embraced apostle received Pooch Shu, a feverish kiss from the giant. It was unclear whether it was for taking the apostle by surprise or merely because of his tastes. While the apostle who received pile driver, perhaps because it was an irregular technique, but the hugging direction was reversed from the usual pile driver, so the face of the apostle became exactly buried into the crotch of the giant in the end.
How insipid this ism pisses! Playing with a doll cannot make me fired up at her! Oh, wow!
The two giants who defeated two apostles also wriggled around while saying out such impressions with a feminine tone. The expressions of the two apostles who had been defeated and stopped functioning looked strangely teary-eyed, but surely that was just their imagination. The bizarre squad that was formed as a commando unit, also known as the Manly Women Squad. The women snapped their neck around to look for their next prey, and when they had finished designating their respective prey, the apostles who were confronting other soldiers shivered simultaneously, and then their gaze swam around expressing their wariness, which caused several of them to be taken by surprise and defeated. They obstructed the movement of the apostles with mere sticky gaze, and even forced the apostles to stiffen for an instant. That bizarre great contribution was decreasing the number of the apostles with certainty and backed up their allies. It backed up the allies, supposedly. While monsters of a different kind were rampaging violently in the battlefield, a fierce fighting was unfolding at a slightly distant place. One of the Empire's soldiers readied the rifle he was provided with and fired in full auto from middle range, nailing down an apostle in place. It was a hybrid weapon with excessive firepower that wasn't influenced by the specs of the user. As expected, even an apostle would have to be fixed in place if she defended against the swarm of flashes using her large sword. However, an apostle wouldn't be finished just with that, as though giving a return gift. An atrocious bullet that wasn't outdone even by the railgun flew out. It was a counterattack using silver feathers. The Empire soldiers surrounding the apostle were mowed down. There were also people who barely endured using their defensive equipment or sword, but the low-level soldiers had their exposed flesh gouged out with certainty, and their lives expired there. That sound of the bullet running out resounded. The Empire soldier who was checking the apostle in place using his shooting was trying to reload the magazine in panic then. Not letting away that opening, the apostle was going to fire silver bombardment. Despair flashed on the face of the Empire soldier. At that time, a loud scream of spirit that was clearly drawing a line compared to common soldier gushed out. A large sword swung down from a sword held overhead at the apostle, who was going to fire a silver flash. The apostle looked annoyed while she lifted her large sword to block that attack. The large sword that was swung down bent like a whip, and its trajectory changed due to the holder's arm. The vertical swing was transformed into a horizontal slash that made the apostle gazed in astonishment. And then, even when the apostle tried to defend, but her movement was obstructed by the crimson light coiling around her, and her neck got lopped off, with her eyes still wide open. The man who finished off an apostle alone was the emperor of the empire, who was emitting off unbelievable aura of supremacy. Gahard D. Hulsher was showered in the blood of apostle, while he turned at the soldiers who got cold feet from that apostle's fierce attack and raised a loud voice that sounded like explosion.
You bastards, don't get cold feet. Roar up, fight until you turn into waste. This battlefield is a legend. All of you bastards are the spinner of the new legend. Do you want to get laughed by the guys in the future, huh?
This battle where the existential fate of the mankind was staked on, it was certainly a legend itself, seen from the viewpoint of the future generation. They were all the actors on this grand stage that would be talked without end at the future. The soldiers of the Empire and the mercenaries that were overflowing with ambition got roused up by those words. Fierceness lit up in their eyes. They blazed up with the desire to carve their existence in history. Gahard's violent passion swept over the battlefield.
Imagine it! Whose figure is standing behind you, bastards? If you bastard get defeated, then that guy will die next to... Can you permit that? You cannot, right? Then blaze up your killing intent. Whether they are an apostle or whatever, who the hell cares? Devote yourself to destroy all the enemies, eh?
The soldiers of the kingdom and the adventurers looked back over their shoulder for a moment. Right now, even in this moment, their eyes were seething violently with killing intent toward the silver monsters wielding fierce might, for whose sake they were standing in this place. That was obvious. It was to protect their friend, their lover, their family. This was a battlefield where defeat was unforgivable. At that time, the apostles who were offended by Gahard's existence fired silver flashes at him all at once.
Shield, form up!
Gahard immediately reacted. Just with that command, the Imperial soldiers who had gathered around Gahard unnoticed combined their large shield and became the defensive wall for Gahard. The silver flashes were temporarily blocked with the special large shields that were also of Hajime made.
Attack!
Gahard's command surged once more. Different Imperial guards that were standing behind the large shields kneeled and fired their anti-material rifle from the gaps of the shields. The apostles who had just fired their silver flash were countered by the flying flashes which gouged their body and made them tumble down. And then, the moment the silver flashes stopped coming, Gahard rushed toward another apostle, and then using his ever-changing sword attack that warped like a whip from the natural stance, he began an equal fight against an apostle.
Follow His Majesty. Around and kill them. They are not an opponent we cannot win against. Don't let these dolls doing whatever they pleased more than this.
With that as the trigger, the Allied forces' fervor rose, and they battled with the apostles using similar teamwork. The soldiers wouldn't shrink away anymore no matter how many of them were killed. That mettle and resolve that believed they couldn't be defeated was gradually excelling the specs of the apostles. In a corner of the fortress, there a man that had been closing his eyes from the battlefield all this time quietly opened his eyes, and then, with a powerful voice that while sounded solemn yet contained passion, he called at the commander, Liliana.
Princess Liliana.
Just with those words, Liliana guessed what he wanted to say, and judging that it was certainly the time she handed down the command.
Yes, Adaldono. Now that the battle is moving toward a land war, it would be extremely bad if we get sniped from above the gravity barrier. Please show how the strength of the dragon race that rules over the sky will usurp the air superiority in front of all these people.
Fufu. Acknowledged.
With solemn and powerful footsteps, Adal went out to a terrace that continued toward the courtyard, where the dragon race people were standing in a row. His brethren below him, roughly 300 people, were filled to the brim with fighting spirit and looked up straight toward their clan head, Adal.
The persecution of 500 years ago. There is no way for us to forget that. All of you who survived that time and made an oath for the vindication of our honor, and also all of you who were born since then lamenting all the irrationality while living in hiding. No need for even a drop of mercy or reservation. Roar following your rage. The sky is our territory. Make all of them know that. All dragon race. We are departing.
0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
They all roared simultaneously. That was the signal of the revolt of the proud race who had endured the rage and humiliation for 500 years until now. All of the dragon race rolled upwind while flying to the sky at the same time. The barrier of gravity was made undone with good timing by Liliana. The dragon race used that chance to rise to the sky, and then, at the next instant, they were all wrapped in light together. And then, the figures that appeared then were the flock of dragon that was the conqueror of the sky. They flapped their wings majestically, and their pupils that split vertically glared at the puppets of God. The dragons emitted unbelievable pressure from their body alone. Right now, all of the dragons were fully equipped with Hajime's artifact, turning up their majestic appearance even further. Among those dragons, a majestic scarlet dragon that boasted a conspicuously huge body raised a roar along with an enormous pressure. Regardless of the distance of 700 meters that separated him from the ground, the rippling vibration of the air was also conveyed toward the Allied force soldiers on the ground. Right after that, it was as though the roar just now was the signal for the opening of the battle. 300 dragons fired their breath attacks simultaneously. The flashes that each had their own color based on the element of their forte rushed at the apostles who were dancing in the sky with a haughty face as though they owned the place. The apostles wrapped their body with their silver wings and entered a defensive posture. However, the breath of the dragon race bit and tore those defenses and exterminated the apostles.
Ho! As expected from the spouse that Tio recognized, it's astonishing for our strength to be raised up until this far.
Adol raised a pleased voice, seeing his breath that was displaying a might that was 10-odd times the usual. Adol and others who were equipped with similar equipment like the armed black dragons had their specs raised up by the sublimation magic that was enchanted into their armor. Naturally, there was also the effect from the cheatmate and the limit break artifact Last Zell.
Whew, I won't recognize him. That kind of brat.
An indigo blue dragon. Ristas made a voice that sounded vexed somehow, but he held back his tongue after seeing an apostle who rapidly closed in on him in the middle of his speech swinging her large sword. Yet that sword was splendidly blocked by the armor on his body, and instead the apostle got blown away by the shockwave that was released by the armor. Even though he wasn't doing anything but the enemy got blown away, it felt like he got protected by Hajime that made his feeling to get really complicated.
Then you can just try to steal her. After all, that man too had said he will accept anyone's challenge.
Ooga!
There was no way he could do that. He could clearly imagine how he would be instantly killed the moment he challenged Hajime. The tone of Adol's voice carried a tinge of teasing somewhere in it. Ristas, who was at disadvantage in this talk, flapped his dragon wings and accelerated instantly to attack the apostles. It was like he was saying, "I'm concentrating in defeating the apostles." The other dragon people were also smiling wryly at Ristas, who was still young while beginning to wield their strength fully, as expected from the ruler of the sky. With their jumped-up specs and maneuverable mid-air battle and also the blessing of the Age of God artifacts, they competed against the apostles in more than even battle. The conflict where the air superiority was put on the line entered into a mortal combat where dragon roars and silver flashes mixed all over, just like a presentation of a space-worn science fiction movie that was worthy of being in legend. The powerful roars of dragon resounded through the reddish-black sky. The allied force that was on the ground raised their war cry at that gallantness while their morale was rising. In a corner of the battlefield, at the position nearby the choir, there was a group that was clearly making a great contribution, which drew a line from other soldiers and sacred knights at the area.
You zero. Oh, zero. 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 Oh, H.
Along with a war cry, a man made a step that split the ground and charged an apostle with a body blow. Nadayama Jugo, the let his fist that was like a rock, fell on the face of the apostle before she could do something. The special gauntlet artifact of Hajime transmitted impact into the internal and destroyed the inside. Whipped up flesh and blood flew out from the noble face of the apostle and dirty Jugo's cheek with blood splatter, but he only fixed back his stance in a calm state just like his taciturn appearance. An apostle vertically slashed her large sword from overhead stance toward that Yugo behind him. However, with a backstep, Yugo slipped into the bosom of the opponent smoothly, and like that he crashed the apostle on the ground with a splendid shoulder throw. The ground was smashed into a radial shape from the excessive might and formed a small crater. Yugo stepped on the neck of the apostle, whose movement was obstructed for an instant from the impact, and gave her the finishing blow. Yugo finished off 2 apostles in the blink of eye. Although the apostles were weakened and he himself was superhumanized, but the way he was fighting was splendid. That made it clear that he had constantly trained without negligence. There, 2 additional apostles arrived that approached Yugo in a pincer attack. But, at that moment,
Wind blowing from the bottom of the earth, dye the thing with life white. White majestic breath.
white smoke rode with the wind and rushed through the air like a snake. It whirled and became a protective wall around Yugo. The 2 apostles that approached Yugo were slightly entangled by the white smoke, yet they used their silver wings and blew them away while withdrawing for once.
Petrifaction.
The spectacle of the body part that was touched by the white smoke petrifying creakingly from the tip made the apostles showing an expression that seemed to want to say how impudent, while they attempted to use magic power of disintegration to unmade the curse.
I won't let you.
The caster that blew the white smoke of petrifaction, Nomura Kentaro, waved a conductor stick artifact. Immediately, the white smoke coiling around Yugo in protection parted into 2 trails and attacked the withdrawing 2 apostles. The apostles judged that it would be dangerous for them to get hit with that in their current state where their magic resistance was lowered, so they attempted to withdraw further. But unnoticed, the ground swelled up and bound their legs, and their attempts didn't bear any fruit. The apostles pitched forward from the sudden restraint. That became a fatal opening. At the next moment, the white smoke that Kentaro manipulated swallowed the 2 apostles whole. What were left later were only 2 artistic sculptures that were completely made from stone. Other than them, there were also Nakano Shinji and Saito Yoshiki, who had gotten back on their feet after Hiyama's betrayal and Kondou's death. They were unfolding a really great contribution with blood-curdling look, while protecting the hole in their formation were Tamai Atsushi, Aikawa Noboru, Nimura Akito, unfolding a fierce battle against the apostles without taking even a step back. They were all perfectly supported from behind by Sonobe Yuka, Sugawara Teiko, Miyazaki Nana, Tsujiya Yako, and Yoshino Mao. The members of I-Chan bodyguard squad were able to operate almost at the same level with Yugo's party, and Shinji and others who were already fighting at the front line since the very beginning were because since Hajime and others departed from the capital, they encouraged their heart, thinking that at this rate they would be no good, and so they performed extra hard training since then. Other than them, there were also the other students whose heart had been completely broken. Even though they were unable to go as far as fighting directly, but with their abilities that had been heightened, they were launching support magic from the rear, performing healing magic, using rifle or magic to add in laying out barrage, and so on. They too were desperately backing up the others' battle. Every one of them had their broken heart to be lit up once more by Hajime's speech at the Devil King Castle. If Hajime's speech at that time were merely words, then the moment an apostle appeared before their eyes, their heart would surely break again, because it was only supported by paper-thin words. However, every one of them had seen Hajime. He lost one of his arms and one of his eyes. What he had gone through even changed the color of his hair. He was in a tattered state, and even his beloved lover was taken away. The wailing that he raised because of his lover's disappearance was something that caused them to feel pain in their heart. Even so, at the end, he stood back up and proclaimed that he would crush everything and take her lover back. That appearance of him at that time was too powerful, burning their soul that were smoke-stained all this time. It wasn't for the sake of the world or anything like that. It was merely a wish for returning home. A wish of not wanting to let their friend die. In order to grant just that much wish, they had to fight with everything they had, leaving nothing to spare. Finally, they were convinced of that, and they mustered their courage. For the frontline group, this support that they received came from a group who, even though their heart was once smoke-stained, but they were still a group of cheat holders from another world. As expected, even though the enemy was the apostles, but with their specs lowered, taking on the classmate group who had been strengthened put them at disadvantage. Seeing the apostles being exterminated one after another, the Allied force soldiers at the area raised their acclamation. But, at that time, one of the apostles that broke through the front line rapidly approached one of the girl students. But at the next moment, the fear of death changed into shock. The head of the apostle flew up with a plop. The body that lost its strength slid in vain beside the girl student. Furthermore, the apostles who were trying to surround the front line group had their necks reaped up in turn from the outside, and their lives expired instantly. Regardless, when they moved their gaze over there, other than the corpses of the headless apostles, there was nothing, and no one there. One of the apostles turned her gaze around at the surrounding with a grim gaze toward this obviously strange situation.
Just where in the world the attack came from?
Right in front of you here, shithead.
The apostle was startled that her murmur was replied right from the front, and her gaze returned forward. In her eyes, the shadow of a kodachi being sucked toward her neck was reflected, and then that became the last view of that apostle, displaying a thorough covert action, thinness of shadow that couldn't be noticed even by apostles. This ghost crossed over from crowd to crowd, and in an instant it approached to reap the target's head. Cutting down the apostles who had the figure of a human female was a really great burden mentally. What became salvation was that all the apostles had the same appearances. Their cold figure where no emotion could be felt made anyone that saw them felt that they were like a puppet, coupled with the miserableness of having a shadow so thin that made even the worst enemy to show expression of, "Eh? He is actually there?" The young man with the vocation of assassin? Endo Kosuke was earning kill point that was the highest among his classmates, while half giving in to despair.
As expected from you. Kousuk, I don't know where you are, though.
Awesome, Kausuke. Though I don't know where you are. Endo-kun, do your best. Though I cannot see your figure doing your best. I see. Endo-kun is also fighting. Thanks for helping, Kay.
With a drop, something shining fell from Kusuke's eyes. It appeared there was a rain falling down. If he said it was raining, then it was raining. "There, Ufufu," a voice that was slightly filled with bewitching tone resounded. Kausuke, who slipped inside a crowd peeking for an opening made by Apostle, felt something chilly in his spine before he turned his gaze over there. What he found there was a woman from Rabbit Race. She was giving a glance at Kusuke.
Your presence management is really skilled. Perhaps even I am no match against that.
Is that so?
The rabbit ear female smiled widely toward the perplexed Endo.
Kausuke's cheek unconsciously turned red from seeing that smile.
In the first place, the Rabbit Race, who was the greatest popularity as treasured slave in general, had well-arranged face and figure. The female who was talking at Kosuke right now was also an amazing beauty. Having such a beauty, added with her lovely rabbit ears on her head smiling at him. The virgin young man with the history of having no girlfriend was equal with his age, had his heartbeat increasing without stopping, although there was also the fact that he was feeling stimulation from being in a battlefield right now. But that violent throbbing in his chest that felt similar from heart fluttering was immediately supplanted by a cramping face.
My name is Ronamfana Haria of Rapid Shadow. I rushed like a gale, sneak up like a shadow, and presented a single, lethal attack, one of the stealthy hand of Haria race.
Is that so?
But when I saw you, I became embarrassed to introduce myself with that nickname. That's why it's vexing, but I'll hand over the nickname of Rapid Shadow to you. Your name?
Endo Kosuke.
Kusuke was unable to say that what was embarrassing was actually introducing one's own nickname. If he was asked, "Do you like a beautiful Woonie-san?" then Kusuke's answer was decided already.
Then, from today you are Rapid Shadow. No, you have surpassed me so. You can introduce yourself as Kausuke a biscuit of Rapid Fang Shadow Claw. Then, it's vexing for me though.
No, that's 5.
Well then, so that both of us won't die, let's reap the enemy's neck with our all. See you, Puskate, a biscuit of Rapid Fang Shadow Claw.